Hello and welcome back to my channel. Make sure you like and subscribe to my channel. Let's begin. Insight to improvement. Disclaimer, I don't own Pokémon. Pokémon, spoken language. Pokémon, thoughts. Pokémon, flashback. Pokémon, move names. Pokémon, Pokédex. The Kanto region, a place of beginnings, futures and Pokémon. These fascinating and curious creatures of all shapes and sizes make up most of the world. Whatever in the deepest oceans, the highest skies or among the vast land that nurtures and shelters them. Some Pokémon are docile and only want to make friends and partners, while unfortunately other Pokémon wish to remain on their own or cause destruction to either Pokémon or humankind. Humans also make up most the world, and their relationships with Pokémon is what makes their lives wonderful and fulfilling. Most of the time, humans just take care of Pokémon like friends or companions rather than just household pets. What makes this so heart-fulfilling is the thrill of discovery that comes with the relationship. On the other hand, humans also train Pokémon for combat and exploration, as there are many competitions and contests where the Pokémon and its trainer can show the world their love and deep connection. That is true wonder, and how strong it feels is how other trainers are willing to see and listen to. There are still trainers that see Pokémon no different than stepping stones to fame and glory on the battlefield, and they tolerate failure and defeat with abuse and cruelty. That is the sad and ugly fact between humans and Pokémon. With all that aside, we start our story with a trainer. A trainer who started no different than a mere child, clueless and naive and willing to cry and whine when things don't got his way. After witnessing how vast the world really is and how beautiful a friendship between human and Pokémon really is, the trainer now looked nothing like that. He wore summer clothes with a poncho over his torso and a backside cape over his belt that had colored ball of red and white attached. He just came from a faraway land where he was close to fighting the top 5 trainers there when another trainer had proven to be a wall that was impossible to climb over or walk around, so that ended his journey there. Pika. Pi. The trainer stopped on the dirt road he was walking on. He had a rather disheartened expression on his face. He turned to his oldest and most trustworthy companion ever, a small and yellow-furred rodent with red spotted cheeks and a tail in the shape of a thunderbolt. The trainer softened his eyes and sighed, "Sorry Pikachu. I guess I am taking my loss at the Sinnoh region a little too hard." He was named Ash Ketchum, a trainer who hailed from Pallet Town of the Kanto region. "Seriously, after facing Brandon, I thought that I have finally found the way for me to battle, but then Tobias brought out 2 legendaries in a row. That is not fair." Ash had a long history of losses against fellow trainer that was more than twice the victories he actually made happen. Anyone will feel terrible after such things. Guess Ash couldn't hold it in anymore. "I just can't feel ready to face everyone else about this. They were just lying around at the ranch, not doing anything at all. What kind of trainer am I?" Pikachu didn't want any more of this and used Thunder Shock on a low level, just to silence Ash and not hurt him. That did the trick all right. Ash was hit by the electric attack more times than you can count. Ow. Ash hummed as he tried to steady himself from the sudden attack. "Thanks Pikachu. I needed that." Ash will never be angry at Pikachu for being attacked by Thundershock, because the raven-haired trainer knew Pikachu better than only use that attack on him for a good reason. "We will be back in Pallet by tomorrow unless we quicken the pace, but we are in no hurry, right Pikachu?" The electric mouse nodded and gave his signature cry, which is considered even to this day as cute. Soon, it was getting late as the sun went down. Ash was walking through a forest until he exited into a clearing. "We should stop here for the night or we will have to sleep in the woods," Ash told his very best buddy, who nodded and helped its trailer unload. Even today, Ash never understood how Brooke was able to store entire tenets into backpacks, as the older teen keeps smiling and saying, "Trade secret." "Only this time, we should let everyone out, they have been in their ball too long now," Ash added as he moved his hand at his belt for the colorful Pokeballs that contained captured Pokemon either directly or traded by the original trainer. Out came Ash's Pokemon after Pikachu in order. Staraptor, a proud and majestic falcon with black and white feathers around the torso and a red shading on the forehead portion of the head feathers. Torterra, a massive and intimidating turtle who had stone hedges with a small tree on top of its large shell. Infernape, a monkey that had padding on its wrists with white shading on its torso and forelegs and mane of pure fire. Bizel, a weasel with blue fins and orange padding around its neck while its tail is split into two. Glisker, a purple-blue vampire bat-like Pokémon that had red with thin black stripes on his arms and inside of his large ears while large pincers on each end of his black wings. And Gibble, a small Pokémon with a large jaw, a red chin and a scrapped fin on his head like a shark. Now that will add up to 7 Pokémon at hand, and the big deal about it is that any trainer always start with a limit of 6 on hand. But Ash was told that his status as a trainer had been updated to Silver, based on his history of victories and high standing in the Pokémon leagues. The limit had been increased to 12 on hand rather than 6, and he received a huge sum of Pokédollars, the currency, on hand as well to pay for all the food and items that Ash may need. They just didn't say who did, but Ash had a good idea on who and planned on thanking him once he got back home. Ash went over to where they appeared. Well guys, our journey in Sinnoh is now over and it was a lot of fun. Now let's settle down for the night because I don't want you to be stuck in your ball any longer. The Pokémon jumped, cried in joy and soon helped Ash into their own ways until it's now completely dark. They went to sleep around Ash's tent where Pikachu curled into a ball near the trainer himself. Outside, Torterra was resting in a turtle fashion with Staraptor and Glisker napping on the tree that grew on the shell along with Gibble who made his bed on the stone hedges while Infernape and Bizel slept while standing up, a habit they picked up from their history of being tight on guard as proud fighters. What either of them didn't realize was that they were being watched ever since they arrived in the clearing, and I am not talking about the native Pokémon that dwell in the trees or the ground around the roots. It was a lost Pokémon, outside its own region and is wandering in an alien place all by itself. From the shadows, we can see that it was very small with the shape that closely resembled a dragon type. As it watched over Ash and his Pokémon, it shone sparkles in its eyes and wandered towards them still in the shadows of the moon that hid behind the clouds. XXXXX. The next day, Ash was already on the move. Maybe because he was excited to get back to his hometown. Pikachu just barely could hold on to Ash's shoulder as the raven-haired trainer ran like a madman on high. Still, there was no reason to thundershock him since Pikachu was also excited to return as well. Look Pikachu. The light at the end of the tunnel. Ash pointed out as the woods they were running in was about to part, showing a bright light that soon blurred into a vast grassland with humble houses and an observatory on the side of a hill. This is Pallet Town. Ash is now home again. At one of the houses, a Pokémon that was crossed between a mime and a clown was sweeping the floors while singing to himself. Then it heard someone knock on the door. It walked over to answer and brighten up once the guest was in full view. Mime. It chirped at Ash Ketchum, who was also smiling. Hello Mr. Mime. Is Mom here? Ash asked, and Mr. Mime nodded and pointed down the hall, towards the kitchen. The raven-haired trainer whizzed past Mr. Mime, who just shook his head and returned to sweeping the floor. Meanwhile, Delia Ketchum, Ash's mother, was also working, singing to herself as she washed the dishes. She didn't notice that a certain trainer and his Pikachu sneaking up on her. Then a pair of arms started to descend, to hug Delia. Eek! Delia screamed and turned to see her son and his Pikachu hugging her. Ash Ketchum. The said boy recoiled back. What did I say about arriving home without calling first? Delia yelled at the top of her voice to get her point around, and I personally think it did. I am sorry Mom. We had too much on our mind as it is. Ash answered, not caring it was an excuse or not. Delia saw that there was real guilt and downheartedness in those clouded eyes of her only son, so she hugged him, in which he hugged her back, but this time with tears. They spent that time in the kitchen, together once more. XXXXX. After a reunion and lunch with Delia, Ash went to visit another neighbor, the very professor known around the world, Samuel Oak, but only known as Professor Oak. He claims to be able to think and study the best in a humble and quiet town like Pallet That is also where trainers that gain their very first Pokémon from him go to. Professor Oak. We're back. Ash yelled as soon as he opened the door, only to hear a loud crash coming from down the hall. Ash hurried to see what was wrong, and he found a huge pile of books like old notebooks or textbooks. Must have fallen when I yelled. Ash thought to himself as he began to place the books back into separate piles until someone emerged from the mess. Made it. Phew, a young man sighed to himself as he slumped on the pile of books he emerged out of until he noticed the guest. Ash. Tracy. The two young trainers obliviously knew each other, and for good reason, because Tracy sketched at first meet Ash when the latter and another fellow trainer were traveling the Orange Islands. Tracy acted like something of a replacement for yet another trainer who wanted to stay behind and help the regional professor. After the adventures at the Orange Islands were over, Tracy wanted to stay with Professor Oak, who was revealed to be Tracy's idol when it came to drawing and stretching. After a first impression that went well, not matter who looked at it, the professor hired Tracy to help him around the house since his age is finally slowing him down. Hello Ash, and welcome back. Speak of the devil, the professor arrived out of the blue. You two are looking good, I bet you have been taking care of yourselves. The two boys, trainer and Pokémon alike, nodded so hard, they could have shaken their heads off their shoulders. Thanks Professor, we are really glad to be back, and takes for what you did to us. Ash said, and Pikachu nodded, that left the professor smiling and Tracy confused. Well, now we have to say hello to the others. Bye. Professor. Tracy said, what did Ash meant? Professor Oak just keeps smiling. He meant something that I should have done a long time ago, since he beat the Orange Island League and my grandson while even bringing down 3 legendaries. XXXXX. Hey! Everyone! Ash yelled as he exited the observatory and into a vast field out back. For a while after he yelled, there was a silence until the earth started shaking, but Ash wasn't worried. It wasn't earthquake but a horde of a Pokémon. Whoa! Whoa! Ash tried to stop the stampede, but they were just too excited to even stand still, and soon, Ash was about to be run over when a pair of vines dragged him out of the way. Thanks Bay Leaf. Bay. The yellow-green dinosaur-like Pokémon chirped before trying to push herself into Ash, effectively running him over after all, but fortunately it was not to be, as, Bay. Bay Leaf. Bay Leaf looked around for her beloved trainer before finding him, being lifted above the ground by a ghostly imp-like Pokémon. Thanks Jengar. Bay Leaf can be a little affectionate sometimes. Ash said sheepishly, while the shadow Pokémon just laughed and lowered its trainer next to Bay Leaf, who went and rubbed against Ash, but much more gentle for her size. Soon, the other Pokémon realized what they tried to do to their trainer, and they just gathered around him. They also were wondering where the Tauros went, except for one, the very single one that Ash actually uses for his battles. There was even a strange one that won't stop hugging their trainer, which was strange too. Now I bet you are wondering a lot of things. Ash started, and he got various cries as his answer, but before I can explain, I need to have everyone listening. Ash said straight to point and was patient enough to allow his Pokémon to get friendly with each other. Now time for explanations. Ash said, and his Pokémon waited in anticipation for what their trainer was about to say. I am going to train you a lot more seriously from now on. Silence reigned over the field as soon as those words. I have been catching Pokémon left and right just to prove that I can be a good trainer, unlike what Gary always says about me. He even promised me that once I actually defeated him, we will be rival trainers, and he breaks that promise by quitting as a trainer. The Pokémon still said nothing, seeing nothing but truth in those words. Now I realize that my way of Pokémon is no longer just showing off in front of JRKS and rivals, but traveling, having adventures, and being the best we all can be. I have been lying to myself the whole time. Silence once again was in the air as Ash tried to catch his breath. The first step was to make sure my Tauros don't spend all their time just racing around the ranch all day. Flashback begins. Luckily there is a Pokémon swap meet in Kanto like they did in Johto, right Pikachu? Ash asked as he was carrying 5 of his 29 Tauros to be traded. The little yellow rodent nodded as both it and his trainer thought back to the very same place and event, which also was when Team Rocket first gained its new trademark, Wobbuffet. Ash. The said trainer looked over to the source of the familiar voice to see a familiar sight. Benny. Ash yelled at his old friend he met at the very Pokémon swap meet in Johto. I never knew that you went to Kanto. Ash brought up to start a conversation. And I never thought to see in this region too. I thought you signed up for the Johto Championship. Benny said. I did, and I lost against a trainer from Hoenn who used his Hoenn starter Pokémon fully evolved to win. Ash answered while wondering how Benny couldn't have known about the entire championship. Even his mom knew about it, including when Ash defeated Gary. It was broadcasted all over the region, all the way to Kanto. How did you miss that? Sorry, Ash. Benny looked like he was caught sleeping under a rock. I was training my Lickitung and I guess that I forgot to check it out. Ash was still skeptic and a little hurt that one of his friends was too busy to check out his performance. Either way, do you have Pokémon you want trade here? Yeah, 29 Tauros in total. Ash said, and Benny widened his eyes. Well, since I already traded Pokémon, I can show you around. They have Pokémon of all the different types here. You should be able to find some good ones here. Benny offered and Ash agreed. The boy with the Lickitung guided the raven-haired trainer with the Pikachu through the entire swap meet. Ash had so much success with his Tauros, he had to keep a line waiting while he had the professor send the rest of them via a video phone and Pokeball transporter. It seemed that Ash's victory with his single Tauros back in Johto had made the Pokémon itself popular, but for any other trainer, it proved to find any wild Tauros outside the Safari Zone. XXXXX. Meanwhile, at Mount Silver in Johto, a Pokémon ranger, someone who dedicated their lives to protecting Pokémon, was walking down one of the Safari Zones until he noticed something from the corner of his eyes. When he turned for a better view, he saw something that made him widen his eyes. Back at the swap meet, Ash finally had traded the last of the extra Tauros for some new Pokémon, including one he said that he will present to a friend. He was now relaxing in the quiet lobby of the Pokémon Center with his Pikachu. Then he heard the door open and saw a Pokémon Ranger, he recognized from his adventures in Hoenn and Sinnoh. It seemed the ranger had backpack on and was approaching him. Are you Ash Ketchum? The ranger asked, and the said boy nodded. I have someone who wants to meet you. He had followed me out of the Johto Safari Zone and the boss told me to bring him to you. All the way from Johto? Ash asked, and the ranger confirmed that. Well, sorry you had to go a long way, but may I see it? Ash asked, and before the ranger could answer, it came out of the pack as, Larvitar. Larvitar. The small Pokémon with the rocky texture and color had chirped before racing toward Ash, whom was hugged by it tightly. Seems that he couldn't wait any longer. I must return to Johto. Take care of this little one, please. The ranger said, and Ash nodded. Sure. I have taken care of him before and I will do it again. Ash proclaimed, which caused Larvitar to yell in happiness and hug Ash all over again. The ranger left Ash with Larvitar, who was completely comfortable with its new trainer for real. The range missed the rock and ground type let itself be captured by one of Ash's spare Pokeballs. It was quite the sight. XXXXX. Later, at Ash's home. Hello. Sabrina. Ash used the video phone at the house with the number that the Kanto Psychic Gym leader had given him after he helped her laugh again. After a few minutes of static, the picture of a young woman appeared and she looked happy to see Ash. Ash. You are back in Kanto. How is Sinnoh? The woman was obliviously who Ash wanted to see, but her own smile faltered once she saw the look on Ash's face. It was as great as the other regions until Tobias. Ash answered, and Sabrina sported a confused look on her face, and before she could ask again, he used legendaries as his Pokémon team. Now there is no more questions for Sabrina because she knew very well that legendary Pokémon are tough in the wild and if trained, they are the closest to being invincible. If that is so, you must have beaten at least one of them. You are that good of a trainer, Ash. Sabrina said with the last sentence as a favor overdue, and it worked as Ash smiled a bit. Thanks, Sabrina. The said woman was glad to make Ash smile like he did to her during his very first Pokémon journey. Back to point, will you like to trade Haunter for one of my new Pokémon I received? Sabrina was confused all over again. Sure, but why? I am sure that you are happy with Haunter as the way he is. And what is this about, received Pokémon? Don't you mean, caught Pokémon? Sabrina asked, and Ash chuckled in amusement. No, I really mean it, because I traded away all but one of my 30 Tauros. Ash explained, and Sabrina gasped in realization and nodded. Here is what one of them. Ash pulled out a Pokeball which opened to reveal a small Pokémon with a white torso and green hair and legs that was shaped into a young dancer that had 2 red horns vertically placed on each side of its head. Care. Kirlia. It chirped happily, and Sabrina couldn't help but squeal at its cuteness. This is Kirlia, a psychic type and a female one at that. I just got that from Nurse Joy. Ash explained. Why did you need to know if it was female, Ash? Does it make any difference? Sabrina asked why it was such a big deal. Because Kirlia have a branched evolution centering on the gender. If male, Kirlia was evolve into Galade, a physic and fighting type, by only means of a Dawn Stone. If it is female, Kirlia will evolve into Gardevoir, a physic type still. See it now? Ash explained, and Sabrina nodded after taking a mental note before speaking this. Wow, Ash, I never see you like this before. What caused this? Sabrina tried to act cheerful and teasing, but she soon regretted as Ash's mood dropped again. Okay. I take that back, I am sorry. But you really sound like a good trainer, Ash. You really are growing up. Sabrina tried to fix this error, and Ash perked up again as a result. Thanks again, Sabrina, but after reflecting on my past adventures, I feel like I have been treating my journeys too carelessly. I decided to take things more seriously. Sabrina said, the determination in Ash's eyes that shone as bright as the sun and sparkle like the stars in the night sky. Back on track, I would like to train Haunter for real, and besides. Ash started to tease Sabrina a little. Since you trained him, I am sure he will be ready to evolve as he loves to get stronger. The master of psychic Pokémon blushed at the hidden praise in that sentence. Thanks, Ash. Sabrina said, and she was interrupted by a very friendly and very familiar Pokémon, a ghost-like being with disconnected hands and a huge mouth with eyes. Now you mention it, Ash, Haunter had been wanting to evolve, but he rejects other trainers to trade with him. I think he wants to be your Pokémon again. Sabrina laughed at Haunter trying to get a good look at Ash. He was SCKED into his Pokeball, now let's trade. Ash nodded and returned Kirlia back into her ball as well. Then he placed the Pokeball in a machine next to the video phone. The machine shot silver-white energy that covered the ball, and it vanished. The next thing Ash knew was that the machine unleashed the same energy and a ball appeared. Ash took the Pokeball and opened it to reveal Haunter, who waved before turning all white and shining so bright, it was painful for Ash to look upon. When the light died down, in the place of the light and laughing Haunter was a more serious-looking ghost that was full body and looked like an imp with its malicious smirk. Jen. The ghost Pokémon looked around itself and began to laugh at how stronger he has become. Jengar. It whizzed all around the room to explore what its new and improved ghostly body can do, but no, before realizing that its trainer, for real this time, was staring at it. Jengar. Ash muttered before smiling, you look strong already. Jengar laughed and descended to his trainer's level. Right now, he was about as tall as Ash was. I can't wait to see you in battle again. Flashback ends. XXXXX. Well, that is about it. Ash finished and turned to a large group of individual and unique Pokémon from various regions that were awaiting to be acknowledged by their new trainer. When they saw that very thing, they rushed to finally meet their trainer's Pokémon. The list was too long to describe, but they were of many types: normal, fire, grass, water, psychic, some rock and ground, and even a ghost type too. The chatter was a little too much, but Ash was patient as he could just see his new Pokémon getting along rather well for being recently traded. Friendships are always beautiful, especially when they can prove to be long-lasting. So, I am going to yet another region, but this one has Pokémon that can't be found in any other region. This time, I am going to take it seriously by bringing some Pokémon with me. Ash said, and now, the audience is starting to get antsy. Pokémon who still need training, still need to evolve and still wish to participate in Pokémon battles. Some of Ash's Pokémon looked at each other, agreeing silently. The first one is actually going to be Utorteria. Ash started out and the continent Pokémon was shocked. Don't take me wrong, you are strong and tough alright. A real powerhouse all the way since we first met, when you were a Turtwig, and that is why I am bringing you along. Ash explained, and the massive grass and ground type settled down a little. Back then when your battle style centered on your small but quick and agile body that was barely even hit. But now you are one of the heaviest Pokémon in the world, that style is just impossible now. You must understand that you will have to modify your preferred way of fighting to fight your weight and size. Our fight with Paul Schoen have proven that. The giant turtle Pokémon looked sad and slowly nodded as it remembered that once it became a Torterra, its battling style couldn't work for it at all. Next will be Totodile. Ash continued, and the little blue crocodile-like Pokémon started to jump around in excitement. It decided that it wanted to evolve so that it can become stronger so that his trainer can fully count on it in battle. Nice to see you get excited about this, Totodile. Also I will take along Gible. Now Ash was getting predictable and his Pokémon knew that, despite it all they were understandable as Gible was a very recent catch, and even if Ash trained overtime, Gible still won't have the time to even evolve. A Pokémon journey all over again would definitely do the trick. And finally, Larvitar is coming with me too. Ash spoke to finish off and finally introduced the clinging young Pokémon to the others. He really wants to come along after finally getting permission from his mother to go on his own adventures with me. Larvitar may even fully evolve after training enough times. Ash gently pried off Larvitar and urged the little one to join the others, which it did after a little while due to shyness. Larvitar was amazed on how the crowd of Pokémon reminded him of their trainer in terms of personality. They do say that we can rub ourselves onto others. With Pikachu, that will make 5, but what my new Pokémon probably didn't tell is that I have got a 6th Pokémon bring along. They sure didn't, and they wanted to find out. But before I reveal it, I want to let you know that the only way to get to this new region is by a plane, and the only plane that leaves in the direction, so I am told, doesn't leave for an entire week. That set off something as cheers through Pokémon cries had rocketed in the air. XXXXX. And so, a week had passed. Attention passengers. A voice roared on the announcer. Speakers that were spread in the plane. We will be landing in the Unova region pretty soon. Please look out your windows so you can see the port where we are going to dock in. Among the passengers, there was Ash, with his mother and Professor Oak, who saw the vast land outside. Oak had been summoned to Unova by the regional professor so that they can share their info on Pokémon with each other. The professor just brought Ash along because he knew that the raven-haired trainer loved adventure. Delia is here because she didn't trust her son going to somewhere that had no Pokémon that she recognized. Talk about overprotective. Aren't you excited, Ash? The professor asked the said trainer. You bet, Professor Oak. I and Pikachu are always excited about traveling in new regions. Ash answered, and his yellow rodent best friend nodded with the famous, Pika. But we and the others have been training to do things differently and more seriously than before, so we can't forget in our excitement. Oak and Delia laughed on how Ash tried to be stoic and energetic at the same time but understood it just fine. After all, it is a proud trainer growing up, which is something beautiful on its own. End of Chapter 1. Get ready, Unova. Enter the girl who loves dragons. Disclaimer, I don't own Pokémon. Pokémon, spoken language. Pokémon, thoughts. Pokémon, flashback. Pokémon, move names. Pokémon, Pokédex. Previously on Journey to Improve, Conquest of Unova. Aren't you excited, Ash? The professor asked the said trainer. You bet, Professor Oak. I and Pikachu are always excited about traveling in new regions. Ash answered, and his yellow rodent best friend nodded with the famous, Pika. But we and the others have been training to do things differently and more seriously than before, so we can't forget in our excitement. Oak and Delia laughed on how Ash tried to be stoic and energetic at the same time but understood it just fine. After all, it is a proud trainer growing up, which is something beautiful on its own. Here we are, Pikachu, the Unova region. Ash said as he followed his mother and Professor Oak with his backpack on, which has a noticeable increase in size. It has to be, as Ash desired to use his very huge sum he received from his updated trainer status to follow a certain breeder's examples by being prepared for anything. Ash then sighed as he looked back at the vast, still, the ocean looks as big and endless as it looked in the other region. It is nice to see what will never change. Ash spoke like he actually lived for a long time, since it is common for people past their prime to say such things. Alright, Ash, we are going to where Professor Oak is summoned to. Come on. Delia yelled as she started to depart with the professor, but noticed that Ash or Pikachu was not following them. Hurry up, Ash. We are leaving. Delia soon started to lose her voice as she saw something that greatly shocked her. What's wrong? The professor soon turned back too and witnessed it too. Soon, the other passengers also saw it too, and the staff followed behind. What was what they were seeing that is so shocking? A thunderstorm. A thunderstorm out of nowhere had settled right at the port and spread far from where Ash and company had arrived in. Something like this should be dangerous, enough for Ash and Pikachu to back away from, since they were the closest to it, but they just felt like something was inside this ball of thunderclouds, something alive. Ash. Pikachu. Delia and Professor Oak yelled respectively, you have got to back away from that. It's dangerous. They tried to tell them, but it seemed like the trainer and Pokémon could hear them. Finally, who is there? Ash yelled at the strange cloud, we know you are there. The audience thought that the raven-haired trainer had lost his mind. That shattered when they all heard a cry from within. It wasn't anything like the Pokémon you can encounter in the woods or in the fields or in the clouds or in the sea. It yelled authority and power, like that of a legendary Pokémon. While it can be heard by anyone close by, the dark clouds and bright lightning prevented them from seeing anything else, but Ash and Pikachu could see the best. It was a huge Pokémon, black like black lightning, which is a more compressed form of thunder and slower, which explains the difference in color than regular lightning bolts. It resembled much like a dragon with wings on back, a large and sharp jaw, a long thin fin at the back, a huge tail that resembled much like an ice cream cone, smooth and refined edging on the legs and arms that glowing randomly with small blue lights. Since it can dwell in a high concentrated electrical cloud and based on its appearance and build, Ash theorized that this was dual electric and dragon-type Pokémon. Ash also heard the cry similar to a legendary Pokémon based on his own experiences with them. Now the question is, why is a Pokémon like this doing here? Is it coming for a fight or what? Ash had barely any time to reach for a Pokeball when Pikachu jumped off his shoulder and got even closer. That was when this Pokémon, out of the blue, sent a thunderbolt towards Pikachu. Pikachu! Ash yelled, not of fear but to gain his best friend's attention, as the raven-haired boy threw a capsule-looking object towards the yellow rodent, who just managed to catch it in his paws between the thunderbolt struck Pikachu, destroying the dock that Pikachu was standing on while sending Ash and anyone else around flying backward. Ash managed to collect his bearings just in time to witness the yellow rodent sent flying towards him. Gotcha! Ash had to slide himself to catch Pikachu, but it was worth it, but something was wrong. Yow! Ash cried as he felt a strong shock from Pikachu when he tried to brush against the Pokémon face to get the dirt off. Looks like it could use some more work. It was just a prototype. Ash said as he gently laid the electrically unstable Pikachu on his shoulder before being comforted by his mother and Professor Oak. How embarrassing. XXXXX. Elsewhere, in a tree, there was the shadow of a person on top, but due to the thunderclouds darkening the sky, it is impossible to get a good look at it. We can just see it looking around until it saw the incident. It was probably worried and jumped from the treetop and grabbed a vine it used to swing between the trees like a monkey. It was like the experience was all natural to it. Then the person disappeared in the thick treetops. Back at the port, the staff at the port tried to gather everyone up for the storm to get worse. But strangely enough, after that Pikachu was attacked, the storm dissipated into harmless white clouds. No one knew what happened. Ash never answered their questions since he was mostly concerned with Pikachu's health and was too confused about the whole thing. "Sorry I am late, Professor Oak." A feminine voice reached Ash's ears and the professor's. They then saw a woman wearing a lab coat with chestnut blonde hair, red earrings, and a white shirt and green skirt under the coat. Ash, Professor Oak smiled knowing that it was no longer time to worry anymore. Meet Aurea Juniper, the regional professor here in Unova. She was the one who invited me over to this region. Hello. Ash addressed with concern still fresh in his throat. I am Ash Ketchum and this Pikachu is my best friend. Then Ash pointed towards Delia. This is my mom. Nice to meet you both. At least Juniper was cheerful despite being late and shook Delia's hands. You must be proud to have a son who cares a lot about Pokémon. Juniper teased Ash's mother about the said boy. Yeah. Just like his father. Delia said with a tone that was either dreamily or gloomily, but no one paid attention to that. Still, your Pikachu needs help. Come on. Juniper suddenly turned serious and led her visitors to her car that she drove to her place. There, Pikachu was attached to various life support machines with the aid of the nurse Joy and a Pokémon helper that Ash never seen before. Outside the room, Ash asked Juniper about it and she explained it was an Audino. It was known as the hearing Pokémon as it helps injured others by emitting smoothing sound waves that help calm them down and stabilize their conditions. This made them perfect for medicine and helping Nurse Joys that also are identical throughout Unova. Ash then waved goodbye to Pikachu who waved back before falling asleep. The downhearted trainer went to the lobby where his pack was to try and lighten his mood. Ash took out a notepad out with a piece of chalk and stale bread. He had learned very much from Tracy, thankfully that the Pokémon Watcher was patient enough to teach Ash the basics and oversee the raven-haired trainer's own work which successfully changed for the better from scribbles to drawings that were very real-like. Right now, Ash was drawing what is still on his mind. Over the week of training and practicing, the trainer realized that drawing what came to mind was the best way to think outside the box and convey his emotions. Ash could just sketch, draw, and erase until he made a picture of the dragon and electric legendary Pokémon. He was about to shift over to a new sheet when Juniper came back. Hey Ash. I have come to tell you. Juniper trailed off seeing Ash's drawing. That is a very good picture you made, Ash. Looks so real. Ash blushed under the praise. Well, I did have a very good friend who did this sort of thing and he did teach me a few things. Juniper giggled at the modesty in that boy's tone. I never met a foreign trainer who managed to sketch a perfect picture of Zekrom so soon coming here. Juniper let her tongue slip and Ash caught onto it. Zekrom? That is the name of this Pokémon? Ash asked while looking at his drawing. Juniper sighed at how she let something like this make past her mouth. Yes. Here in Unova, we have the second largest selection of legendaries with Sinnoh as the first. From what I heard from Professor Oak that is. Ash nodded. Anyways, Zekrom is the Pokémon of ideals that we share to benefit and change the world for the better. That was very heavy for Ash to hear. Maybe Zekrom appeared since Ash was a boy with ideals for how to properly live with Pokémon. Juniper then went on, Zekrom's counterpart is Reshiram, the Pokémon of truth, to make a world free of lies and deception. Reshiram is a fire and dragon-type legendary Pokémon. Ash nodded as he just stared at the picture with all sorts of thoughts running through his head. XXXXX. Well, Professor Juniper said that this path should take us to the next town. Maybe some fresh air will help something. Ash said as he brought Pikachu along a trail in the direction of the nearest town or city for several miles in any direction. Nurse Joy said that Pikachu's condition has been stabilized, but due to some remaining unstable electricity, it was best to keep the yellow rodent out of battle for a while. Pikachu didn't mind, it just wanted to enjoy some peace after that incident with the legendary Pokémon Zekrom. What a way to start things with a bang, or in this instance, a crack of thunder boom. Hey! A voice had started the duo from their thoughts, and they saw a rather unpretty sight. A trainer who looked fresh outside the box, with brown hair and blue eyes, and hideous orange jacket over a black shirt, white long pants and green-gray shoes. Is that a Pikachu? This boy sure was rude and demanding, unlike everyone else here in Unova. The boy didn't even wait for Ash to answer as he brought out a Pokédex, a Pokémon trainer's ultimate proof that he was a trainer. Pikachu, the mouse Pokémon, and the evolved form of Piku. Pikachu's tail is sometimes struck by lightning as it raises it to check its surroundings. The silver Pokédex spoke as it showed the general picture of Pikachu. The boy didn't even seem impressed. It sure looks weak. You must be such the terrible trainer, you loser. The boy spoke with a resentful tone that got even Pikachu on edge. Where are you from? We are both from the Kanto region. Ash started before he was interrupted. No wonder that Pikachu is so weak. You all came from the boonies. Ash just didn't know what else to think of this boy. I will be glad to tell you that it never matters where a trainer is born in. They all can be good trainers. Ash said while gritting his teeth in an attempt to contain his anger. Oh yeah? Prove it. Have your Pikachu battle me. The boy demanded before Ash just shook his head. I have nothing to prove. Nothing to gain from battling with someone who is so rude. Your kind give the rest of your region a bad name. Ash calmly rejected the demand, but this boy just won't take no for an answer. You will battle me. I will prove my claim easily. The boy yelled so stubbornly. How long have you been a trainer? Ash asked. None of your business. I have just started today. Nonsense, isn't it? Ash had admitted that this boy has already made a bad first impression. If you are going to shout your throat out, then fine. I will battle you, but not with Pikachu. Ash said calmly. Before he was rudely interrupted. Ha! I knew you were a coward of a trainer from the OWW. Ash just snapped and bashed the boy on the head, whom had a huge lump to prove it. It was Nurse Joy's orders. Another thing is, I am having a bad day and you are only going to ruin it even more. So I will be using my most recent catch. Ash said, and the boy humped and muttered, fine, under his breath. Meanwhile, the same figure from before had arrived in the trees near Ash's rude challenger. It looked like it was waiting in anticipation for what was going to fight. That was when the boy threw a Pokémon to reveal a small and green Pokémon that resembled a snake that stood on two legs with a fork-shaped leaf for a tail and a yellow ribbon hanging out of its back. Ash took out his new Unova regional Pokédex and it roared to life. Snivy, the grass snake Pokémon. Cool, calm, and collected, Snivy uses photosynthesis to collect energy with the leaf on its tail. Ash smiled and nodded with Pikachu as he knew the very Pokémon for this battle. Shelgon. I need your help. Ash yelled as he threw his Pokeball into the air and released a Pokémon that was encased in a sturdy-looking shell so much that only its legs and eyes are showing. Pikachu knew that this was Ash's first chance of battling seriously and decided to simply watch from his trainer's shoulder, not saying a word for the entire duel. The boy was still with his unimpressed expression. He just took out his own Unova Pokédex again and scanned the strange Pokémon before him and Snivy. Shelgon, the endurance Pokémon. Its armored body makes all attacks bounce off. The armor is too tough, however, making it heavy and somewhat sluggish. The Pokédex spoke in its robotic tone, which made the boy smirk. Snivy. We got this in the bag. This Pokémon is the slowest there ever is. The boy yelled to his grass snake Pokémon while Shelgon and Ash were indifferent. Use tackle. Snivy nodded before charging towards the endurance Pokémon. Use focus energy. Ash said calmly with his arms crowed while his Shelgon prepared itself for the next attack, now headbutt. Shelgon moved much faster than the boy had thought and intercepted Snivy's tackle with a critical hit from the headbutt. The boy gritted his teeth. Snivy. Use Leaf Tornado. But the grass snake just stood there, shaking after that last attack. What is wrong with you? The boy yelled hysterically, which made Ash sigh. You should have expected something like this at least, or show more concern for your first Pokémon. Ash verbally jabbed his opponent. Headbutt does more than damage, it also can cause the target to flinch, and that prevents them from attacking anytime soon. Ash relayed the words he heard one of his friends say when they watched a Pokémon flinch. Shut up. The boy yelled, completely ignorant of Ash's words. Snivy, use Leaf Tornado, now. Snivy wasn't liking the voice of its trainer, but after a few moments, it finally collected his bearings and summoned leaves that swirled towards Shelgon. Roll to your side. Ash simply said, and Shelgon used its weight to an advantage by turning to its side and successfully avoiding the Leaf Tornado. Keep it up until you actually hit it. The boy recklessly and angrily ordered Snivy, who had no choice but did the exact thing over and over again, with Shelgon repeat avoiding it until the grass snake Pokémon decided to stop listening to such an sore loser and an inexperienced trainer. It tried to tackle to get in close enough so that Shelgon can't avoid his attacks anymore, so it can actually hit the endurance Pokémon with Leaf Tornado. That was to be a solid plan on Snivy's part, but the mistake the grass snake made was to underestimate its opponent. Shelgon, protect. Ash commanded, and Shelgon stopped in its rolling tracks to release a blue sphere that halted Snivy hard and even deflected Snivy's Leaf Tornado. Now let's finish this with Flamethrower. Ash shouted. He is bluffing, Snivy. Use Leaf Tornado. The boy yelled, but it was not to be, as Shelgon took in a deep breath and unleashed a sturdy stream of hot flames that scorched Snivy to a crisp. The boy just stood there, breathless, as he saw that his very first Pokémon had lost against a trainer he called terrible, all because Ash attempted to be from the Bunas, aka Kanto region. The said trainer just stood there smiling at the power of his Shelgon. He then remembered on how Ash first met this powerhouse, as a lost and hurt Bagon. XXXXX. Flashback begins. While Ash and his Sinnoh company were sleeping, they had a late-night visitor. Came out of the woods, from behind the trees and into the bright moonlight for the full moon. A small Pokémon that resembled a reptile with a large, round snout, triangular eyes, and 3 thick, gray ridges cover the top of its head, and continue downwards to cover its neck as well. It was blue all over with yellow at the underjaw, where the ears are, and on its belly in the shape of a sideways square. That is what it looked like until the moonlight also revealed bruising, scratches, and cuts, like it was in a battle and it lost terribly. Wandering around the woods at night with all those dangerous bug types Pokémon didn't help. Now this little Pokémon was watching Ash interact with his own and decided that it was the place for him. After entering the tent, where Ash and Pikachu were quietly asleep, the little one didn't want to be a bother, so it just used the backpack as a makeshift bed. It was better than the hard dirt or wood sprinters back in the forest. Soon enough, morning came and the sunlight had replaced the moonlight gazing done on the clearing. Ash woke up to the annoying glaze and was about to leave his tent to get some real sunshine and fresh air when he noticed the little one that snuck in. Ash just smiled as he remembered all those other instances where a supposedly harmless Pokémon was either playing lost or injured to get the others jealous and Ash's possessions or any other dirty deed. Hey guys! Ash yelled as he exited his tent with the little Pokémon on his arms, that caused the ones outside to awoke and noticed the little one and the state it was in. They all gathered around concern, which caused Ash to chuckle in amusement. Thankfully that Brock gave Ash some spare potions when they parted ways at Pewter City. Now that is done. Ash said as he fixed the bruising and covered the other wounds. He took out his Sinnoh Pokédex, which was a horizontal model with a cross-direction pad on the side. Let's see who you are. After scanning the Pokédex roared to life. Bagon, the rock-head Pokémon. Bagon dreams of being able to fly through the air. When frustrated from not flying, Bagon uses its head to smash rocks into powder. Ash smiled at how FNDLNG this was to both him and Pikachu remembered such a Pokémon all the way back in early Hoenn. That Bagon wanted to fly too, but the duo was never able to see it fly since they left both it and its trainer when that Bagon evolved into Shelgon. But knowing her, she probably had already trained that Shelgon in a Salamence by now. Ash muttered to himself. Ash then noticed something with the aid of his lessons from his best friend, a breeder, that this Bagon was barely over 2 weeks old. "Have you lost your mother?" Ash asked gently, and the Bagon shook its head negative. "Then you had a trainer?" The Bagon flinched and nodded, which told Ash everything. The trainer had been training this Bagon harshly, and probably after this same Pokémon had lost a match, the trainer had left it to wander around to die. Ash hated it. It was the one thing that made all Pokémon trainers look like heartless and selfish JRKS, Pokémon abuse and neglect. "I am sorry, but I have to ask you something," Ash said calmly, not to scare Bagon. "Will you like to become my Pokémon?" Bagon probably felt like Ash was hurting inside since the last trainer tried to make it fight after it was just born, but seeing how those other Pokémon wishing to stay by the side of this one right in front of him, Bagon just made a decision. Before Ash could say anything else, Bagon ran into the tent again, making the raven-haired trainer chase after him playfully. Inside, he saw Bagon look through his pack until the rock-head Pokémon took out one of Ash's spare Pokeballs and actually tapped it open to let itself be caught. Ash said nothing as he reached for the ball. "I'm glad you made your decision, Bagon. I promise that I will make sure you never regret it," Ash said silently before leaving the tent to tell what happened to the others. They all agreed to give Bagon a chance among their ranks once they get back home. XXXXX. Tomorrow morning, 6 days before arrival in Unova. Good morning, everyone. Ash arrived back at the ranch where his Pokémon, new and old, greeted him gently. But Ash had a special occasion for them. He agreed to reveal his latest catch after returning and promising to train them. "Like I said yesterday, I will introduce someone new, but please be mindful, it is still a little one." Ash tossed the same Pokeball and out came Bagon, completely healed and full of energy. The female Pokémon squealed at how cute Bagon was, while the male looked at the rockhead Pokémon was a welcome, friendly expression. 2. When Ash's Noctowl got closer, Bagon panicked and blew a sturdy stream of fire from its mouth that the flying type barely evaded. Ash was as surprised as the others. "Flamethrower?" Ash muttered confused as he rescanned his Bagon. After skipping what the Pokédex already said, it went on. "This Bagon knows Rage, Leer, Headbutt, Ember, and Flamethrower. It possesses the egg move Hydro Pump but can't use it yet." Ash whistled. "That is very impressive. Brings me back to the good old days, huh, Pikachu?" The yellow rodent nodded as it remembered the whole thing too with Charizard. They just put all that aside and watched as Bagon forgot about it too and made friends with the rest of Ash's Pokémon. Now that this little one has shown huge potential, things were sure going to get interesting around here. XXXXX. The week passes on, one last day before arrival in Unova. Things at the Pallet Town Pokémon Ranch were going along just fine. Ash was learning loads about his Pokémon when he tried out watching skills that Tracy taught him. Meanwhile, his Pokémon were also getting better and stronger as they learned all sorts of moves after undergoing physical training and dueling. Ash, while Pikachu was napping nearby, was simply practicing his drawing skills since he started asking Tracy how to do it. Ash said something about being able to remember the Pokémon he sees in Unova. Having over 50 Pokémon around made the prefect practice sessions. Ash didn't think anything can go wrong in a day like this, but he never counted on something else happening that he can never count on. Bay. Leaf. Ash's thoughts were interrupted by his Bay Leaf, who raced towards him, but not to cuddle with him like usual, but looked like she tried to tell Ash something. Then she ran off for Ash to follow, having heard the desperation in her voice. Once Bayleaf stopped, Ash saw the rest of his Pokémon surrounding something. Coming through. Sorry. Ash made his way through the crowd to see Bagon on the ground. shaking uncontrollably with a light shining at random times. It looked like it was in pain. Bagon! Ash yelled before reaching for the rock-head Pokémon, who smiled upon seeing its trainer before turning all white and too bright for Ash to look at. When the light died down, Bagon was gone and in its place was the armored Shelgon. Shelgon! It chirped as it was a little surprised that it changed form. Ash just stood there wordless like the rest of his Pokémon. He then took out his Sinnoh Pokédex that he kept as a memorial of his adventures in that region. Shelgon, the endurance Pokémon. Covering Shelgon's body are outgrowths much like bones. The shell is very hard and bounces off enemy attacks. When awaiting evolution, this Pokémon hides away in a cavern. This Pokémon knows Leer, Headbutt, Ember, Rage, Flamethrower, Bite, Focus Energy, Dragon Breath, and Protect. Once it evolved, it can now use its egg move Hydro Pump. The Pokédex spoke and it only made Ash's Shelgon even more excited with its new body because it is convinced that he was only one last evolution from his dream of flying. Ash smiled as Shelgon got reacquainted with the other Pokémon. Some of the younger ones, who have heard the Pokédex, thought Shelgon was awesome, while some of the older and more experienced just acknowledged Shelgon's potential to be yet another powerhouse under Ash's wing. Either way, Ash will be glad to train Shelgon until it can finally fly in the sky. Flashback ends. Back in the present, the same yet-to-be-revealed figure was still gazing on the two trainers. Its eyes began to sparkle with amazement and awe at the Shelgon and its display of power. Then the figure noticed that Ash was returning his Shelgon back into its ball and approached the boy who was crying at his defeat. "Boy, I want to finally know your name and why are you confident that with just one Pokémon you were given just today?" Ash said in a stern tone that wouldn't tolerate any nonsense. "My name is Trip. And my dream to become the champion of the Unova region by defeating the current one named Alder." The boy, now named Trip, introduced himself. "Now I have heard that you people think that Unova is weak compared to the rest of the regions, and I can't stand that." Ash and Pikachu said nothing. "I am going to prove to you and anyone else that comes across the seas to Unova that we are the best region there is. All I need are strong Pokémon and my dream to do it. Just you watch." Trip shouted as ran with his Snivy back to the Pokémon Center. Ash and Pikachu just shook their heads at the sight and that they have gotten a rival who acted much like the last, but this time with a goal following the path of Pokémon Path. Up in the same tree, the figure just frowned at how Trip had bad-mouthed Ash but still wanted to see more of Ash's Shelgon. So much that when Ash started to continue on the same path as before, it decided to follow him. Stalker much, right? XXXXX. Meanwhile, it sure felt great, showing that JRK what he really is talking about. Right, Pikachu? Ash asked his best buddy, who nodded with the same enthusiasm. That boy had a lot of nerve, insulting both it and its trainer, all because they both were born in the Kanto region. Their musing were interrupted by an unfamiliar cry. Looking up, Ash and Pikachu looked up to see a flock of Pokémon that were obviously flying types. They were like doves that were a little absent-minded looking, with small beaks, pink claws, and a heart-shaped white chest fur. Ash took out the Unova-designed Pokédex. When it was faced at the flock, it sprang open horizontally to show twin screens that captured one of the flying Pokémon. Pidove, the tiny pigeon Pokémon. This very forgetful Pokémon will wait for a new order from its trainer even though it already has one. Ash smiled. A flying type like those had always helped us in the past, so why not catch one again? He asked Pikachu, who nodded and readied for battle when Ash held up his hand. Sorry, Pikachu. Remember what happened at the dock? You can't use your electric type moves still, and your other moves can't even reach them. Ash explained, and the yellow rodent sighed as he remembered it too, but perked as he soon realized what Ash meant as well. So, Pupitar. I need you. Ash said as he took a Pokeball out from his belt and threw it into the air, where it opened to reveal a strange Pokémon that was encased in a gray shell that had spikes opening outward facing the back with 2 eye holes and 2 more above to act as eyebrows. Pooh! Pupitar. The hard-shell Pokémon bounced for joy for being out of its ball for so long and was enjoying the soft and smooth grass that tickled it. During the week in Kanto, after dueling and hardcore training, Ash's Larvitar had evolved early into quite the sturdy Pokémon with the high defensive power that came with the new looks. Still, it was too soon for Larvitar to fully evolve and a lot more to learn and adjust as well, so that is why Ash is still taking Pupitar to Unova. Calm down, Pupitar. Ash laughed at the behavior of his Pokémon. We have found a good catch here in Unova. Look. Ash pointed out the flock that was merely flying around, maybe to exercise their wings until the south migration or something. Pupitar shifted his focus to the group of Pidove, to see which one stands out the most because that is what his trainer will love to train. Soon enough, the hard-shell Pokémon noticed that one of them was moving the fastest and had the most focus for such forgetful Pokémon. Pupitar informed of this to his trainer, who had developed a way somehow to understand the rock and ground type during training. Ash looked for himself and saw what the hard-shell Pokémon had seen. Okay, let's do this. Your very first capture. Ash said with complete seriously that by now his Pokémon was used to. When the flock had reached down to rest their tired wings, they separated into smaller groups and sleep in their nests, but the one that Ash has his eyes on actually stayed flying to do some more exercise. Use Sandstorm. The energetic Pidove was startled by the sudden voice and found itself trapped in a swirling vortex of rocks and dirt, barely able to fight it. Slow it down with scary face. Pupitar appeared and its eyes glowed to scare Pidove, but as soon as it took place, it surprised both Pokémon by using Quick Attack to make up for the normal type status move and attacked Pupitar with its glowing wings. That was Steel Wing, Pupitar. Ash said, getting more excited. Try Rock Slide. Ash yelled the final command and Pupitar summoned rocks out of nowhere towards Pidove, who had a gleam in its eyes before dodging every single stone. It even knows Detect. Pikachu. Ash and Pikachu yelled in amazement. This was chance too good to pass on. Fortunately, Pidove started to look tired after flying non-stop and pushing itself to use those 3 moves. Okay, Pupitar. Let's finish this. Use Chip Away. Pupitar readied itself and struck the flying type with continual hits, all the way until Pidove fell to the ground, unconscious. Alright. Pokeball go. Ash yelled as he took a spare ball from his pack and threw it into Pidove's direction. After skinging it in, it shook and blinked a few times before a ding was heard and the Pokeball stopped shaking. Ash said nothing as he approached his ball, then he turned to Pupitar with a smile on his face. Congratulations, Pupitar. Your very first attempt at a capture is a success. It proves how strong you are. Ash said, and the hard-shell Pokémon chirped before rubbing against Ash's leg. Even after evolution, some traits remain fresh in the mind of the dual rock and ground type. XXXXX. After calming down from all that excitement, Ash found a large enough rock to sit down on and release Pidove, who still retained his injuries. After using potion spray that Ash bought with his new money, Pidove was back in action. Still, it wanted to remain with Ash outside its ball because, despite how rough Ash's Pupitar was with him, the tiny dove Pokémon respected Ash. Then Pikachu started growling and sparks appeared randomly on his red cheeks. It also seemed to be staring at a certain tree not far from Ash's current position. Ash sighed as he lifted himself up. Yes, Pikachu, I know. Someone has been watching us ever since we first came here. Especially since our battle with the JRK trip. Ash said with complete seriousness as he approached the tree but stopped in front of the bush that was rooted at the tree base. It seemed to have something trying to hide in it but was doing a poor job of it. Ash decided to humor with it a bit by bringing out his Pokédex, and it actually registered. Axu, the tusk Pokémon. Its large tusks have a tendency to break, but each time they grow back, they grow in harder and sturdier. The Pokédex spoke and shown a picture of a small Pokémon that indeed had 2 tusks that grew horizontally from the top sides of its mouth. It was also green in color with a light green scarf-shaped fur around its neck and a fine pointing upward on the back of its head. Ash and Pikachu looked at each other and nodded. The raven-haired trainer then walked over to the bush and swiftly grabbed something from inside that caused a loud scream. Ash looked at what was in his hands and recognized it as the Axu from the Pokédex, who waved hello that made Pikachu do the same and Ash to smile. But that moment was broken when someone else emerged from the bush. Still, Ash was too swift for it and step-sided at the last split second. That caused it to crash into a tree directly across from the last one. The sight caused both trainer and Pokémon to sweat drop. Hey! That is. What crashed happened to be a person, a girl to be exact, a beautiful one at that too, according to Ash, who blushed after finally seeing her face. She had a dark tan, oversized purple hair that was in a huge bundle and 2 earlocks on top. She was also wearing simple, white and exotic clothing with huge sleeves, a pink sash, shorts that had yellow end, and pink shoes with yellow straps. Time stopped between them as they couldn't help but keep staring at each other, cheeks red. Ash had met plenty of beautiful women, including those of his age group, but this girl was completely wild. Bursting with self-confidence and independence that both were hard to find together in one person. Pikachu and Axu were complete into it too, as they too saw how the raven-haired Kanto trainer and the Unova native girl were seeing in each other. This is the first I ever saw in Ash. Pikachu said in his own Pokemon speech that Axu was able to understand. I never saw anything like this either. But it looks beautiful already. Axu replied and Pikachu nodded. Looks like my trainer had finally found the girl for him. But will they ever tell each other how they feel? Pikachu asked himself. He was determined to make sure that this two lovebirds get together someday, even if it meant waiting forever. Meanwhile, Ash had gone over his love-struck state and offered his hand to lift the girl up from the ground. Hello, and my name is Ash Ketchum from Pallet Town. Ash spoke in a nervous tone which practically mirrored the girl's expression. I am Iris. End of Chapter 2. Previously on Journey to Improve, Conquest of Unova. Time stopped between them as they couldn't help but keep staring at each other, cheeks red. Ash had met plenty of beautiful women, including those of his age group, but this girl was completely wild. Bursting with self-confidence and independence that both were hard to find together in one person. Pikachu and Axu were complete into it too, as they too saw how the raven-haired Kanto trainer and the Unova native girl were seeing in each other. This is the first I ever saw in Ash. Pikachu said in his own Pokemon speech that Axu was able to understand. I never saw anything like this either. But it looks beautiful already. Axu replied and Pikachu nodded. Looks like my trainer had finally found the girl for him. But will they ever tell each other how they feel? Pikachu asked himself. He was determined to make sure that this two lovebirds get together someday, even if it meant waiting forever. Meanwhile, Ash had gone over his love-struck state and offered his hand to lift the girl up from the ground. Hello, and my name is Ash Ketchum from Pallet Town. Ash spoke in a nervous tone which practically mirrored the girl's expression. I am Iris. Beautiful name. Ash muttered out that the girl, now Iris, heard and blushed again. She finally took Ash's offered hand and the raven-haired trainer helped her get on her feet. Ash then extended his arms with Axu sitting in, and Iris silently took the tusked Pokemon back. After some more awkward silence, Iris breaks the ice by shouting. You! Ash, Pikachu and Pidove were spooked by the yell, and suddenly, Iris was on her knees and bowed to Ash. Please let me see that Pokemon again. The Kanto trainer was confused about that because he didn't remember showing any of his Pokemon to any other than the JRK trip, and it is oblivious that Iris didn't mean Pikachu. That dragon type you used against that stupid boy. Ash and his Pokemon blinked dumbly before they realized, you were stalking us. Pikachu. Iris and Axu were scared by the duo's shout. What is wrong with you? I'm sorry. I just love dragon types. Iris confessed, hoping it will actually explain her behavior. Ash and Pikachu just looked at each other and sighed in disbelief. The former just took a ball from his belt and released the Shelgon, who landed Trip's first defeat. As soon as Iris saw the endurance Pokemon, she got up from her bow and started to stare with sparkling eyes. So cool. Those hard eyes of strength and seriousness. That fine coloring and awesome shell. Iris was talking about a frantic. When she said she loved dragon types, she never jokes around. I am sure that it will grow up as the best dragon type around. That was when Shelgon started blushing from the praise, but the bulldozer came when Iris unknowing said this, and it is all because you are its trainer, Ash. Ash couldn't believe what he just heard. No one ever commented his Pokémon and then give all that praise to him since he was the trainer. To any trainer, it was like the ultimate praise he can be given. Not even friends like Brock, May, Dawn, Misty or even Gary Oak had even gotten that close. Iris then noticed that Ash was staring out of it and tried to see if she hadn't broken him. Are you okay? Ash then managed to shook himself back to reality and smiled. Of course, Iris. I was just trying to stop myself from hugging you to death after that great praise you gave both me and Shelgon. Ash said, which made Iris blush in embarrassment. I am sorry. Iris said under her breath, but Ash still heard her, and before he could say a word, my dream is to become a dragon master, so I have to learn all I can about dragon-type Pokémon. The voice was meek. Like Iris though that Ash was going to laugh at her. Iris. That is a crazy dream. Ash said calmly and blunt, which made Iris's heart clench, but not before seeing that Ash was still smiling, but nowhere as crazy as mine. Now Iris felt confused, which was better than heartbroken and dejection. I dream of becoming a Pokémon master. Iris blinked and nodded dumbly. I guess you're right about that, Ash. But I don't care how crazy it is. I am going to keep traveling until I either achieve my dream or die trying. Ash said so casually, which made everyone around including Pikachu to think Ash is the one crazy. Then Ash went down to whisper in Iris's ear, because a Pokémon master can go anywhere and I want to go where I can find someone precious to me and yet I never meet him, my dad. Iris then froze like Axu and Pikachu did afterward. This trainer dreamed of finding his father and hid it under a foolish dream that he was loud to proclaim. Iris just dove in and hugged Ash while crying for some reason. Come on, Iris. Don't cry, your eyes are too pretty to do that. Ash comforted Iris, who just kept on crying. I am so sorry. Iris wailed at the top her voice which was muffled by Ash's clothes. It wasn't nice of me. I am sorry to hurt you. It seemed that Iris felt like she brought Ash pain by bringing this whole thing up in the first place. Ash said nothing and just hugged Iris back and did something he never thought of. He kissed her on the forehead to try and cheer her up or at least stop her crying. It worked and Iris was now blushing non-stop rather than with crying. I have feelings for you, Iris. Ash said suddenly, which got his audience curious. There is no denying it, but I still don't know just how powerful these feelings are. I need you, Iris, I need to know, and I can't do it without you. Iris could believe what she was hearing. Will you join me? I can teach you all I know about Pokémon so you can achieve your dream, and all I ever ask in return is a friend who was born in this region and can tell me what your home has to offer. Please, Iris. Ash started to bow with a single leg standing this time. Ash. Iris muttered before bursting into tears again, but instead of guilt or sadness, she was overjoyed, as she too did a feeling she didn't understand yet. She embraced Ash tightly, but no before she answered. Yes. I will love to come with you. That was where they felt the safest and didn't budge an inch for the rest of the moment in each other's arms. XXXXX. Now that Iris and Axu had joined the duo, it was time to go on the way to Striaton City for Ash's first gym badge. It turns out that the forest Ash was going to walk through was a lot farther than he was told off, a clearing that was big enough to have an entire hot spring resort built in. That will be a good place to stop after a long day of walking, but for our heroes, it will be more than a relaxing break there. But until then, Ash will train his Pokémon further and learn that his Pidove new Leer and Air Cutter, thus making it a diamond in the rough. So tell me, Iris. Ash said to get his new friend's attention, why do you want to become a Dragon Master? Iris took in a deep breath. I want to become a dragon master because where I come from that is the highest form of respect and the ultimate proof of dragon Pokémon mastery. I know someone of that rank and I admire him enough to become one myself. Ash smiled and nodded. It is nice to have a role model. Someone to look up to and to come to when you are stuck in life. Ash said and Iris nodded in affirmative. Their moment together in silence was broken when they heard a twig snap that caused Pikachu to get on edge. They were on their guard as the bushes started to move like something was passing through them and in the gang's direction. After a while they were able to see who it was, a Pokémon. It was very small, around Pikachu's size. It resembled an otter with a white head, freckles under its big open eyes, a round snout nose, 2 blue ears on each side, a scallop on its blue torso, white arms with no fingers, blue webbed feet and a blue tail. Ash took out his Pokédex. Oshawott, the sea otter Pokémon. Oshawott attacks and defends using the scallop that can be removed from its stomach. Ash nodded at this info and could see that this sea otter Pokémon was a very young and determined Pokémon. Still, that didn't answer the question to why it was doing out here. Were you following us? Ash said sternly and Oshawott took a step back and tried to defend its actions. Pikachu. Ash turned to his best buddy who hopped down and started to talk to Oshawott, leaving Iris confused. What is Pikachu doing? She asked and Ash smiled. During the time me and Pikachu had been together, we somehow were able to understand each other. And since that any Pokémon and talk to another, that is how I am able to figure out what other Pokémon are saying. Ash explained and Iris nodded while still confused but let it go since Ash didn't know about it either. Soon, Pikachu returned to Ash and spoke in his own tongue that Ash periodically nodded. Iris just couldn't stand the silence, the whispering and the fact that she was in the dark with Axu. So. Ash chuckled at how Iris looked, waving her arms and her face looked like she was caught in public without any clothes on or something. Well, Pikachu told me that Oshawott was following us. Much better than you were, Iris. Ash started with a playful tone that got the wild girl to blush in shame. He also watched my battle with the boy named Trip and when I caught Pidove. He was interested in being my Pokémon after a match with Pidove. Ash finished with Oshawott nodding at every single sentence. Oh. Iris had only that to speak for herself as she got somewhere safe and comfortable while she was at it. Ash moved a good distance as Pidove readied for its first battle as Ash's Pokémon. Oshawott decided to have the first move and removed its scallop that glowed with a blue energy. Ash determined the fact that Oshawott needed to make contact, the move was physical and thankfully Pidove had a move to counter that. Use Detect. Pidove had this gleam in its eyes and expertly dodged Oshawott's attacks. Soon the sea otter Pokémon was getting annoyed and took in a huge breath before unleashing a sturdy stream of water towards Pidove whose Detect had worn off. Air Cutter. Pidove heard it and flapped its wings strong enough to stir up razor-sharp blades of wind that covered a large area. Oshawott had no room to dodge so tried to use its scallop to deflect the blades of wind, a rather unorthodox method of defense but it was effective anyways. The sea otter Pokémon then gloated before charging in but surrounded by water. Leer. Ash yelled to Pidove did something given by the glint in its eyes but it wasn't Leer but Detect once again. Ash was wondering why Pidove disobeyed him when the tiny pigeon Pokémon moved in where Oshawott was the most vulnerable and stuck down on that spot with a glowing wing. It landed a critical hit on Oshawott and caused the sea otter Pokémon to land hard and out for the count. 1. Ash knew what Pidove actually was doing and he threw a spare Pokeball in the direction of the fallen water type. After shaking a few times, the Pokédex dinged for a successful capture. Ash picked up the ball, glad to have you around Oshawott. The trainer then welcomed Pidove to sit on his shoulder where Ash stroked its head. Pidove cooed in comfort at the touch, you are definitely an independent Pidove and there is never anything wrong with it. Can you promise me you will remember that? The tiny pigeon Pokémon nodded, glad that its trainer was able to understand its actions. Ash smiled and rescanned Pidove. This Pokémon knows Leer, Quick Attack, Detect, Steel Wing, Taunt, and Air Cutter. It also unlocked its egg move Night Slash. Ash nodded and Pidove pumped its chest in pride that was cute in Ash's eyes. The moment was broken when Iris landed from the tree. That was a great fight, Ash. I never knew that Oshawott, one of the starter types of Unova, could be so strong on its own. The wild dragon girl went on with excitement, and Ash and his Pokémon couldn't help but cold sweat at the situation they were dragged in. Ash decided the way to defuse this awkward moment by taking Oshawott's Pokeball and scanning it with the Pokédex. This Pokémon knows Water Gun, Razor Shell, Aqua Jet, Focus Energy, Fury Cutter, and Protect. It possessed the Egg Move Copycat but cannot use it yet. The Pokédex detailed, and Ash smiled at how much his new Pokémon knew. Oshawott probably wanted to be caught so badly, that it purposely held back to see if this trainer is what it was turning Ash to be. That is a lot of moves, Ash. Iris said on hearing that same type of info from the Kanto trainer's Pokédex. How do Pokémon remember them? Well, the deal is that any Pokémon can learn up to 13 moves. Any more and a move has to been forgotten. Ash explained, and Iris nodded before going on the path, but she heard Ash yell, "Stop!" But it was too late, and she and Axu fell into a pitfall that was cleverly disguised to blend in with the rest of the road. Iris. Grab on. Ash told Iris, and thankful for both of them, Ash had hit a growth spurt so his arms were long enough to reach for the wild girl, and the raven-haired trainer was able to pull Iris out before they noticed some snickering before a something emerged from the ground around where Ash was. XXXXX. It was like an infant crocodile with brown skin and two thick brown stripes that reached down to a pink underbelly with one at the tip of the tail. On each are a pair of brown legs with black claws. On the head were a black coloring covering the entire eyes like a pair of glasses. There was even a gray stripe on the bridge of the nose. Ash used his Pokédex to scan this new Pokémon. Sandile, the desert croc Pokémon. A dark membrane protects its eyes from the sun, and it buries itself in the sand with its eyes and nose sticking out. Ash nodded. It was obvious that it was a ground type. But there was more to this Pokémon. It was wearing sunglasses unlike the picture of it in the Pokédex. Before anyone could say a word, a boy appeared and cried, "You again." The Sandile with sunglasses turned and saw the boy before digging back into the ground. Ah! It got away again. The boy wailed, like he wanted to catch it. Is there something we should know between you and this Sandile? Ash spoke to break the silence, and the boy noticed the gang for once. Oh! The boy yelled in realization and then blushed in embarrassment. Sorry about that. I am Dan. The boy held out his hand for Ash to shake, and he did. That Sandile is always causing trouble, digging out pitfalls for travelers and fall in. It is bad for our business. Dan shined and Ash nodded. What kind of business? Dan smiled at Ash's curiosity. We run a hot spring resort, but when we breached a pocket of superheated water that we were going to use to improve our business, the Sandile came and chased away all the customers. Dan said dramatic, and Ash nodded. Do you mind if we help? Ash asked, and Dan and Iris were shocked. Ash was willing to forget about his first gym battle to help a stranger. Pikachu and I had traveled through 4 regions including our home Kanto. Things like these happen a lot, so we can't ignore another one. The said yellow rodent nodded and made the V signal that everything is going to be fine. Okay, but I don't know your names. Dan pointed out, and Ash nodded. I am Ash Ketchum from Pallet Town, here to challenge the Unova Championship. This Pikachu, my very first Pokémon and my best buddy. Pikachu. Pikachu waved friendly enough, and this Iris. She is traveling with me since she was born in this region, and she wants to become Dragon Master with her partner Axu. Hello. Axu EU. Nice to meet you all. The resort is this way. Dan pointed towards a direction, so Ash and Iris followed him until they came across indeed a hot spring. And it did look like it seen better days, to say most politely. I know it is not much, and we can't only blame that Sandile. Dan whined. You said this problem started after you found that pocket of hot water, right? Ash asked, and Dan nodded. and before that, the Sandile never caused you any trouble. Dan nodded again, then maybe he has a reason to keep people away ever since you found it. Sometimes, Pokémon can detect problems that we humans can't until it is too late. Ash said from his experience. Could that be it, Ash? Iris asked, maybe the Sandile just doesn't want anyone else to go near the hot springs anymore. Ash thought it over. That is always a possibility, Iris. But unless we look in deeper, we may never get the real story. Ash said before Dan decided he heard enough. That Sandile just wants to ruin our business. Dan yelled at the top of his voice. Hey Dan. You're back. A new voice arose in the air, one that recognized the whining boy, and it seemed to the same vice versa. Yeah. Hello Dad. Dan yelled at a much older man that had a clear family resemblance to him. Oh guests. Dan's father, who happened to be the owner of the hot springs, walked over Ash and Iris. Welcome to what is left our hot springs. We understand that a Sandile had been warning off customers with its pitfalls from your son. Ash said, and the owner nodded sadly. If this keeps up, I will have to close down. What are going to do? The man lamented before Ash answered. You are going to calm down and show me where you found that hot pocket of water. Ash said sternly, and the owner agreed before guiding the trainers only to find an entire colony of Sandile, and they looked like they were panicking while trying to cover something with their mud shots and mud sports. Hey, they are trying to bury our hot water. The owner yelled and tried to stop them when Ash held him back rather forcefully. They had been going at that for a while before we came. Something is wrong. Ash said in a foreboding tone that only Pikachu knew well enough to have the same feeling. And what will that be, Ash? Iris asked, but the said trainer didn't answer. Ash? Iris was getting scared when Ash walked over to the Sandile and talked to them via Pikachu, all before taking on a panicked look. Take cover. Ash yelled while turning away. This is not a pocket of hot water, it is a geyser about to erupt. They all were shocked, and before they could even move, the ground around the Sandile started to swell up and exploded. The force was enough to send anyone nearby by, Pokémon or human. While in midair, Ash gathered the Sandile and the other before quickly taking out a Pokeball. Torterra. We all need you. Out came was a massive Pokémon that should been enough for all the people that are falling above. The continent Pokémon too quickly saw the danger of the geyser and managed to catch everyone before Ash gave a command. Use Cotton Guard. Full body. Torterra covered its body with soft and fluffy cotton so it landed on the ground, safety for the passengers. Stop the water with Earthquake. The continent Pokémon readied itself and slammed its heavy legs on the ground, creating a massive crack that successfully drained the hot water. Nice going, Torterra, you really save our necks. Ash congratulated his ground type, who blushed under the praise from its trainer. That was amazing. I never met a Pokémon like this one before. Iris got all excited again, but not as much as she sees dragon types. That is because Torterra is not from Unova. It is the fully evolved form of Turtwig, the grass-type starter of Sinnoh. Ash explained, and as a result, Iris was more confused than excited. If it is fully evolved, why are you still taking it on your journey? Iris asked, and soon, everyone native to Unova wanted to know. Ash smiled, because when I first meet Torterra as a Turtwig, it fought by using its size and weight to an advantage since it was smaller than Pikachu. Now, he need more training to use his massive size and move around as one of the heaviest Pokémon in the world. They all nodded before getting back to the point, apologized to the Sandile. The hot spring owner went to the colony. I am sorry for all the trouble I caused you all. The Sandile just smiled and began to chatter in their own tongue that everyone turned to Ash. They accepted your apology and now wish to work with you. Ash translated and explained to the shocked audience, they can detect if there was any natural hot water to safely use or not. That will help your business and give a place for them. The owner thought it over and found the idea to be perfect. Come on. The man yelled suddenly, I have got to thank you kids for helping us. Ash and Iris just looked at each other before shrugging. It turned out that the owner was also thinking of explaining the services of the resort to include sand baths that will be successful since they are located near the hot water. As a reward, he let Ash and the gang enjoy one service for free, and they sure did have a good time, just lying around in the warm sand. Even Oshawott joined them after hearing about the free service. Soon, it was time to keep moving towards the next town. They waved goodbye and good luck for the resort, and the owners agreed to tell them about their place when they meet again in the future. Still, not one of them noticed that while the colony of Sandile had stayed at the resort, their former leader decided to see the world and join Ash once it became strong enough. XXXXX. Is that the town, Iris? Ash asked after their crazy time that ended with a new Pokémon for Ash and a rather pleasant sand bath for all. After that, Ash was able to figure out Oshawott's moves, and to his surprise, it had the hidden ability Shell Armor, which prevents any critical hits to inflict upon the user, a very helpful and rare ability especially in a starter Pokémon. Yes, it is Ash. Accumula Town, that is. It is also where the Battle Club is now taking place. Iris said, which got Ash curious. What is the Battle Club about? It is where trainers come together and fight against one and another until the winner is given a certain reward. Iris answered, and Ash smiled. Sounds like a way to test your battle skills and Pokémon. Ash said, I am getting excited from just thinking about it. Iris giggled at the sight. Ash may act and battle like a veteran trainer, but he still has the energy and personality of a teenager, not to mention appreciate. That was serious. When it was lunchtime, Ash did eat a lot, even more than the Pokémon, but at least he showed some table manners and ate quietly. Come on then. Iris yelled with enthusiasm as she ran down to the town, and Ash ran after her. They were just too excited to try out the Battle Club, they couldn't stand still. Still, it was not to be, as the Battle Club building was closed. Aw man. Iris whined, how could they close it? Ash looked at the piece of paper that was taped to the doors. Closed due to classified complications. Will open once solved. That is what it said, but Ash wasn't convinced. That sign said that something happened that is being hidden from the public out of fear of embarrassment. Ash was very crossed about that poor excuse to let trainers down. I know. I wasn't the one who put it there. A voice called Ash and Iris's attention, and they saw a middle-aged man wearing a black vest with red along the edging. He had black hair and a mustache in the shape of an upside-down V, and with toned muscles. My name is Don George. I am the battle manager of the Accumula Town. Ash. Ketchum, and this is my partner Pikachu. My name is Iris, and this is Axu. Hello to all. I am sorry that you had to come with such excitement, but robberies had caused it to close. Don George said, and that caught the attention of the trainers. What were stolen? Just Pokémon supplies, but if we can't heal the Pokémon of the trainers that come to battle, we can't have the Battle Club open. Ash nodded. Trainers who lose will always have to get their Pokémon healed, and it will be convenient to do it at the Battle Club building. Did you get a glimpse of the thief on surveillance? Ash asked, and Don George shook his head. Just lately did I get them installed, and since the robberies happen after the Battle Club closing hours, I plan on catching the thief. Don George said. We have the time to help you, sir. Ash said, and by now, Iris and Axu should be used to having to help strangers on the way to gym battles. Later that night, they were in a surveillance room built into the Battle Club building, watching a camera that showed the room where the Pokémon supplies were stored. After a while, they saw the shape of a Pokémon moving towards the boxes of Pokémon food. Ash tried to make out the shadow before moving all of a sudden. He then made it to a dark side of the building, where a Pokémon carrying some of the stolen food exited via loose air. Acting silently, Ash snuck up on the Pokémon before he grabbed it and moved its struggling form into the moonlight. It revealed that the Pokémon resembled a pig with orange skin, black coloring above the eyes, up the ears and around the waist. The tail had a red ball on the end, its feet were also black in color, and a red snout with yellow shade between the eyes from the forehead. Tepig. Pig. Pig! Pig! It started to cry since it knew that it was caught. Ash just took out his Pokédex and scanned this wailing pig-like Pokémon. Tepig, the fire pig Pokémon. Normally, fire shoots out of Tepig's snout, but it shoots out smoke instead when it is feeling ill. Ash scowled that the picture of Tepig in the Pokédex was a lot more healthy and plump while the one in his hands is like skin and bones, it was malnourished and starving. That makes no sense for a wild Pokémon since they can find food without trouble or having to steal. Ash. The said trainer saw Iris with Pikachu, Axu, and Don George approaching him with worried expressions, but before they can say another word, Ash saw something and yelled. Pikachu! Iron-tail directly above you. The yellow rodent couldn't see what its trainer did but obeyed anyways. It did hit something with its shining tail. In the rubble, it came out even more angry, but with the moon shining on it, it was revealed to be yet another Pokémon. The Pokémon resembled a jackal that walked on two hind legs and more specially, its toes. It had blue fur and back coloring at the chest, legs and ears while having some around its red eyes like a masked fighter. Around its neck was a golden ring. On his arms were rounded bumps around the back of its forepaws. It seemed to be a fighting-type Pokémon. It's a Riolu. Ash yelled, this time he knew what Pokémon he was looking at. He still took out his Pokédex for those who don't know about this fighting type. Riolu, the emanation Pokémon. When sad or scared, Riolu's aura becomes stronger as a way of signaling its allies. The Riolu didn't care what the humans were all thinking of it, its eyes were on something else. It attacked Ash as he was still holding the thin and scared Tepig, but the Riolu missed when Ash released Tepig and dodged. Riolu got back on its feet while Tepig raced behind it. That told Ash loads of what is going on. When he saw that Iris was about to command something since Axu was on its guard too, Ash moved his arm to block her. But Ash. Iris started, but she had seen that expression of sternness on the Kanto trainer's face. Ash just went over to the two Pokémon. Riolu was pushing Tepig away while the latter tried to get closer to the former. You are a great Pokémon, Riolu. Ash said with a smile which caused confusion to all, human or Pokémon. You saw that Tepig was abandoned but no one else wanted to help him, so you tried to get it some food while protecting it from other trainers. Right? Riolu was shocked that a human figured all that out and nodded in its head. I understand that. I have two Pokémon that have to suffer the same thing, they are fire types as well. Riolu wanted to know if what it was hearing was true. It concentrated its energy and delved into Ash's mind and saw something that sparked a memory. Riolu then smiled and hugged Ash, who hugged it back. Everyone was still in the dark, and I didn't mean because of shadows. One instance, Riolu was attacking Ash and now it was hugging him. You knew the Riolu that lived in Sinnoh, did you? That caused some insight in Pikachu, who went over to the Riolu and started to talk in its Pokémon speech about something. Ash then picked up Tepig and Riolu before facing the others. We a lot to talk about, so let's get inside. Iris and Don George just nodded dumbly before following Ash to the Pokémon Center where Tepig and Riolu were treated and washed since they were covered in dirt. XXXXX. Now that was an adventure to remember, a pity that the Battle Club had to be closed down and that Ash couldn't wait for it to open up again. Who would have thought that the Riolu was a sister to the one that Ash helped in Sinnoh and somehow ended up in Unova, a place that those native to Sinnoh didn't know about until recently. But at least Ash caught 3 new Pokémon, still it is going to get pretty crowded with 10 Pokémon on hand. So how come you switched out Torterra, Ash? Iris asked as they traveled along. You could win your badge on him alone. That is how strong he is. Iris added while Ash chuckled. Yes, Torterra is powerful, his might is only rivaled by his nobility. Ash answered, he will never set a poor example by making other Pokémon and their trainers feel like they can worth to anything, not even their first gym battle. That very deep in thought, especially for Iris. Ash. Iris thought as she watched the experienced trainer walked past her, she somehow felt like she in good hands. Like she can always count on Ash to guide her the right way to achieve her dream. She then felt hot on the cheeks and warm in the heart as she sorted out those such thoughts about her new friend. "Hey!" Ash yelled. That broke Iris's thoughts, the light at the end of the tunnel. Ash was right, the woods were ending and the trail had a doorway that had bright light covering it. They all entered the light and saw the sun once more, and more than that, an entire city just down the hill. "You said that after Accumula Town is the Striaton city with its Pokémon gym, right?" Ash looked at Iris, who nodded. "What Pokémon type do they specialize in?" Ash asked for preparation, but Iris just smiled. "You will find out," she said with an expression that wrote as, not giving in. So Ash and Pikachu gave up on trying. "So what Pokémon did you switch with Torterra?" Iris asked for a hint but had the same smirk as she had before. "You will find out." Even the same words were used against her, and Iris felt like it was Ash's way of giving even with the increased suspense. They just went on and into the city, where they found the Pokémon Center, where they asked where the gym is. After they got instructions from the nurse Joy that worked there, Ash and the gang found the gym to be a restaurant. "How are we ever going to find the gym leaders?" Ash asked out loud before. "That's us." This voice sounded like three were going off at once, in perfect unison. Ash and Iris turned to see three young men with the hair colors, red, blue, and green. "My name is Chili." The red one with the flame red hairstyle yelled. "My name is Cress." The one with the swaying blue hairstyle said. "And my name is Sillin." The one with the herb green hairstyle said in a neutral tone. "We are the Striaton City Gym leaders." They all said at once. "And my name is Ash, and I wish to challenge your gym for my first gym badge," Ash said, and they all nodded before directing Ash and Iris down a hallway in the back. XXXXX. Later, in another part of the building. The battle between challenger Ash Ketchum from Pallet Town and the Striaton City leaders is about to come underway. The referee announced once the fan club settled on one side and Iris on the other. Each of the three gym leaders will use only one Pokémon, while the challenger can use only three. Only the challenger is allowed to switch Pokémon, and all the challenger needs is 2 victories to win. Do all trainers agree to these conditions? Yes. Of course. Agreed. The three gym leaders said in unison that the fangirls squealed at, which was only annoying to Iris, Axu, and Pikachu, who stayed with Iris since Ash already decided, for the sake of his Pokémon who need the training the most, that the yellow rodent will wait on this for once. "I do," Ash said calmly. "Then gym leader Chili may start first." The referee begun, and the said brother with wild red hair stepped onto the leader side of the field while Ash remained on the challenger side. Battle began. "Pansear, show us your battle spirit." Chili threw a Pokeball, and out came was a monkey-looking Pokémon with red fur around its eyes, mouth and upper torso. On top of its head was a hairstyle in the shape of a flame. At the end of its tail was a spade shape. Its eye say that is confident in its power. Ash took out his Pokédex. Pansear, the high-temp Pokémon. Pansear lives in caves near volcanoes. The temperature on the tuft on its head can reach 600 degrees when it's angry. Ash smiled. He knew the Pokémon who will want this battle, Bayleaf. "I need you." Ash threw a Pokeball, and out came was the leaf Pokémon from Johto. The dinosaur-like grass type stood magnificently for all those who are watching, with her light green fur, red eyes, green plant growths around her neck, and the oversized leaf on top of her head. Leaf. Leaf. Bayleaf still hold affection towards her trainer, but she trained herself so that never gets in the way of her battles and let Ash down like in the past. "I know, girl. We are having our first gym battle in the Unova region. Just remember what we went over in Kanto," Ash said gently and supporting, like a parent seeing his child off to a big event. Bayleaf just nodded and turned all her focus to the fire monkey that is facing her. In the stands, the audience was enjoying the sight of such a beautiful Pokémon face the gym leader while questioning the reasoning of the challenger by placing his Pokémon at an oblivious type disadvantage. Iris was no different. Why use a grass type against a fire type? Pansear has the advantage and Iris then had an insight to what Ash said before challenging the gym that other than his Unova catches, all of his Pokémon are much more powerful to be used in a gym battle that trainers challenge when they just start their journeys. Well, I guess it is fair, but I sure hope that Ash knows what he is doing. Axu, Pikachu, and Tepig all nodded to those words. Back in the field, Ash allowed Chili to make the first move. We will start off easy since we are a type advantage. Chili said, Pansear. Move in with Tackle and use Lick when you get close enough. Wait for it. Ash said as Bayleaf readied herself, use Headbutt. Bayleaf. The leaf Pokémon charged and struck Pansear just before it can use Lick, sending the high-temp Pokémon back towards its trainer with some damage. Now use Sweet Scent. Ash yelled and Bayleaf opened the leaves that grew around her neck that scattered a cloud of a rather good-smelling aroma. Everyone in the crowds could smell it too, and it was smoothing and sweet like the name of the move suggested. That is some power your grass-type Pokémon has. Chili said with clear excitement before he got confident again, and it clearly rubbed off on Pansear, who got on its feet with a smirk that it was still in business. But it is still at a disadvantage. Pansear, use Flamethrower. Pansear. The high-temp Pokémon jumped around before taking in a deep breath and extinguished a scorching stream of flame. Still, Bayleaf wasn't even scared, and neither was Ash. A special attack. From this distance. No trouble, Bayleaf use Mirror Coat. Ash commanded, and while Bayleaf nodded in understanding, the ones in the audience were confused by the name of the move that Ash told his grass type to use. They got their answer when the leaf Pokémon started to glow with lights and was surrounded with some substance that was clear and yet distorted with glimmers and sparks. When that flamethrower reached Bayleaf, it halted before rocketing even faster back at Pansear. Pansear. That was all Chili was able to say as the high-temp Pokémon was hit by its own attack, only faster and stronger. It did real damage like the headbutt. Now Sunny Day. Ash calmly commanded, and Bayleaf quickly obeyed and caused the sun rays to intensify and heat up the place. Sweet Scent once more. The leaf Pokémon unleashed its rather attractive aroma again, filling up the arena with it. You are quite the interesting trainer, Ash. Chili said, unlike the rest of the trainers that come to challenge us, so I won't underestimate you anymore. Ash smiled. That is the clear sigh. Things will get interesting in this match. Pansear, use Dig. The fire-type monkey started to its hands to dwell underground. Who knows where it is? Ash wasn't going to give in. Bayleaf, use Swords Dance. Bayleaf nodded and danced in a way that it increased her fighting spirit and strengthened the leaf Pokémon's attack power. Now use Echoed Voice beneath you. That was a rather usual command, and Bayleaf did it anyways. The leaf Pokémon cried loudly repeatedly into the field she was standing on that caused the ground to shake and shatter. That was what Ash wanted to do, force Pansear out of the ground. And it worked, as the high-temp Pokémon had to emerge to escape the worst of the attack that still knocked it into the air above. Sweet Scent one more time. Ash yelled, and Bayleaf expelled more of her flowery good aroma that Pansear was caught up in. Use Solar Beam now. Ash yelled, and Bayleaf focused her grass energy with the help of the enhanced solar rays that cut the time into half. She partially was able to fire it the second after she started charging. Use Flamethrower. Chili tried to have Pansear cancel out that solar beam, since the move Sunny Day also enhances the power of fire-type attacks. And it actually worked in the gym leader's favor and even created a thick cloud of smoke to conceal Pansear's movements. Use Dig again and used Fire Punch when you get close. For once in his career, Chili whispered into his Pokémon's ears, who obeyed without question. When Pansear sensed it got close to Bayleaf, it emerged with its fist covered in flames. But that unbreakable smirk made the high-temp Pokémon uneasy in midair. Reflect. Ash yelled in the blue, and Bayleaf unleashed a dome of greenish energy that deflected the Fire Punch before it could hit the leaf Pokémon, causing Pansear to fall to the ground hard. Stone Edge. 2. Ash commanded much to the shock of the gym leaders as Bayleaf actually summoned a storm of sharpened rocks that rained down on Pansear, knocking it out for good. Ash just smiled at the startled and confused faces that stared at his Bayleaf. He could just remember when that happened to him, but there was no time to daydream. Pansear is unable to battle. The referee announced, Bayleaf wins and the winner of the match is Ash Ketchum from Pallet Town. He will now face gym leader Cress. The audience cheered for the good show. Chili recalled Pansear and walked to his brothers dejected about losing a match to a type disadvantage, and they all comforted him before the one with the calm blue hair stepped onto the field to face Ash, who recalled Bayleaf. It surprised everyone that he will take back a Pokémon that could have easily won the trainer the entire 3 matches. Ash smiled and spoke like he read their minds. Gym battles is not about wherever or not you win while using one of your Pokémon. There are to test trainers, to show just how skilled other trainers are either on journey or in the championship. That will just be a bad example for future trainers. Ash explained, and everyone saw the righteous modesty in the tone. Ahem. The referee had to diffuse the feeling in the air after the challenger's speech. If both trainers are ready to battle, then we will get underway. Ash and Cress all nodded, since it is oblivious that they all share the same calmness. Battle began. Panpour. Soak us with your grace. Cress proclaimed and released a Pokémon similar to Pansear but with blue fur. The tail had a clover shape at the end and the color difference at the torso is reversed. Ash still took out his Pokédex. Panpour, the spray Pokémon. Panpour lived in forests long ago, but developed a body that makes it easy to live near water. It can store water in the tufts on its head. Gibble. I need you. Ash then took out another Pokeball and opened it to reveal the same gray land shark Pokémon from Sinnoh. It wowed the crowds with its toughness mixed with cuteness, especially Iris, who was in heaven looking at that little dragon type. Cress was impressed because he could see from a glance that this dragon-type Pokémon in its best condition. But since you are its trainer, I am not surprised. Ash had the tendency to blush and tried not to hide it. It was actually quite weak compared to when Iris said such words to him. Panpour. Cress got his Pokémon's attention. Chili had the type advantage and still lost. We can't underestimate the challenger or any of his Pokémon. Panpour nodded. Scratch. The spray Pokémon charged at Gibble with its hands glowing. Bite. Ash commanded calmly, and before Panpour could even touch Gibble with its scratch attack, the land shark Pokémon opened its large jaw and chomped it shut in the water monkey's hand. That caused great pain for Panpour. Dragon Pulse. Panpour barely had any time to escape Gibble once at the mouth released his hand and was hit by that strong dragon-type move. Panpour. Cress yelled. That was out of the calm and in-control character that Cress seemed to have. The water monkey Pokémon was sent flying until it landed hard and in front of its trainer before struggling to get back on its feet. Can you still fight? Cress asked concernedly, and Panpour bore through the pain and made a smile that assured Cress that the fight wasn't over. Cress smiled. Well, it seems that holding back is out of the question. Let's go all out, Panpour, double team. Panpour nodded and began to move so fast that it seemed to have multiplied. Once the many copies of the spray Pokémon had surrounded Gibble, Cress made his next move. All of you use water gun. Panpour and its copies then shot a super-fast stream that landed a direct hit on Gibble. There is no way that your Pokémon can keep standing through that. I am sorry, Ash. Cress acted sympathetic, but Ash just smirked. Yeah, and I am sorry too. Ash answered with hidden sarcastic that revealed itself. For doing this. Use Sandstorm. Ash commanded, and Gibble appeared out of the smoke caused by the numerous water guns, to sue wind to pick up the dirt and rocks to create a tornado filled with it. The army of Panpour was hit by the sandstorm and the illusions were destroyed, leaving the real thing to be caught in the dirty wind. Now use Takedown. Gibble had manipulated the sandstorm to lower down Panpour enough to successfully use Takedown and cause heavy damage. But Cress was completely shocked and speechless. That combo of double team and water gun never failed. Let me share something that you should have known about dragon types but your reaction prove otherwise. Ash said in usual battle tone. The reason that dragon types were considered the strongest is because it was resisted to the 3 starter Pokémon typing with the addition of electric, that is fire, grass, electric and water. Ash put emphasis on those last 2 words, when we try to get our point across. So the water type attack did it much damage to a steel type or a poison type, no advantage or disadvantage. Cress understood, he had been saying the whole time that he would fight seriously but he had been outwitted 2 times already. He wanted to fight real and with Panpour hurt, Cress could go out with a bang. Panpour. The water monkey tried to get up again but the takedown did a real hit and that yell didn't help. We are going to really give our all. Double team. Panpour struggled but bared with the pain and made copies of himself once more, now mud sport. Panpour had danced in the mud of the destroyed arena, blinding Gible. Use scratch now. The copies of the Panpour had started attacking the blind Gible repeatedly. Water gun and don't stop. The Panpours then bombarded Gible with streams of water non-stop. Gible was finally sent towards Ash who had been standing there not moving despite the trashing of his Pokémon in front of him. Panpour would have continued but it was almost out of juice and had to stop its double team. Ash then saw Cress with a frantic expression on its face, like he believes that he got Gible after being humiliated over and over. If only that fool knew, then Cress would have seen that Gible got up and started to glow brightly. 3. In the stands, Iris was watching all the action and strategy that Ash had been showing against Cress and now, what is going on? I didn't know that Pokémon glow like that. Pikachu was able to tell Axew and Tepig that it was merely the Pokémon evolution stage. In the arena, Cress and Panpour were shocked that Ash's Gible was evolving. Once the light dimmed, in the place of the small Gible was a much taller and broader Pokémon. The arms were much longer and had fins on the foreparts that had a single claw at the end of each one. The tail was larger with 3 additional fins. The head got smoother and there was a huge fin on the back. Its chest had a long streak of red until it ended at the supposed waist. The legs had spikes and the feet gained 3-pronged claws. Ash smiled at how his new Pokémon looked over itself with new energy. Gible had been training hard and had been holding on its evolution until it fights in a gym battles. Ash took out his Pokédex. Gabite, the cave Pokémon. Gabite goes wild for precious jewels, first digging them up and then stashing them in its nest. Okay, Gabite. Ash said proudly as the newly cave Pokémon smiled at him, use slash. Gabite readied itself and one of its new claws shined brightly as the cave Pokémon raced towards the exhausted Panpour. Dodge it Panpour. Cress yelled desperately but it was for vain. The water monkey was in shock at the whole thing and couldn't move its tired and broken body until Gabite stuck it with one last swipe. The spray Pokémon never stood a chance and it only had itself and its trainer to blame. Panpour is unable to battle. Gabite wins and the winner of the second match is Ash Ketchum. The referee announced and it was getting pretty oblivious who was going to win against the gym leaders. Will the final gym leader please take the stands? After the confident Chili and calm Cress came the collected Sillin. Battle begin. Panzage. Welcome us to your delicious excitement. Out came yet another monkey-like Pokémon with green fur, this time with a straight line separating the different color fur at the middle of the torso. On top of its head was a broccoli-like sprout while the tail was all green with 2 diamond shapes at the end. Ash scanned it with his Pokédex. Panzage, the grass monkey Pokémon. Panzage offers leaves on its head to Pokémon that have low energy. The leaves relieve stress. Ash knew, from the moment the Pokédex had finished scanning, that he had the right Pokémon for this battle. Riolu. I need you. The determined emanation Pokémon appeared on the field and once it set its eyes on Sillin's Panzage, it knew that it had a battle to fight. Okay Riolu, this is your first fight so let's use those powers of yours and show everyone what you can do. The jackal-like Pokémon nodded. Well. You have such a beautiful Pokémon. Like a perfected Caesar salad. Scylla spoke in that strange tone of comparing cooking to trivial things. Let's start things off with bullet seed. Pansage inhaled some seeds from its head and spitted them out fast enough to mimic projectiles. Double team. Riolu started to move like the Panpour in the previous match and made illusion copies of itself. The bullet seed only went through the copies rather than the original, so that was how effective double team was. Now use quick attack. The many copies then charged at Pansage, who couldn't find the real Riolu. Please stay by Pansage. Scylla requested, now. The one on the closest right. Use bite. Pansage tried that one and actually chomped its jaws on the solid Riolu, who flinched with the pain. But Ash wasn't worried because when Scylla shouted, quickly use bullet seed Pansage. Force palm. Riolu collected itself, and when Pansage released its arm to use its bullet seed, the emanation Pokémon swiftly charged up its hand and struck Pansage with much force that caused the grass monkey Pokémon to shake in paralysis. Get ready with bulk up. Riolu then tensed its muscles to thick, increasing its defense and attack power. Meanwhile, Pansage was in a pickle as it tried to use a red berry with a green twisted stem. After some struggling, Pansage ate the berry and was freed from paralysis. 4. Great going Pansage. Scylla said while Ash just smirked, as well as Riolu, that it wasn't going to be a boring match after all. What was that berry? Iris asked while Pikachu explained to Tepig and Axu that it was a sherry berry that cures paralysis. Back in the stands, Riolu finished with bulk up and readied itself for Pansage's next move. Use bullet seed once more. Pansage shoot seeds again at Riolu. Dodge with quick attack. Riolu moved out of the way and each fast-moving seed missed Riolu. Now, while Sunny Day is still in effect. Use Solar Beam. Ash was surprised that Pansage could use Solar Beam but smiled that his own plan was working. Pansage had stored grass energy and shoot a large beam of light with the help of the sun. While Riolu was still using quick attack. Now use double team. Riolu, who was already moving fast, had vanished just before the solar beam could hit the emanation Pokémon. I learned to do that from Hoenn and used it in Kanto. Ash smirked that his brilliant strategy worked again. Riolu. Use copycat. Scylla gasped as he now knew Ash's plan and he fell for it. Riolu then glowed green and shot the same beam of light that hit Pansage hard, creating a thick cloud of smoke. Now use Foresight, then finish off with Force Palm. Riolu's eyes glowed bright and saw Pansage in the smoke, allowing Riolu to run with a supercharged hand. Pansage dodge it. Pansage managed to get back up and move to the side, but Riolu didn't miss. It just turned on its leading leg and turned around to hit the grass monkey Pokémon truthfully. That was enough to knock Pansage out and end the match. Pansage is unable to battle. Riolu wins, and the winner of the Striaton gym battle is Ash Ketchum from Pallet Town. Silence reigned over the battle arena before everyone started to cheer for the foreign trainer, who raised his arms silently in victory. Riolu, on the other hand, was jumping in joy and dove into its trainer's hand. Ash then noticed that the three brothers, including Scylla, went over to him. The grass-type trainer then showed a badge shaped like a bow tie, similar to those worn by the Striaton gym leaders. It may also bear a resemblance to an open pea pod, which contains two large peas, one green and one blue, with a smaller red pea at the center. Congratulations, Ash, you have beat all of us in a manner that all trainers look up to. You will definitely win the Unova championship. Ash smiled and nodded. This is the trio badge. Proof that you have won against the Striaton gym. Thank you. Ash said as he took the badge and placed it in a badge case that he had received from Professor Juniper. For the support, for the badge, and most importantly a great battle. Ash spoke in a mature tone that the three brothers smiled at as they watched Ash being greeted by Iris and the three Pokémon keeping her company run to congratulate Ash as well. But Scylla looked at Ash with a look of much more value than that. XXXXX. Later. Those were amazing battles, Ash. Iris was like a kid high on sweets as she jumped around the said trainer as they left the Pokémon Center. She wasn't lying, everyone enjoyed that gym battle and Ash had received his first Unova gym badge. Only 7 more to go and Ash can enter the Unova Championship. Why thank you Iris. I enjoyed that battle too. Ash said calmly, to be honest I never even thought a Pokémon gym can have a system like that. Well welcome to Unova Ash. Iris giggled and Ash smiled while Pikachu was getting restless. What else does the Unova region have in store? It gets you excited just thinking about it. Hey! Wait up! The gang halted when they heard a familiar voice and turned to see a familiar face with a waiter's uniform and green hair in the shape of a garden herb. Oh good. I thought I'll never catch up with you. Sillin. What you doing here? Ash asked. Yeah. You are a gym leader. Iris added and Axu and Pikachu nodded in their own Pokémon tongue. Cress and Chili can handle the gym. Sillin assured the 2 trainers and Pokémon but that didn't answer why the green-haired trainer was out here. I, on the other hand, have a dream. And what is that dream? Ash asked while Iris decided to be silent this time, not to interrupt. I dream of becoming a full-rank Pokémon connoisseur. Sillin proclaimed loud and proud. Ash didn't want to be blunt with Sillin, I am afraid I never heard of such a thing. Not outside the Unova region. The green-haired trainer actually nodded in understanding. I understand. The concept is actually born here and hasn't been introduced to any other region yet. Sillin said, a Pokémon connoisseur's job is to analyze Pokémon, based on their skill, their health and their connection to their trainer. In Unova, many trainers come to high-rank connoisseurs for advice or an analysis on how they're getting to their Pokémon. Ash nodded, interesting. But you still haven't told us why you are telling this. If you want to come with us, you could have just asked. Later, with a new member to the group. Ash and the gang continued on to his next gym battle. But even if they ran the whole way, they still couldn't make it before nightfall. Soon enough, it got dark and they had to settle down for the night. Sillin made dinner on portable tables, heavens knows how he managed to store it all in his small backpack, Ash can't even figure it out. It was still delicious with Iris saying that it was the next best thing she had ever tasted. To prove this, Ash cooked some of his own food using the lessons he received from Brooke for Sillin to try out and the connoisseur nearly fainted from the goodness. 5. The Pokémon loved the food too, including the more recent captures after Shelgon. Now it was time for bed. Iris slept with Axu in a nearby tree like she grew up doing while Sillin and Ash slept in tents. Still Iris felt cold, even with a spare blanket that Ash had given her when he was worried about her catching a cold, to which she stubbornly denied but accepted the blanket anyways for Axu. The wild girl felt a little guilty as she had a boy her age worried about her and she only replayed that concern with such dejection. Iris gathered her courage, jumped to the ground and headed towards Ash's tent. Inside, she was speechless while watching Ash silently snoring while looking so peaceful and adorable in his sleep despite his age. Iris blushed at how cute it was and how cute Ash looked, sleeping without a care in the world. She was in it so much that she didn't feel the wind rattled the doors of the tent, waking Ash up a little. Iris? Are you having trouble sleeping? Ash gurgling asked before yawning, which only made him look cuter in the wild girl's eyes, but she soon answered with a nod, awaiting Ash to scold her and make fun of her, but that never came. Ash just reached for his pack and took out a second portable mattress and laid it next to his own. Iris just smiled and fell on top with the same blanket covering her. Good night, Iris. Ash said in whisper before drifting back to dream world. Ash. Iris said as she couldn't stop staring at the boy. She turned to see if anyone was looking. When the coast was declared clear, Iris sneaked into Ash's mattress and snuggled in his arms without the boy seemingly without noticing. Good night and thank you. Iris said as she took in Ash's warmth and fell asleep while the boy's arms embraced her. End of Chapter 3. Previously on Journey to Improve, Conquest of Unova. Iris? Are you having trouble sleeping? Ash gurgling asked before yawning, which only made him look cuter in the wild girl's eyes, but she soon answered with a nod, awaiting Ash to scold her and make fun of her, but that never came. Ash just reached for his pack and took out a second portable mattress and laid it next to his own. Iris just smiled and fell on top with the same blanket covering her. "Good night, Iris," Ash said in whisper before drifting back to Dream World. "Ash," Iris said as she couldn't stop staring at the boy. She turned to see if anyone was looking. When the coast was declared clear, Iris sneaked into Ash's mattress and snuggled in his arms without the boy seemingly not noticing. "Good night and thank you," Iris said as she took in Ash's warmth and fell asleep while the boy's arms embraced her. Iris was having the most pleasant of dreams. She was in some place that was filled with dragon-type Pokémon, and they all saw her as their queen, since the parents bowed and the children will wave friendly towards her about how wonderful the day is. Then they started to call for the arrival of their king. Iris wanted to know who her king was since she was the queen. To her surprise, a Haxorus was walking down the road towards Iris, and it seemed to be accompanying Ash. He was the most handsome man Iris had ever seen, with its night sky black hair that was wild and free like ravens. Judging from his face were toned and refined muscles that left Iris with much to imagine, since his entire body was covered in a regal dress like medieval kings were to show off their wealth and place in society. "Come on, Iris, my queen. We are going to spend some time outside that stuffy old castle," Ash said in a voice that was heavenly, like a god. Iris could just nod dumbly and took Ash's offered arm as the king guided her to the most beautiful view in this kingdom. Iris then spotted a puddle, and in its reflection of her was a lovely woman with her tan and eyes as well as her hair, but in a more complicated style. Iris just wanted to stare at the reflection, but then Ash gently pulled Iris away and she saw the same reflection bouncing of his eyes. She now felt safe and happy in Ash's arms, like they were a happy couple. That is what Iris seems to want under her dream of being a dragon master. She and Ash seemed so much in common that she wants to become even more like Ash and closer to him. But all dreams must end, and soon the dream vanished when the sun pecked through a gap in the tent that Iris was sleeping in, causing her to wake up. Iris looked around and wondered why she was in a tent before she remembered that she was wanted to sleep with Ash, hoping it was better than freezing outside. She blushed as she remembered that she actually slept directly with Ash in the same mattress, especially when the said trainer covered with his arms, which felt warm to her. Iris forgot all about that when she panicked. She had no idea how long she slept in. When Iris got out of bed in a hurry, Axu was disturbed from its own nap. Axu. Iris was just glad that Axu was very friendly even in the morning. "Sorry about that, Axu," Iris said as she gently pushed the tent doors aside, only to shield her eyes from the sun as she gotten used to the sunshine. Once she did, Iris saw that Scylla was packing up while Ash was drawing in his sketchpad. The latter was the first one to notice. "Hello, Iris, I hope you slept well," Ash said, and Scylla as well as Pikachu turned and smiled at her. "Good morning, guys, sorry if I missed breakfast," Iris said in a sheepish tone combined with a similar expression. Yet she noticed that the guys were looking at each other, like they have something they don't know how to tell her. "What?" "Iris," Ash decided to speak, "you might not notice, but we just finished lunch. Here comes the hurricane." "What?" Iris yelled in disbelief and then noticed that the sun was at the highest peak of the day. She then heard her stomach growl, "No wonder I am hungry. If that is the case, then I am glad I listened to Ash," Scylla said strangely, and when Iris turned to him, she saw that there were still some food left. She just licked her lips and dove into the plates of food. "Now that is hungry." After Iris cleaned her lips of any food mess, she noticed that everyone was staring at her with looks of disbelief. They never saw her this hungry in the short time they knew her. "Thanks, Ash, for saving me some." Iris blushed in embarrassment and Ash nodded, "But still, why didn't you wake me up when it was time to eat? You looked too peaceful when you sleep, and in my weakest moment, I couldn't bear waking you up from such a good dream," Ash said in a tone that sounded a lot like the Dragon King Ash in her dream, so she just blushed deeper. "Well, thank you, again," Iris muttered, so what else did I miss? Well, for one thing, Ash trained his wonderful Pokémon and one of them evolved. Scylla said with excitement, and that made Iris curious. Which one? Instead of words, Ash just put down his pencil and took out a Pokeball to release a Pokémon that Iris didn't recognize. It was about half her height with blue scales that had yellow coloring of the lower jaw and around the lower torso. Its legs and arms were stubby and the fingers and toes were short. On top of its head that had a sturdy muzzle was a large red spike with a smaller one on the back along with another standing on the top of its tail. Its red eyes had black coloring around its eye sockets. Coco. The Pokémon didn't recognize Iris, but it then smiled. Its trainer sent on her, so it smiled and waved friendly. Coconut. Hello. Iris didn't know what was up with Coconut before Scylla said. Ash told me that Coconut can tell the difference in scents, and when he smells a girl that has Ash's scent on, he believes that you are Ash's girlfriend. Iris was completely red around the face, not even having the strength to protest. She instead wanted to change the subject, and she finally noticed that Ash never looked away from his sketchpad. So Iris walked over to see what Ash was drawing, and she was amazed. That is pretty good. Ash. Iris said at the picture that had so much precise detail that it seemed alive. Thanks, Iris. Ash said as he went on with the drawing until he put down his pencil with a smile on his face. Hey Axu. I am all done. Ash yelled towards his tent, and the Tusk Pokémon must have heard because it came racing towards Ash, who showed his picture. It was of a dinosaur-like Pokémon with heavy scales that overlapped on the neck and with huge tusks that grew horizontal in relation its jaw. Its claws were as small of most Pokémon including Axu's, while its feet were big with sharp talons. Axu. Axu seemed excited to see Ash's drawing, and Iris seemed to have figured out why. That is Haxorus, Axu's fully evolved form. Iris yelled, you wanted to show Axu what it can become. That is right, Iris. Axu seemed to have dreams much bigger than he is, but that is not a bad thing because we all do. Ash said, and everyone around that heard him nodded. Iris just felt warm in her heart again. Ash was making her Pokémon happy, and just by seeing them like that Iris feels just the same. Maybe I am falling for Ash. But how will that affect my training in my dream? Iris thought as she helped pack up, since she didn't hold them up by sleeping in. XXXXX. Later on the road, the day seemed to go smoothly until... Hey! Look over there. Iris pointed out, and when Ash and Scylla looked into that direction, they saw something in a vast grass field. It poked its eyes out of a few openings between the grass stems and disappeared before anyone could get a glimpse of it before it jumped into the sunlight. It is a Snivy. Pikachu. Ash said, and Pikachu nodded. Ash didn't even need to use his Pokédex since he still remembered what it said during his fight with Trip before, but why is a starter Pokémon doing in the wild? Oshawott only followed us, and Tepig once had a trainer before me. Maybe it ran away. It didn't want to be a starting Pokémon anymore. Scylla theorized. Either way, you barely even met a starter Pokémon in the wild. Otherwise, they are in a secret place where they are bred to be given to new trainers. Ash said, and before anyone could ask, I learned that in the Hoenn region. Ash's friends nodded, accepting that as their answer. Then the Kanto trainer took out a Pokeball. Oshawott, we need you. Out came was the same sea otter Pokémon from the road along the hot spring resort. Osha. Oshawott. Oshawott jumped in joy that its trainer chose it. We have a Pokémon to catch, Oshawott. Are you up for it? The sea otter Pokémon nodded at Ash's words. Start off with water gun. Oshawott took aim while following the Snivy in the grass, then it shot a high stream of water where Snivy was about to land, and the wild grass snake Pokémon was sent into the air. Follow with Aqua Jet and then use Fury Cutter. Ash commanded, and Oshawott covered itself with water that allowed it to catch up with the airborne Snivy for the sea otter Pokémon to use its Scallop to deal real damage to the grass type. Yet Snivy wasn't out of it yet and started to wink, which caused hearts to form. They then surrounded Oshawott and the water type had hearts for eyes. Ash gasped, that was Attract. Iris didn't know what Attract did, so Sylvan verified that it was a normal type move that if used on a target of the opposite gender to that of the user, then the target will be immobilized and unable to attack. The wild girl then realized that since Oshawott was a water type and Snivy is a wild grass type, Ash may be in trouble since he didn't have any female Pokémon on his team verified. They were all home including Bayleaf since Ash sent her back after the gym battle at the Striaton City Pokémon Gym. Ash took in a deep breath as he was afraid that something like this was going to happen sooner or later. Luckily he came up with something. And that came in handy when the wild Snivy grew vines from its back and tried to attack Oshawott. Use Protect for Snivy Oshawott. Ash calmly and Oshawott, while unable to attack while infatuated, was able to use Protect to halt the attack. Snivy even tried to attack by summoning leaves that charged at Oshawott, but he kept the protective dome up strong. Snivy wasn't happy with that and started to complain. Unfortunately for her, Oshawott had tripped over a rock behind him in his infatuation and fell on his head, which somehow cancelled the status effect, and Oshawott was ready to fight again. Sure is anticlimactic but effective, right? Good Oshawott, use Focus Energy. Ash commanded and Oshawott had readied itself so that it can land critical hits easier. Water Gun. Oshawott released another stream of water that, while ineffective, landed some real damage on Snivy. This caused her to realize that she had undone her Attract accidentally. She tried it out again, but this time, Ash was ready. Once the hearts surrounded Oshawott again, Ash made his move, Aqua Ring. Match the hearts. Oshawott commanded water to form a ring shape, and once he matched it with the hearts, the sea otter Pokémon was able to cancel Attract. Snivy was shocked that one of her most useful moves was ruined. This made way for Ash to finish things off. Use Aqua Jet. Oshawott obeyed and raced towards Snivy, who couldn't move out in time for Razor Shell. The sea otter Pokémon took out its scallop and landed yet another ineffective yet critical hit that knocked Snivy out for good. Ash threw a Pokeball towards Snivy and managed to SCK it in. It shook until it dinged, the sigh that Ash had captured Snivy. Ash silently took the Pokeball and smiled, welcome to the family Snivy. Then, after placing Snivy's Pokeball on his belt, he turned to Oshawott. You did your very first catch very well, Oshawott. You are ready to fight in Pokémon gyms. Pikachu. The sea otter Pokémon jumped in Ash's arms in happiness while the mouse Pokémon patted Oshawott on the back. He was proud of himself for winning his very first fight as Ash's Pokémon. Iris and Sylvan just smiled at how lovely the relationship between Ash and his Pokémon. XXXXX. So Sylvan, what town is this one called? The one that is on the way? Pika. Ash asked with his best friend asking as well. Ah yes, this should be Bellabelle Town, 1. It is famous for its antique bell tower that was there when the town was founded many years ago, and what is more is that the bell still rings. Sylvan answered, and Ash had to agree that a bell tower like this one was worth the detour to check it out. Not so fast you guys. Ash, Pikachu and Sylvan flinched and turned around to see Iris. And Axu on the ground, tired and starving. It is time for lunch already. She whined along with the tusk Pokémon. Ash and Sylvan sweat dropped before hearing their own stomachs growl, so they sighed in defeat. Okay Iris, we will take a break by that stream for lunch. Ash gave in, and pretty soon, he was hugged by an Iris that suddenly was filled with energy. They soon broke apart for the sake of their embarrassment, but the delicious food that Ash had made along with Sylvan had successfully helped the two love hearts forget about the whole thing. They had pasta with red sauce, fresh herb salad, toasty bread rolls, and yummy drinks too. Snivy even got to enjoy Ash's Pokeblock recipe and couldn't get enough of it. She was never going to regret being Ash's Pokémon soon, based on the food and how well Ash's Pokémon were trained. Yet they had an unexpected dinner guest. It was the rustling of a nearby bush that got their attention, and they went on their guard. Even the Pokémon who were enjoying the food got ready. Soon, out came was a very curious-looking Pokémon. It was small and round in shape with red fur and short arms and legs with orange fingers and toes. Its eyebrows were thick, like molded clouds. On the chest were 3 yellow bars and above were its big eyes and a smile at the direct bottom of an orange bar between those eyes. It is so cute. Iris yelled as Ash took out his Pokédex. Darumaka, the Zen Charm Pokémon. When asleep, even when pushed or pulled, it cannot be knocked over. It is also a very unique Pokémon if I say so. Ash said as his Pokédex had finished its scanning. Iris just hugged it for its cuteness. Ash felt a little jealous as he suddenly wished that he was at being hugged, but he put those feelings aside when he had an insight which caused him to turn around. He saw yet another Darumaka, stealing their food. Hey! The second Darumaka panicked and made past Ash in surprisingly speed that caused Iris to be knocked off the first Darumaka, who took half of the food, and they both escaped. Iris. Are you hurt? Ash asked, and Iris nodded, blushing from the inspection and affection that Ash was giving her. Still she felt alike stupid for falling for such a trick to grab her attention while their food was stolen. I am sorry, Ash. Hey, it is just food and we could make some more once we get some supplies. Ash tried to reassure her and it worked a little. Iris still didn't feel good. Come on, let's go into town and see if we can buy some more. Ash offered and Iris nodded as they packed everything else up, and the Pokémon were returned to their ball except for Pikachu. Once they entered the town, they were surprised to see that most of the stores and restaurants all were out of business. That was very strange for a town, so they kept looking until they came across one citizen who noticed the gang. Oh, welcome to what is left of our town. I am afraid there is barely anything we can offer to you, he said, and Ash shook his head. Oh yes you can. Did you have any trouble with a pair of Darumaka? Ash asked, and the man was shocked before sighing. Yes. We have known those two as being with their best friend, Darmanitan. It is the Darumaka's evolved form. Ash nodded and urged the man to go on, but then Darmanitan disappeared in the bell tower, and soon, the lovable Darumaka started to steal food from anyone before disappearing into the bell tower too. That is why no one will ever venture into that tower. The town is planning on tearing it down. That is horrible, any way to look at it. Iris yelled in desperation. Yes, just like at the hot spring resort. There is always a reason for something like this. Ash said, and Scylla just took their word for it. So, they were given directions to the bell tower since, despite being seeable from anywhere in town, it was like a maze to get to the base. They were also told that the Darumaka only steal during the day, so they waited at the Pokémon Center until it was dark. When they arrived, they saw what they were looking for. The Darumaka from before. They then panicked again once Ash and the gang had spotted them, entering the bell tower all right. There was only one thing to do, follow the Darumaka and get to the bottom of this. Once the gang entered the tower, they were able to catch a glimpse of the Darumaka and try to keep up. The Darumaka soon noticed that they were still being followed, so in their haste, one of them used flamethrower on the only ladder to the next floor, but it also caused the other to be stranded on that same floor that the gang is stuck on. That Darumaka was worried what it was going to do, as it too lost the only way to get to where it partner. Ash walked up to the scared Darumaka. Listen. The Zen Charm Pokémon moved its attention towards Ash. Since you haven't even nibbled at the food you guys steal, maybe it isn't for you. Everyone was shocked at what Ash was saying. If we will help you, can you show us what this whole thing is about? The Darumaka looked at each other before deciding that they have nothing to lose. Ash took out one of his Pokeballs. Snivy, we need you. Out came the female grass snake Pokémon ready to help. Lift us to that floor with your vine whip, please. Snivy agreed and used her vines to first lift the Darumaka up to where its partner with the sack of food was. Then she was able to do everyone else. Once they arrived, they noticed that it was getting rather heated, like a furnace was on overdrive somewhere. The above floor seemed to glow a hot red, which could have been the source of the thefts. Come on, Ash said, and when they went up one more floor and they saw a surprising sight. It seemed to be a blue idol that resembled a lot like the Darumaka, with the hands and legs in a complete still state, then eyes with no pupil, the ears shut, the mouth seemingly not moving, and the eyebrows were larger and longer than those of the Darumaka. The body seemed to have been glowing and giving off a lot of heat. Above was a giant bell that was being levitated through psychic energy. Ash took out his Pokédex. Darmanitan, the blazing Pokémon, and the evolved form of Darumaka. Darmanitan switches from standard mode to Zen mode when it has little energy left. I get it now. Sillin said as the Darumaka had laid out the food they stole. Darumaka had been stealing food so they can feed Darmanitan. The food then moved in the air through that same glowing blue energy and headed towards Darmanitan, who opened its mouth to eat them and replenish its energy. Yes, but if they keep that up. The heat around Darmanitan's body would cause the floor beneath to melt. Ash said while Iris and Sillin gasped on how true it is. The next thing that happened were the Darumaka showing a rather odd piece of metal. They then pointed to the bell and to the metal rod that was supposed to hold it up. After a while, Ash had figured it out, so you noticed that this was no longer keeping the bell up and Darmanitan stopped it from falling by switching from stranded mode to its Zen mode. But you couldn't fix the problem, so you had no choice but to keep the bell from falling. The Darumaka nodded furiously. Well, we are going to help you with this, Ash assured then before turned to Sillin, and I need your help, Sillin. The grass-type trainer nodded while Ash returned Snivy and released Oshawott and Tepig. Tepig, I need you to use Ember on this. Can you do it? The Fire Pig Pokémon nodded, and when Ash threw the piece of metal, it shoot flames from its snout that heated up the metal, but Ash knew it wasn't enough. One more time. Tepig shot out yet another stream of flames that caused the piece of metal to be glowing with heat. That is your cue, Sillin. Right. Sillin said as he took out his Pokeball before making a stance. Panzage, we need you to use Bullet Seed. Shape it into a double-sided hook. The Grass Monkey Pokémon appeared and shot seeds that had enough force to mold one end into a hook facing the opposite direction of the one on the other end. Alright, Oshawott. The Sea Otter Pokémon nodded. Cool it with water gun. Oshawott unleashed water, not enough to move the piece of metal but to lower its temp until it was in a solid shape all over again. Now we need to place this on the rod and hang the bell on it. Ash said while returning Oshawott and Tepig. The Darumaka then grabbed Ash and threw up with enough strength to reach the strong metal rod, but when Ash tried to lift the bell, it won't move. Darmanitan, I need you to let go of the bell. Ash yelled and everyone thought he was crazy. The bell must weigh tons. Trust me. We need you to lift it while in your standard form. I will hold it up. Despite the protests from human and Pokémon, Darmanitan finally released its psychic energy on the bell. Ash nearly fell but shocked everyone when he managed to hold the bell up with the hook in his other hand. Even Pikachu was believing this. Too, but it was only for a minute and Ash was starting to strain, but the bell was halted. Ash looked up to see Darmanitan holding the bell up with greater ease than Ash was. The raven-haired trainer just smiled and managed to place the hook back in position. To test it, Darmanitan lowered the bell and the hook successfully held it up. Ash then was lower back to the floor below, where Iris hit up in his good arm for being so reckless, and then started to be playful and felt Ash's muscles to find them massive and sturdy. I am not gay. Ignoring it, Ash turned to see the Darumaka finally reunite with their best buddy Darmanitan. Well, I don't know about you guys. They turned to face Ash, but we have a lot to explain to the town. Everyone agreed to it, even Iris, who was still feeling Ash's muscular figure. After telling the local nurse Joy and Officer Jenny, the whole mess was clear and plans to tear down the bell tower were scraped. Darmanitan and the Darumaka were promised by the town will now maintain the bell tower so that this whole thing could not happen again, and to make things better, they were allowed to live in the tower. Ash and the gang waved goodbye to the town and the Pokémon after another crazy adventure. XXXXX. It was another nice summer day on the route to Nacrene City, where Ash will complete for his second gym badge. That is until the peace was disturbed by an explosion. As we zoom into the source, we see Ash and the gang facing Axu as well as a field littered with craters. Again. Use Dragon Rage. Iris yelled and Axu tried to contrite on a blue ball of energy from inside its chest. Yet it exploded as soon as Axu tried to shot it from its mouth, causing another crater to be formed as Axu was sent flying out of the rubble. Iris just managed to catch the tusk Pokémon. Looks like we are getting better every time, Axu. Iris tried to put up a smile to cheer up Axu after so many repeated failures, but Axu just didn't feel like doing it again. Yes, but now Axu is going to tire himself. So let's take a break. Ash assured Iris and she reluctantly agreed. She then remembered how this mess started. Flashback begins. So Iris, Ash asked, what moves does your Axu know? Pikachu nodded too, as well as Sylin, as they were both curious too. Instead they noticed that Iris had the aroma of shame and even Axu wouldn't shot his face from inside Iris's hair. Finally, before the boys were about to take back their question, Iris said in a mutter, only Scratch. That voice was low but it was heard anyways. Iris expected to be scolded for her neglect to Axu's move set. Instead, she felt Ash's hands on her shoulder. If you needed help with Axu, then we will be glad to do it. It is what friends are here for. Ash said smiling, can you tell us what moves Axu can learn? Iris felt warm at how Ash was offering to help. Well, other than Scratch, Axu can learn Assurance, Leer, and Dual Chop. It is just having trouble with Dragon Rage. Iris said and Axu agreed. Ash smiled and released Pidove, Oshawott and Gabite. Guys, Axu needs to learn more moves. Moves you know the best, so we are counting on you to help us. Ash said and both Pokémon nodded, which caused Iris and Axu to tear up in happiness. The training went very smoothly, with Pidove teaching Leer, Oshawott with Assurance and Gabite with Dual Chop. There was till the last minute trouble with Dragon Rage. Flashback ends. During lunch, only Iris and Axu were the only ones not enjoying the food since they were still down in dumps that they haven't completed Dragon Rage. Despite that Axu knew plenty of other moves, they still wasn't satisfied. Ash wouldn't have any more of it. Iris, can you tell us everything about Axu? You are keeping secrets from your friends and that is not nice. Ash, while Sylin the rest of the Pokémon all agreed. Why should I? Are you telling me to tell you my private secrets? Iris was mad and that spooked everyone except for Ash. Axu is not something private, and besides, you are basically telling us that you don't trust us. That is among the worst things to say to a friend. Ash said calmly and Iris flinched. She then felt terrible for yelling at Ash, who had been trying to help her since this very morning. All right. Iris muttered, I first met Axu when the elder at my village gave to me. She told me that once I train Axu to become a Haxorus, then that proves that I have grown up. She said and Ash nodded, I always thought that once that happens, I am ready to become a Dragon Master. Ash sighed, Iris. He said in a stern tone that got Iris's undivided attention, I agree that raising Axu until it evolves proves you have matured. Pokémon are not robots, they are like children. Iris wanted to know where this was going and so did everyone else. When they are born, we have no way of surviving in the world without the aid of others since we are the weakest we can be. Your friends can and will help you, but Axu's growth and choice to even evolve is your responsibility. Iris nodded, if you prove that you are able to raise a newly born Axu into a powerful Haxorus, then you are well on your way to become a Dragon Master. Ash smiled, which made Iris all warm inside again and just nodded. Sylin smiled too as he observed just how close these trainers with dreams are. After lunch, it was time to collect some berries. While packing up, Pikachu volunteered for the sake of some fresh air and some exercise from riding Ash's shoulder for so long, and Axu wanted to come with because lately, the Tusk Pokémon had been looking up to Pikachu like a role model since the yellow rodent is so strong for not having evolved yet. After a walk, they managed to find some fresh berries hanging from above on a vine. Pikachu climbed his way up to the berries with Axu struggling behind. Pikachu had to retrace his steps to help out, and pretty soon, both Pokémon were close enough to retrieve the berries. Yet, there was something out of place and was hidden from view, so either of them didn't see it until Axu accidentally fell on it while trying to reach for berries further along the vines. It was like a huge centipede that raised it front upward. Its scales were dark red with a purple bands on each and covered a black underbody with two jagged horns on both front and rear. Once Axu realized that he landed on the centipede-like Pokémon, it was too late, and now the Tusk Pokémon was now for a wild ride as the wild Pokémon tried to shake Axu off. The screaming reached the campsite, so Ash and the gang raced towards where Pikachu and Axu were, in trouble. Once they arrived, Axu was still holding on to the wild Pokémon and Pikachu was trying to grab Axu, to pull him off. Ash quickly took out his Pokédex. Scolipede, the Megapede Pokémon. Scolipede catches its opponents with great speed and attacks using horns on its head. Scolipede is highly aggressive and will not give up until victorious. That meant trouble for Axu as he is still in his first evolution state and Scolipede is a fully evolved Pokémon. Iris. You have got to help Axu. This is your chance. Ash yelled towards Iris, who nodded and yelled commands. Axu, use Leer. Iris yelled and Axu heard it and moved until its eyes meet the yellow ones of the Megapede Pokémon, that somehow lowered the defenses a little. Now use Dual Chop. Iris said and Axu had released its hands to strike Scolipede twice in a row, with the effects of Leer, it successfully did a lot of damage. But now it was the Megapede Pokémon's turn. Its frontal horns glowed and enlarged before charging at Axu. That is Mega Horn. Axu needs to dodge that. Ash yelled at the Tusk Pokémon, heard that before rolling out of the way, even when Scolipede tried to again and again. This went on until the Megapede Pokémon had got itself horn stuck in a nearby boulder. This was Axu's chance. Axu. Hurry and use Assurance. Iris commanded and the Tusk Pokémon complied, and since the target was already hurt hard, Assurance did extra damage. But it was too soon to celebrate because the Dark-type attack also helped Scolipede get free from the boulder. It then stomped the ground that ripped and stuck Axu with massive force. That was it for Axu. That attack was very powerful indeed, and since it had a wide range, Axu couldn't escape it. Axu. Iris wanted to hurry towards her Pokémon, but she was pulled by Ash, just before the Scolipede tried to attack her instead of Axu. Thanks. Iris said, still in shock that she nearly ran into the charging Megapede Pokémon. Keep a clear head, Iris. You must have another Pokémon. Ash yelled, and before Iris could say no, I know that I saw a second Pokeball on your belt. Iris was shocked that Ash noticed it. I agree with Ash. Syllan yelled as they had been dodging Scolipede the whole time, I saw it too. Iris just couldn't avoid it anymore and reluctantly threw her second Pokeball to reveal a cocoon-like something. On top were steel claws while the rest was dark brown with red markings. Iris was just embarrassed that her remaining Pokémon is hiding itself, but before anyone could compliment at all, Scolipede attacked Iris's Pokémon, which caused it to reveal itself to be similar to a mole with a white muzzle, 3 red stripes on both sides and a pink nose at the tip, all under a large metal blade. Ash once again took out his Pokédex. Excadrill, the subterrane Pokémon, and the evolved form of Drillbur. Excadrill can dig maze-like underground tunnels for over 100 meters and is powerful enough to cut through thick iron plates using its steel claws. Iris didn't seem happy about the whole thing and didn't even give out a peep to Excadrill, who charged at Scolipede while still in its inactive form but rapidly spinning like a drill that did massive damage to Scolipede, but the Metapede Pokémon hanged in and rolled into a ball that crashed into Excadrill. Then Scolipede turned and hit Excadrill again, only harder. To any experienced trainer that was to be rollout, a move that gets stronger every time it is used until it misses the target. Iris's Excadrill then managed to dodge by digging into the ground, but that also allowed Scolipede to use yet another move. It raised its legs and stomped into the ground, which caused it to ripple again. This time, however, caused Excadrill to be sent out of the ground, defeated. Iris nearly gave up on hope when Ash told her. Catch it. Iris was shocked to hear Ash telling her to catch Scolipede, just do it. Ash yelled and gave Iris a different colored Pokeball that she threw at the Metapede Pokemon who was on its last knees with all the damage and exhaustion. After a few shakes, the Pokeball dinged. Scolipede was now hers. Yet Iris didn't feel happy. Axu still hadn't mastered Dragon Rage and her Excadrill only fought on its own. She returned Excadrill and picked up Axu while Ash guided her back to the camp. There, she couldn't take the silence anymore. Why? Iris yelled at Ash, why did you tell me to catch Scolipede? It defeated all of my Pokémon. Because if you didn't, then their efforts would have meant nothing. Ash said while Sylin understood that. Iris sure wasn't convinced. What do you mean nothing? Axu trained hard and he fought with all his might, even your Excadrill. To just allow it to escape will mean that you thought all their efforts didn't make any difference. Ash said with a serious tone, and Iris felt awful all over again. If you are unhappy, then maybe you should release it, but that will be no different. Besides, it knows helpful moves against the enemy of all dragons. I think it is best for you to train it because I promise you will never regret it. Ash said and left Iris to think about it. Sylin was amazed. It is very hard to just give someone some options without clearly hoping for one to be chosen. Ash sure is a diamond in the rough. Iris just gave up on criticizing and just let Scolipede's Pokeball rest on her belt. Then she looked at Ash with tears in her eyes. Ash. I have been doing nothing but whine and mess up. That was pure sadness and self-pity in the voice. Maybe I am just a kid, not ready to become a Dragon Master. Ash didn't say a word. I shouldn't be a trainer then. I don't deserve any of my Pokémon. Slap time had stopped. Iris fell on the ground and placed her hand where Ash had smacked her on. Iris. Ash started to speak in a serious and dangerous tone, don't you ever say such things again. Iris was scared now. You are one of my friends. No friend of mine will doubt himself. No friend of mine will give up. No friend of mine will decide anything for others. Iris was just feeling her heart racing. You have just started your journey. It is too soon to start regretting. Too soon to start doubting. To start giving up. And to start crying. Ash yelled before his voice dropped so low, you can barely hear it. So no more tears, Iris. No more of this, please. It breaks my heart to see you like this. Somehow Iris still heard all this and she ran to hug Ash, but she did something more. She slapped Ash on the cheek like Ash did to her, but he still remained standing. She then kissed him on the cheek. That was for the slap before, and that one was a thank you, Ashy. Iris started to tease Ash, who just blushed at the nickname, but since Iris was calling him that, he wasn't going to complain. After all, with every adventure brings this two trainer together little by little. XXXXX. Later that day. Hey look. There it is. Iris yelled as she ran up a hill with Ash and Sylin closely following. Luxuria Town. It was a town alright, with the humble buildings and houses along with a very familiar one. After Accumula Town, this is the nearest battle club. And it better be open. Sylin was confused, so Ash decided to explain. The last time we tried to enter the battle club, it was in Accumula Town where it was closed when its supplies were being stolen by a starving Tepig that was being taken care of by Riolu. Sylin nodded. I am sure that this battle club will be open. Sylin tried to settle down Iris, but she wasn't going to be convinced once she sees it with her own eyes. Yet, she still had to get to the Pokémon Center since her Pokémon were still in need for healing. After that, they went to try it out. True enough, it was open and Iris just couldn't wait to watch the battles. Ash just looked for a place to sign up and noticed something. Don George? Ash asked, and Iris was shocked too, as well as the man in question. I don't think we have met. The man who verified that was called Don George, unless you met my little brother at Accumula Town. Ash didn't even say a word and just nodded before this Don George showed them a portrait of various Don George who each had their own colored clothes. And I was still getting used to Officer Jenny's and Nurse Joy's lookalikes. Ash thought in disbelief while Pikachu was with his own thoughts about it too. Anyways, is there a trainer named Trip? Sure, he is right over there. Don George pointed further into the battle club, where an open arena was located. Ash could see that Trip was taking pictures of the battles going on, so he went over to try and talk to the trainer. Hello Trip. The said trainer halted and turned around to see a familiar face. If it isn't the trainer from the boonies. Trip sneered at Ash, who didn't budge at the rude greeting. Why are you here? Did you come to lose? I was coming over on the request of Iris for some battles, but since you are here, why not see just far you have gotten? Ash said calmly, and Trip laughed. I have no reason to fight some arrogant trainer from the boonies. You don't even have any gym badges. Now that was the pot calling the kettle black, and everyone around knew that. Ash just took out his badge case and opened it to reveal the trio badge. Trip just sneered at it. So you have a badge, but I already have two. You are so slow, and at this rate, you will never defeat me. Trip really was stretching arrogance and hypocrisy to the limit. You can't even fight me 6-on-6 since you don't have enough Pokémon. That is enough. Iris couldn't take it anymore that this stupid kid was insulting her. Ash, wait. Where did that come from? But that is not important. You are such a kid, you say all you want and can't prove it half the time that Ash has been. Iris taunted Trip back, and he glared at her. But before Trip can say anything else. For your information, I do have enough Pokémon and I am here for a battle, so I accept your challenge. Ash said in his usual tone that made Trip all ready to silence him once and for all. On the battlefield, Don George declared himself the referee and announced, the battle between Ash Ketchum of Pallet Town and Trip of Navima Town will get underway. Will both trainers reveal their first Pokémon? In the stands, Iris and Sillin were watching the battle take place. Tranquil, be ready to battle. Trip released a Pokémon based on a bird, obliviously a flying type. Its beaks was tiny and refined, while its eyes were yellow with red coloring above the eyelids. Its head hair was black with curly ends, with the wings had a thick black stripe along the middle. The torso was gray and the tail had a black triangle and bar mark. The neck was white, and finally the feet were flesh pink with black claws. Ash took out his Pokédex. Tranquil, the wild pigeon Pokémon, and the evolved form of Pidove. It is believed that a peaceful place without conflict exists deep in the forest where Tranquil live. Ash then noticed something in the Pokédex that made him smile and chose his first Pokémon to use. Oshawott. I need you. Ash released his Unova water starter type that arrived with grace and seriousness as it managed to stare down its opponent. Trip thought that he had this in the bag. You are using a standard starter type to fight me? You really are a loser. Trip taunted Ash, finish it off with Aerial Ace. Tranquil raced towards Oshawott, who didn't move a muscle until the last second, when the sea otter Pokémon fell backwards, which caused the wild pigeon Pokémon to actually miss and run into the wall behind Ash. The match hadn't even started. Trip. Do you hate me that much? Ash pointed out, and Trip sneered. Ash is right, Trip. Don George said, I haven't declared the battle has begun, so I can disqualify you. No, that is okay. Ash said, I can win against him anyways. He remarked as Tranquil emerged from the wall and flew back to its trainer. Very well. Don George sighed, battle begin. Don George raised his hand and lowered it similar to a karate chop. Oshawott, water gun. Ash commanded, and the sea otter Pokémon expelled a stream of super-construed water toward Tranquil, who dodged it with grace. Use Aerial Ace to end this for real. Tranquil started to charge at Oshawott again, but this time, the sea otter Pokémon didn't even try to dodge it but took it head on and managed to keep standing. Seeing the shock on Trip's face, Ash was sure he figured out his opponent's strategy. It's super luck. Ash said, and Trip grabbed his attention towards the raven-haired trainer. That is your Pokémon's ability. It allows Tranquil to land critical attacks much easier for any move. Trip nodded dumbly, still didn't know what is going on. He sure hasn't researched Oshawott's hidden ability. My Oshawott could have torrent like most Oshawott, but instead he has shell armor. Trip widened his eyes. That is right. With shell armor, Oshawott can never be hurt by critical hits. Trip now was fuming that his plan was now in the dumps, and here is Ash telling everyone around that. Now Oshawott, use Aqua Ring. The sea otter Pokémon heard his trainer and surrounded himself with water in the shape of a circle that pushed Tranquil back, effectively healing Oshawott and dealing some damage to the wild pigeon Pokémon. Okay, change of plans. Tranquil, use Double Team. Trip commanded, and the normal and flying type produced near prefect replicas of itself. Oshawott, use Focus Energy and then Sand Storm. The sea otter Pokémon readied itself so that it can land critical hits better, but before that, he unleashed a sandstorm that wiped out all the copies and original Tranquil. Dispel and use Fury Cutter. Oshawott stopped the sandstorm and moved in to use his claws on the dazed Tranquil, landing an ineffective move that still did damage. Use Air Cutter. Tranquil retained his posture and flapped its wings violently and unleashed sharp winds. This instead made Ash smile and Oshawott to smirk in glee. Time for your Fury Dance. Ash commanded, much to the confusion of his opponent and the audience, but they soon saw it as Oshawott dodged the Air Cutter and used Fury Cutter again, effectively causing more damage by taking advantage of Fury Cutter side effects. 3. Oshawott danced around his opponent while dealing more damage when Tranquil misses him. Stop that loser with Aerial Ace. Trip was staring to lose his posture like when he first battled Ash. Oshawott, it time to finish things up. The sea otter Pokémon heard it and halted its Fury Dance. Use Aqua Jet with Razor Shell. Oshawott immersed himself in water and raced towards the charging Tranquil before moving to the side and used his Scallop infused with a blue water energy that dealt heavy damage to a blind spot that Oshawott managed to find. Tranquil fell, out for the count. Tranquil is unable to battle. Oshawott wins. Now would trainers take out their next Pokémon? Don George announced while Trip returned his Tranquil. Yet Oshawott remained on the battlefield as Ash didn't even raise a pinky to return the sea otter Pokémon back into its ball. Servine. Win this for real. Trip released a green Pokémon that resembled a snake. It stood up with a royal posture with green arms and white legs to match the white underbody with a grass-green backside that had bushes for scales and a three-pronged tail. It had a collar of the color yellow as the same for a similar crown on top of its head. Ash took out his Pokémon with the feeling that it is related to Snivy. Servine, the grass snake Pokémon, and the evolved form of Snivy. Servine whips its opponents with vines, and dodges their attacks by hiding in the shadows of thick foliage. Ash was right on the money, and besides, in case that Trip had evolved his Snivy or took out a grass type for his water type Oshawott or even both. Battle begin. Don George started the match but was in for a surprise that can prove to be anticlimactic. Use Roar. Oshawott had a mischievous smirk and let out a loud cry that caused Servine to return back to its Pokeball while another released a random Pokémon. This one was similar to a sassy pussycat. With purple fur and oval-colored spots around the muzzle and the torso. The tail had a hook shape on the end and the eyes were green in such wide eyelids. Ash took out his Pokédex. Purloin, the devious Pokémon. Purloin fools people into letting their guard down so it can steal their possessions. When angered, it uses its claws to fight back. 4. Ash agreed with it fully. Fine loser. Use Attract. Trip was angry that Ash had caused him to take out a Pokémon he had been saving for much later. Still, he was certain that with Attract, he had in the bag, but... Close your eyes, Oshawott. Ash commanded and Oshawott closed them. When the heart summoned by Attract touched Oshawott, they didn't even affect him at all. You can open them now. Oshawott opened his eyes since he trusted his trainer's words and smirked. He had been training with Snivy's Attract to see if there is any weakness. They had found one. Use Water Pulse. Oshawott charged up a ball of water before unleashing it on Purloin, which caused a wave to attack the devious Pokémon. Trip decided that he wasn't going to waste time with Attract again, so he went on. Offense. Use Assurance. You too, Oshawott. Ash commanded as well, and both Pokémon charged with their hand glowing and hitting each other. Since Purloin had already taken damage, it made up for the ineffective Dark-type move when used against a Dark-type Pokémon. Now use Revenge. Oshawott then glowed and hit Purloin with a super effective Dark-type move that did serious damage. The devious Pokémon was on its last knees. Use Attract. Purloin released Hearts again, but this time, Oshawott didn't even cover his yes, he didn't need to because they didn't affect him. What? But how? I first noticed it once Purloin was sent out. Trip was angry that Ash was bringing that humiliation back. While your Purloin and my Oshawott were fighting, I confirmed it. I was just surprised that you tried to use Attract again despite it. Get to the point. Trip demanded, and Ash smirked. Sure, your Purloin was male. The same with my Oshawott. That was the news breaker that really hit Trip hard, while his Purloin acted sheepish since it was true. Now finish it with Razor Shell. Ash said calmly, and Oshawott complied, hitting the tired and hurt Purloin with its signature scallop with water shaped like a jagged knife. The devious Pokémon didn't stand that last attack. Purloin is unable to battle, Oshawott wins. Don George announced while Trip returned his Purloin with shame. He then took out his Servine again and waited for the call, battle begin. And before you use Roar, Leaf Tornado. Servine wasn't thrilled about being returned into its Pokeball so soon either. It unleashed the same mess of leaves as before, but obliviously more powerful. Use Focus Energy and Protect. Ash commanded Oshawott, who readied himself and again and managed set up the familiar dome of protective energy that effectively prevented the leaves from harming Oshawott. Now use Water Pulse. Oshawott unleashed the same ball of water that caused a wave to deal damage to Servine. Direct Servine towards you and use Assurance. Oshawott focused the wave into a whirlpool that eventually sent the grass snake Pokémon in his direction before focusing energy to his hand and use against Servine. Vine Whip. Hurry. Trip called for his grass-type Pokémon, who rapidly grew vines that managed to land a hit on Oshawott, but not before Servine was also hit by the Assurance attack that was powered up by the fact that Servine was already damaged beforehand. Both Pokémon landed on the ground in front of their respective trainers. Servine was out, but there was something wrong with Oshawott. When he got up, the Sea Otter Pokémon started to glow bright. He was going to evolve. After the light brightened and died down, in the place of the small otter-like Pokémon was a bigger and more powerful-looking otter. The whiskers were more refined and the fur turned blue. The arms were larger and longer, complete with a black coloring from the beginning of the forearm all the way to the tip of the visible fingers. His tail was now black, and on the waist was a large, dark blue, fringed arrangement of fur, with 2 scalchop on the thighs. Finally, he had a tail of fur at the back of the head that grew skyward. Ash took out his Pokédex. Duat, the DSPLN Pokémon, and the evolved form of Oshawott. Through rigid training, Duat uses the double scalchop technique to accomplish its fluid swordsmanship. Ash smiled as his evolved water starter type observed the changes to his body. Welcome, Duat. The DSPLN Pokémon turned and showed a thumbs up. Then Don George broke the moment to give his announcement. Servine is unable to battle, Duat wins. Things were starting to go downhill for Trip. Half his Pokémon had fell to only one of Ash's. Duat return. Ash said that surprised everyone by his action. Tepig. I need you. Out came was the Fire Pig Pokémon that Ash had ran into at the Accumula Town Battle Club. This was to be Tepig's first battle, so a similar event to Oshawott was not to be expected. Trip could have taunted Ash on his choice for Pokémon, but he had learned that underestimating your opponents can cost deeply, and the battles as Oshawott proved it. Frillish. Time for battle. Out came was a blue jellyfish-like Pokémon resembling young royalty. It had a round head with a crown-like tuft, and 5 tentacle-like appendages. It has oval, red eyes with white pupils that had a blue sclera and a straight eyelash on each eye, and a collar that is wavy and around its neck with smooth appendages and a triangular crown, and it appears to be frowning. Ash scanned the Pokémon. Frillish, the floating Pokémon. Frillish can constrict its foes using its veil-like tentacles and numb them with poison. It is said to live in dens some 5 miles below sea level. Despite the facts piling up that Frillish seems to be a water type, Ash still grinned and made no attempt to switch out Pokémon. Don George cleared his thought. Battle begin. Trip wanted to take no chances. Frillish, use Bubble Beam. The floating Pokémon took in a deep breath like Oshawott, but instead of a stream of water, out came were a series of bubbles. Dodge with Defense Curl. Ash commanded and Tepig curled into a ball shape which allowed it to move around the area, causing every bubble to miss until Tepig returned to its original place in front of Ash. Trip smirked, at least you are very creative with your Pokémon. He said, and Ash just frowned. If you saw so Trip, use Sunny Day. Ash said calmly while hiding away his rejection of Trip's praise. Tepig then shot a ball of energy that magnified the sun's rays, effectively enhancing Tepig's fire-type attacks and weakening Frillish's water-type attacks. Well, that was predictable, loser. Use Rain Dance. Trip taunted Ash, but as soon as those words left his lips, Ash made his move too. Taunt. Tepig started to make fun of Frillish, involving lowering his left eye with its hoof and sticking out his tongue. The floating Pokémon started to get angry and cancelled its rain dance. The only real problem is that Trip seemed to not know about that. I said rain dance. Now. Trip tried to have his Pokémon use a status move, but Frillish won't do that when Trip ordered it. Show them what you can do. Ash said, which got Trip on edge. Tackle. Tepig ran towards Frillish, to cause damage by running into it, but instead the Fire Pig Pokémon went right through it harmlessly. Ha! You slipped up, loser. Frillish is a water and ghost type. Trip started laughing, but as a result, he didn't see Ash grin. Sucker Punch. Trip stopped laughing. And panicked when he saw Frillish actually being hit by Tepig, who charged again with a dark energy around it. Now Ember. Tepig landed on the ground and expelled flames from his snout that did serious damage even to a water-type Pokémon. Try Nightshade. Try ordered, and Frillish got back up to unleash a dark energy, but before that could hit Tepig. Use Tackle. Ash commanded, and Tepig was able to dodge that Nightshade by using Frillish's immunity to normal-type attacks to an advantage, as an end result that Ghost-type attack had hit Frillish in an attempt to chase down Tepig. Assurance and then Ember once more. Ash gave quick orders and Tepig followed them thoroughly, striking Frillish with a dark-type attack powered the same way as Assurance always is, and like adding wood to a fire, Tepig scorched Frillish with his Ember attack enhanced by Sunny Day. Frillish. Trip could watch in horror as one of his Pokémon fell to yet another type disadvantage. Frillish is unable to battle, Tepig wins. Don George declared while Trip returned his Pokémon. Trip then took out yet another Pokémon. It was a light brown, canine Pokémon with a short snout. Its face has long, cream fur, which forms a mustache and a 3-pointed crest. Its ears are large and perked, and it has a black nose. It has shaggy dark blue fur covering its body and short tail. It also had 4 short legs, with 3-toed paws. Ash scanned this Pokémon. Herdier, the loyal dog Pokémon, and the evolved form of Lillipup. Herdier's hard black fur softens its opponent's attacks like armor. Ash then reprogrammed the Pokédex to show the pre-evolved form of Herdier to show a much younger version of Herdier. It had oval, brown eyes, a red nose, and its face covered by an abundance of cream fur. It has large pointed ears with a tuft of fur near the base of each. Its fur puffs out above its paws, and its back has a spiky dark blue blaze. Lillipup, the puppy Pokémon. The long hair covering Lillipup's face is an excellent radar, which senses conditions in the surrounding area. Interesting. Ash thought before turning to see that Tepig was running out of air. But when Ash took out the Pokeball, Tepig started to avoid it, what to fight until the end. The Fire Pig Pokémon nodded. Don George saw it too and raised his arms. Battle begin. Herdier, work up. Trip commanded as the loyal dog Pokémon tensed and started to glow in a reddish color that meant its attack power was increasing. But Tepig didn't care. Use Smog. Ash said, and Tepig expelled, not fire, but purple smoke that damaged Herdier and caused it to glow purple as well, with bubbles emerging from its mouth. That attack successfully caused Herdier to become poisoned. Try to ignore it and use Takedown. Herdier tried its best to push the pain away and ran towards Tepig with immense force. Flame Charge. Give it all you have got. Tepig nodded and surrounded it with fire before charging at Herdier, causing an explosion. Out came was a much weakened Herdier from the effect of the poison, Takedown and Flame Charge. Meanwhile, Tepig was done for the count. Tepig is unable to battle. Herdier wins. Don George was just the referee. He doesn't take side of any of the trainers, but Trip was shocked that he actually won against one of Ash's Pokémon, but he somehow felt guilty about it. Trip. The said trainer regained his composure after hearing Ash call out at him, "Don't lose your focus now. Trainers meaner than me only win when you show such things." Ash scolded Trip for letting his guard down in the middle of a battle. Ash then took a Pokémon from his belt and threw it to open, but what came out wasn't anything that Trip ever saw before. He scanned it with his Pokédex. Gengar, the Shadow Pokémon. Gengar hides in the shadows. If a Gengar is nearby, it is said to feel 10 degrees colder than normal. Trip then realized something. Ash is turning this entire battle in something that he could learn from. The boy regained his focus and waited for the call. Battle begin. Don George signaled, so Trip made his first move. Use Bite. Herdier had flinched from the damage and the fact that it was still poisoned, but it ran with glowing jaws that wanted to bite down on Gengar. Venoshock. Ash commanded and Gengar shot out a special poisonous liquid that hit double since Herdier was already poisoned. The loyal dog Pokémon finally fell. Trip. Ash said to get the said trainer's attention. The reason I fight differently than you is to take my opponents by surprise. Fighting by type relationships are too predictable and trainers start to learn to move around them. That is my fighting style, and if you want to become the champion, you will have to work out your own battling style as well. Trip couldn't believe what he was hearing. This boy from Kanto that Trip had been insulting was actually hinting him on how to achieve his dream. Herdier is unable to battle. Gengar wins. Don George said, and that meant that Trip had only one Pokémon left. Watchog, time for battle. Trip took out his sixth Pokémon, which resembled a meerkat with a single, pointed incisor sticking out of its mouth. It is mainly reddish-brown with beige cheeks and neck. There is yellow striping on its chest and tail. Its hands, feet and tail tip are white. Its red eyes have small black pupils and a yellow stripe. Black markings accentuate the eyes at their outer ends. Finally, its tail is standing up straight. Ash scanned it with his Pokédex once more. Watchog, the lookout Pokémon. The markings on Watchog's body can glow to intimidate its foes. It has excellent vision, even in darkness. Don George signaled once more, battle begin. Watchog. Use Leer. The lookout Pokémon used its eyes to successfully lower Gengar's defenses. Now start using Bide. Nice to see you get ready for anything, Trip. Ash remarked. Gengar used Shadow Ball. The Shadow Pokémon smirked as he knew what his trainer was thinking and charged a sphere of ghostly energy that passed through Watchog harmlessly. This caused Bide to fail. Now use Hypnosis. Gengar's eyes started to glow in a psychic energy that had caused Watchog to fell asleep, but Trip had a plan. Use Sleep Talk. Watchog, despite being sound asleep, got up and cracked with electricity that landed damage on Gengar. That was Thundershock. Again. Trip commanded Watchog before Gengar could recover, and Watchog moved in to land a mean crunch attack. Again. Trip though he had Gengar, but his luck ran out and Watchog tried to use Tackle Attack, which failed. That was very nice. Moves your Watchog knows. Ash said as Gengar got up without any damage visible. You sure can pick your Pokémon out of the wild and train them very good. But while you have started your journey days ago, I did mine years ago. Ash said, and Trip knew what the tone meant. It wasn't good. Finish off with Dream Eater. Gengar then shot a transparent replica that hit the still asleep Watchog and did serious damage to it. The lookout Pokémon never woke up before fainting. Watchog is unable to battle. Gengar wins, and the winner of the match is Ash Ketchum from Pallet Town. The crowds cheered loudly for the Kanto trainer that had won the match at the Battle Club. His Gengar had also joined the celebrations but simply smiled and made the victory sigh with her fingers. XXXXX. Once Ash returned his Pokémon, Trip took a picture of him. I am documenting my journey so I won't forget another defeat to someone like you. Everyone still couldn't believe that Trip was so rude to Ash, who won fair and square. Yet you have skill. Maybe if you keep this up, you can help me. Trip actually pulled a 180 and started to cry. Ash sighed, listen Trip. I am a Pokémon trainer, but I am not interested in becoming a champion. It will take away the reason why I became a trainer in the first place, freedom and my dream, so I can't help you. Ash said, and Trip decided it wasn't worth it, but he halted when he heard Ash say this. If I do replace the current champion, named Alder, you will be the first one I will battle. Trip then went on, but not without muttering, thank you. End of Chapter 4. Previously on Journey to Improve, Conquest of Unova. Once Ash returned his Pokémon, Trip took a picture of him. I am documenting my journey so I won't forget another defeat to someone like you. Everyone still couldn't believe that Trip was so rude to Ash, who won fair and square. Yet you have skill. Maybe if you keep this up, you can help me. Trip actually pulled a 180 and started to cry. Ash sighed, listen Trip. I am a Pokémon trainer, but I am not interested in becoming a champion. It will take away the reason why I became a trainer in the first place, freedom and my dream, so I can't help you. Ash said, and Trip decided it wasn't worth it, but he halted when he heard Ash say this. If I do replace the current champion, named Alder, you will be the first one I will battle. Trip then went on, but not without muttering, thank you. As the gang were leaving the Battle Club with their exciting matches in their memories, Iris was especially excited. Oh Ash, I am sorry about my behavior earlier today. The wild girl told Ash. Scolipede was especially strong and even listened to me. Ash smiled. Yes. Once you fully understand your Pokémon, then you can be the best team there ever can be. Ash said, and Sylvan agreed. Indeed. When you know what your Pokémon can and cannot do, then you will have teamwork as delicious as a 5-star meal. Sylvan spoke boldly in his usual tone. Iris couldn't stop remembering her exciting match that happened after Ash's with Trip. Flashback begins. Silence had reigned once Ash and Trip went their separate ways after the match ended. They all were heavy-hearted after seeing how Ash actually lifted Trip's spirits and possibility changed their little rivalry for the better. It could have ended battles for the day, but there is still a couple of trainers left that still wanted to fight. Soon, they got their wish. The battle between Sora of Nevima Town and Iris from the Valley of the Dragons will start. It will be a 3-on-3 battle, and both trainers are allowed to switch out if need. The match ends when all 3 Pokémon on either side faints. Do both of you understand? Don George announced while Iris and Sora nodded. Battle begin. Woobat. Time to roll. Sora, who was a boy of average height with regular clothes, threw a Pokeball and out came was indeed a bat-like Pokémon. Its eyes were covered by its fur that covered its entire body save for its small wings. The snout had the shape of a heart and the mouth had a single tooth in the middle. In the stands, Ash and Sylvan along with Pikachu were watching. The former took out his Pokédex. Woobat, the bat Pokémon. The heart-shaped mark left on a body after a Woobat has been attached to it is said to bring good fortune. So that means that Woobat is a flying type. Ash said, and Sylvan agreed. I am still not sure about Iris's choice of Pokémon. The Pokémon connoisseur said, but Ash shook his head. I have seen Iris train her new Pokémon. she is more than ready for this, and besides, this can also help her with certain other Pokémon of hers. Ash said with complete seriousness and confidence for Iris. Syllan and the others have noticed this to happen a lot between the two trainers. Back in the area, Iris smirked that she knew the prefect Pokémon for this. She only dropped her expression since this is her first battle with it. Scolipede go. Out came the bug and poison type that left everyone excluding her friends baffled that a trainer could get her hands on such a massive Pokémon this earlier on her journey through Unova. Roll out. Iris made her first move since the match had started, and Sora wasn't going to make a command soon, and he didn't need to when Scolipede rolled into a ball and stuck his bat Pokémon hard, enough to knock Woobat out easily. Woobat is unable to battle. Scolipede wins. Don George announced, and Sora returned his bat Pokémon. Sorry about that, buddy. Take a good rest. Sora muttered, yet Ash and Iris heard anyways. It always refreshing to see that there are still trainers who care for their Pokémon more than victory. That was good offense there, and now meet my second Pokémon. Sora said before taking another Pokeball from his belt, Simisear. Out came was a huge monkey-like Pokémon with red fur in all but the upper torso, mouth, fingers and toes. Its hairstyle was like a campfire with a few flame shapes next to each other, and its tail took after with the appearance like it was made of flames. Its ears were large as well and stretched out from the side of the head, the shoulders had fluff on each like shoulder guards. In the stands, Ash noticed something. Hey Syllan. Ash said to get his friend's attention, isn't Simisear related to your brother's Pansear? Syllan smiled and nodded, so Ash took out his Pokédex. Simisear, the Ember Pokémon and the evolved form of Pansear. Simisear loves to eat sweets, which sustain the fire that burns inside its body. Simisear evolves from Pansear through a fire stone. So this trainer must have used a fire stone from somewhere. Ash muttered as he focused on the match. Iris was also thinking of the same thing before yelling to Scolipede. This will not be the same as before, so let's fight with our fullest. Iris tried to talk to her Pokémon in the way that Ash had been training her in, and Scolipede turned to nod at those words. We will have the first move. Flamethrower. Sora said as his Simisear blew out a stream of flames that threatened to cook the Metapede Pokémon up badly. Dodge and attack with rollout. Scolipede liked that strategy, to avoid damage and inflict some of its own at the same time. It curled in a ball once more and caused the flamethrower to miss, while the Metapede Pokémon landed some real hits, each more powerful than the last. Use double team. Sora called for Simisear, who got up and made copies of itself, which also caused the rollout to miss and cancel itself. Bulldoze. Iris yelled, which surprised everyone again that Scolipede stomped on the ground and caused it to ripple. It then hit all of the Simisear in sight while damaging the real one. Poison Tail. Scolipede then caused its rear horns to glow toxic purple, which spread onto Simisear once the poison type move landed on the Ember Pokémon. Time to stop playing around. Sunny Day and then Flame Charge. Sora yelled out to Simisear, who was on its last legs. Still, it caused the sun to magnify and increase its fire-type attacks, including Flame Charge. Iris smirked that it was a good time for Scolipede to shine. Wait for it. Scolipede awaited its order while on standby as Simisear was approaching a flame. Take it and use Venoshock. That was a real risky move, but the one thing about fully evolved Pokémon that Ash had taught to Iris is that they will want to fight the same way as they did in the wild, that will cause them to disobey their trainers, who only prove to not even take their time to learn about their full potential. Yet despite the enhanced fire-type move, Scolipede remained standing strong and unleashed the same venomous liquid as the previous match that was also empowered by the poison status of the target. Simisear had fell in front of a bug type that was too powerful for it. Simisear is unable to battle. Scolipede wins one more. Don George announced as Sora returned Simisear, thinking that he had rushed his training with the Ember Pokémon. And then Sora showed his own surprise. He released another flying type, but it resembled a totem while I am at it. The wings were colorful, mostly yellow with shades of red and blue and a pattern on where the feathers should be. The main body was very small with three-pronged black forks on both sides of the wings. It had two cyan eyes with a third on a black appendage on top of its head. In the stands, Ash never saw such a flying type like that before in his experience. He scanned it with his Pokédex. Sigilyph, the avianoid Pokémon. Sigilyph keeps enemies from invading its territory with its psychic powers and was the guardian of cities long ago. Ash whistled. Sounds like this Pokémon can be hard to find in the wild. Yes. Syllan responded, I was told by the time I became a gym leader that they can only be found in ruins. This trainer must have ran into one in the wild by chance. Back in the stands, Sora took his word to heart. Use Psybeam. A beam of pure mind energy was launched at Scolipede, and for being a poison type, it made the Metapede Pokémon weak to it, yet Scolipede still stood up. Okay Scolipede. Iris yelled, with a plan in mind. Use Rollout. Scolipede rolled towards the avianoid Pokémon. Air Cutter. Sora commanded but was taken by surprise once again by Iris. Move around and use Pursuit. Scolipede managed to avoid the air cutter and landed a super effective pursuit attack. Tailwind and then Gust. Sora yelled and Sigilyph increased its speed with strong wing behind its wings. Steamroller upward. Iris commanded Scolipede and the Metapede Pokémon rolled over furiously, all over the Avanoid Pokémon and out of the way of the gust. Once Scolipede had landed on the ground, Sigilyph was frozen, flinching from the onslaught of attacks. Pursuit. Iris commanded one last time and Scolipede managed to gather all its energy into this dark-type move. The avianoid Pokémon fell, grounded for good. Sigilyph is unable to battle. Scolipede wins and the winner of the match is Iris from the Valley of the Dragons. Iris couldn't believe it, she won her very first battle in front of an audience and the cheers had boosted her joy as she hugged the exhausted but satisfied Scolipede. Flashback ends. Come on Iris. The said girl had halted her thoughts when she heard the voice of Ash, we still have a lot of Unova to see. Iris smiled as Ash always knew what to say, no sarcasm there. XXXXX. After leaving the battle club, Ash and the gang continued on their quest to Nacrene City where Ash will compete for his next gym badge. They had come across a field of rocks and boulders without any plants. Perfect place for rock types since the place was also very dry and rock-type Pokémon hate water. And that is what was going to visit our heroes at that moment. Meanwhile, Ash and the gang were traveling through this area since Syllan figured it was a change of scenery from the grasslands and cities they have been to so far on their journey. That is until they came across a rather interesting sight. A small, orange hermit crab-like Pokémon with large pincers. It has dark, oval-shaped eyes supported by eye stalks. It also had a hook-like tail that was bare to see. What the Pokémon was doing was craving out a rock among the others, like it was trying to make a home for itself. Ash silently took out his Pokédex. Dwebble, the rock in Pokémon. After finding a suitable rock, Dwebble digs a hole in the rock's bottom to use as a protective shell. Dwebble can make rocks easier to carve by producing a liquid from its mouth. Ash can agree as he witnessed this Dwebble shoot something from its mouth into the opening it already carved into the rock. They laid low as they watched the Dwebble dig, carve and then shoot out a special liquid from its mouth like what the Pokédex had said. Pretty soon, after making some more adjustments and attempts, Dwebble was able to get comfortable with its new shell and started to walk around all happy that it had found a new home. Iris couldn't contain her excitement, it is like a little cream puff. It is so cute. She squealed in awe and Axu agreed all of her. But the good moment was going to turn sour. The earth shook and three similar Dwebble but different rock designs with the middle one with the biggest, most likely to symbolize that one's status as the leader. Iris and Syllan though whose Dwebble were friends with the one they encountered but Ash had doubts after seeing Dwebble's own reaction to their arrival which didn't spell friendly at all. To Ash's fears, the middle Dwebble had ordered his two henchmen to assault the Dwebble in front of it, to steal Dwebble's new home. And it added it to its own. Hey! Iris yelled at the dirty action, but Ash pulled her back and silenced her. But if the Dwebble know we are here, then they will bully that one we first saw into thinking it called friends in order to stand up for itself. That will only make Dwebble sadder and more humiliated. Ash said silently, we can't just jump in, Dwebble had a bad enough time as it is. Ash added as the bully Dwebble had left the original Dwebble, without a home again and all its hard work just gone. Ash was about to get up but Syllan went over to Dwebble instead. Hello, we saw everything. Sorry about your house. Even though his voice was gentle, Dwebble still panicked and made a run for it but was intercepted by Ash, who moved fast enough to cut Dwebble off. Please calm down. We are not here as bully you. Ash tried to reason with Dwebble, and Pikachu even jumped down to try and talk to the homeless rock in Pokémon, but instead, Dwebble raised its glowing pincer at Pikachu. Pikachu! Iris and Syllan cried for the yellow rodent, but Ash just smirked, and so did Pikachu, as the normal type attack didn't even make the mouse Pokémon move an inch. Instead, Dwebble felt like it couldn't move its own body as sparks flickered from time to time. What is wrong with Dwebble? Iris panicked until Ash raised a hand to calm her down. Nothing, Iris. Ash started, it is just that slash attack had activated Pikachu's static ability. Iris had heard about Pokémon abilities before but didn't recognize what static does, but Syllan sure did. You see, Iris, Syllan began to explain in place of Ash, static randomly causes a Pokémon that either hits Pikachu with contact, or when Pikachu himself makes contact with another Pokémon, that same Pokémon will become paralyzed. All electric Pokémon are immune to paralyzes except through the effects of static. Iris finally understood as Ash allowed Pikachu to return onto his shoulder while he picked up the Dwebble. Come on, let's have lunch and talk about all this. Ash said, and everyone nodded. Soon, they had the tables with tablecloths on were set up, and pretty soon, the table was covered with plates of food while bowls of Pokeblock were laid on the ground for the Pokémon. Dwebble was just lying on the table, nervous about being the presences of complete strangers. Then it saw that Ash had prepared food for it too. Please. If you still don't trust us, the least you can do is enjoy a good meal. Ash said gently, and Dwebble decided that it had nothing to lose, so it tried out the food before succumbing to the urge to devour it like a rabid animal. Ash just smiled at how Dwebble ate until its stomach was stuffed. It had been a while since this rock in Pokémon had a good meal. Now you have eaten, we want to help you get your home back. Ash said to get Dwebble's attention. The rock in Pokémon was too satisfied to even try to run away. You wanted that rock for your home, even if we have given you every rock that can be found here, you will never accept it. Ash continued, and Dwebble got on its legs and nodded sadly. That is why we are not leaving until you do get your home back. Dwebble couldn't believe that a human stranger was caring about it all of a sudden. Then we should help Dwebble fight them. Iris suggested to get into the conversation, but no. Iris was interrupted by Ash's sudden outburst. Dwebble will fight this all by itself. Ash said in a stern and calmer tone. But Ash, it will be outnumbered. Dwebble will need all the help to fight. Iris tried to bring her point along yet. We are going help Dwebble all right, but we are not getting with its fights. Ash made it clear, and before Iris could say another word. Listen, Iris, Dwebble knows those bullies well enough to know that they are never apart. Besides, helping Dwebble fight this will actually make it give up on his home altogether. What? Iris yelled and saw that Dwebble nodded at Ash's words, but why? Because Dwebble can't live with the thought that it will become no different those bully Dwebble if it needs us to fight its own battles. Ash brought straight, brief, and to the point. His friends gasped, and Dwebble nodded to confirm that. Wow, Ash. Iris said, managed to say with a heart filled with guilt and regret. That is very heavy. It is called growing up, Iris. I had to learn that in my own way, and trust me, I have seen others try it out, and for some reason, I was the only one to come out a better person. They all just lost their mind, lost their way, and lost their will to live. Ash said grimly, and his friends had the urge to stop their thoughts about it as well. Anyways, this is what we are going to do. Listen up. Ash said to break up the grim atmosphere, then he brought the gang into a huddle and whispered the plan. Much later in the rocky field, the three Dwebble were laughing on how it was easy to steal that home from the crybaby Dwebble. Then they saw that a Pikachu, a Pansage and a Tepig were in the field with bowls of food attached to them by a rope. At the sight of the delicious-looking food, the two henchmen had ignored their leader's orders to get the food for itself for the sake of their own food. Then the two Pokémon with the bowls of food that the henchmen Dwebble were after started to move into two separate ways and into traps. One of them was sent flying by a boulder and the other had been stuck inside a pile of rocks. The remaining one, the leader, was left all alone, but it didn't care and went after the third bowl of food, only to be lured through a tight spot among the rocky field. That was where the leader's extra-large shell had gotten stuck in the tight space, leaving the bully Dwebble helpless. Helpless to a certain Dwebble's actions to get its home back and get even as well. The homeless Dwebble had crossed its claws into an X shape and dislodged the leader Dwebble out of its tight space and done some damage. The same Dwebble tried to go for slash attack, but the leader used the home it stole as a shield, forcing Dwebble to cancel his attack. That gave room for the leader to send a metallic gold orb of energy that is surrounded in orange energy that was sent towards the homeless Dwebble, who actually avoided damage by glowing in the energy of protect, yet the force caused it to land back on the earth. The leader tried to go for a slash attack of its own, but the homeless Dwebble moved out of the way at the last minute before imitating a shell cracking before moving a lot faster than before. That gave way for the same attack from the beginning, which dislodged the stolen shell from the back of the leader as well as shattering the shell of the leader, leaving the bully homeless as well. Now that its home had been destroyed, the leader fled from the original Dwebble, who inspected its home to see if there was any damage. Thankfully it was perfectly fine. Way to go, Dwebble. The rock and Pokémon turned to see the same trainers along with the Pokémon acting as decoys hurry towards to it. Dwebble smiled and happily greeted them since it was still excited that it had gained its home back. That was brilliant moves back there, Dwebble. Simply delicious. Sillin had agreed while Dwebble had jumped into Ash's arms in happiness as it thanked the trainer for all he helped it. Then Dwebble got back down and allowed the rocky home to settle on its rear tail. Oh, how I wish to have Pokémon like you. Sillin then brought up before Ash said. Who says you can't? Sillin was shocked by those words. It sounded like Ash was allowing him to catch this Dwebble. But Ash, you were the one who helped Dwebble all this time. You deserve Dwebble. Iris said while Ash shook his head. Pokémon training isn't about deciding who deserves who. Sillin wants a Pokémon like Dwebble, so if I was going to train it, it will be selfishness. Ash explained, and his friends shook their heads at the hidden modesty until Dwebble walked up to Ash wondering about the same thing. Ash went down on his knees. You are very good Pokémon, Dwebble, but I only train my Pokémon for battles and competitions. Dwebble was wondering where Ash was going with this conversation. You have proven that you wanted to use your abilities to help others. That is what Sillin trains his Pokémon to do. You will definitely be happier with him as your trainer. That was it. Dwebble then had to make a decision between the trainer who helped it get its home back and the other trainer that is the best to bring out his abilities. Finally, it took one Sillin's Pokeballs and let it catch him. But the Sillin didn't move. Ash took the Pokeball and sighed at it. I promise you, Dwebble, you will never regret your decision. Ash then handed over the Pokeball to Sillin, who took it from him. It will be fun with you around, Dwebble. You believe it? Sillin said in a very quiet tone while Ash patted his back while he and Iris guide the heavy-hearted Pokémon connoisseur towards the sunset. XXXXX. After that day when Sillin had caught a new Pokémon, they went on their way until they came across a quiet town with lush green fields. It seemed to be the best place to take a breather after traveling non-stop, day and night. That is until they heard a shout. Move aside. Make way for the Trubbish squad. When the gang turned, they saw a group of little children riding a wagon with a Pokémon inside with them. When the kids went past them, one of them grabbed Ash's hat that was dragged through the dirt road. Suckers. They then tried to get away and Pikachu wanted to shock them, to teach them a lesson, but Ash raised his hand to stop the mouse Pokémon. That was because Ash walked over to the wagon and raised it from the rear, dumping the kids and the Pokémon onto the road. Then Ash threw the wagon aside and snatched his hat back. "Thank you." Now, it is a bad idea to talk sarcastic in front of children since they never see through it, but these kids saw that Ash wasn't happy. "Now tell me the game you are playing." "We are not playing games." They all said at once, "We are the Trubbish Squad. We protect Pokémon from stupid grown-ups like you. And you are thieves too." Ash said with his tone showing that he is not amused. "We are not thieves." The kids tried to defend themselves, but Ash won't have it. "You still tried to steal my hat, and that is very nice since me and my friends were actually thinking of stopping here in our journeys. You sure have horrible talent for welcoming visitors." Ash said bluntly, that got the kids looking down in shame, but before any of them could say a word, a voice reached their ears. "There you all are." The kids froze at it while Ash thought it sounded like an adult woman, a teacher to be guessing. "Hey mister, you have got to help us." One of the children started to beg of Ash before the others followed behind. "We won't mind getting into trouble, but you have got to help our friend. Miss Daniela will try to get rid of him." Ash didn't know what to say since the kids have pulled a 180, but before he could even utter a word, "And you still are with that repulsive Trubbish. You all are seriously in trouble." That same woman, named Daniela by the children, yelled over as she raised into view from up the hill. This caused the kids to panic and also allow Ash to get a good look at the Pokémon. It resembled a full, dark green garbage bag that with a knot at the top that acts like ears. It had oval-shaped eyes and large triangular teeth that resemble broken glass. Its arms that look like trash spilling out of small tears in the bag with pink and blue objects protruding out of them. Finally its feet are dark green and stubby. Ash scanned the Pokémon. Trubbish, the trash bag Pokémon. Trubbish prefer to live in dirty places like garbage dumps. It is said they were born when a chemical reaction occurred between an abandoned trash bag and industrial waste. "You." Iris spoke to get everyone's attention. "I can't see why kids will like a Pokémon like this." Ash wasn't happy with how harsh Iris was acting. Maybe that is why Trubbish aren't often seen in public places, preferring garbage dumps where barely anyone else goes to. "Besides, you are really breaking hearts today, Iris," Ash said and pointed to the teary eyes of the children and Trubbish. "Oh." Iris was shocked at what she had done. "I am so sorry about what I said. Please forgive me." Seeing that the ORL apologize wasn't going to fix anything, Ash just turned to the children and smiled. "Don't worry about a thing. She will gladly carry Trubbish back to the daycare where I and my friends can try to convince your teacher to keep him." "Really?" The kids beamed at those words. And Ash nodded, "Thank you." The children dog-piled on Ash for a second before taking Trubbish and placing the trash bag Pokémon into Iris's arms. She tried to protest, but everyone else was already on the move. "Looks like she got her just desserts." At the daycare, the kids explained that they found Trubbish all alone and lost, and since it was Pokémon, they were excited to have him as a friend, but their teacher will never let them keep Trubbish. When it was Daniela's turn, she explained that Trubbish was stinking up the daycare, so she forbid her students from keeping the trash bag Pokémon. So they formed their own club in protest that they called the Trubbish Squad. The teacher just found it annoying that the neighborhood children isn't listening to her, but they too soon got out of hand, irritating the other grown-ups of the town and even visitors too. And she says it is all because Trubbish gives off stinky smells as part of some laboratory, one of the kids tried to spell out. It is said as ABLITY, and she is right, Trubbish's ability is stench. Ash said, and before anyone can say a word back, stench is activated by physical attacks and cause the attacking Pokémon to lose their will to use moves again since the smell is unbearable. That is exactly my point. Why should we stink up the daycare all because the kids want to keep Trubbish? Daniela yelled, and the kids starting to protest once more, and she will try to settle them down. Enough. Ash proclaimed to get attention from the daycare teacher and kids. There are times that can only be settled by a Pokémon match. And since either of the kids are too young, I will fight on their behalf. Daniela couldn't believe what she was hearing, while the kids couldn't understand those thick words but imagined that meant good news. You don't even know these kids. Why do you want to help them? The daycare teacher yelled at Ash's face. There never should be a reason for every time I help someone. Besides, there is something about Trubbish that not one of you know. Ash said while getting a little annoyed by the behavior of the daycare teacher. And what is that? Daniela yelled desperately, but Ash won't budge. Fine. I accept your challenge and I will win. The kids were not liking the sound of the conversation but still found it cool that Ash was willing to fight for their friend despite the very bad first impression they made on him. On a makeshift battlefield, Scylla acted as a referee as Ash and Daniela stared each other down. The battle between Ash Ketchum from Pallet Town and Daniela of the daycare center will go underway. Each side is only allowed to use one Pokémon and the match is set when on side's Pokémon is unable to battle. Do you understand? Yep. Yeah. Let the battle begin. Scylla gave the signal and Daniela threw a Pokeball and out came was a deer-like Pokémon. The fur was pink around the top and on the tail, it was styled to make it look like a coat of some sorts with yellow edging with spots as well. On top of its head, between the ears that stood out with yellow fur on the inside, was a full-bloom flower of the same yellow color. The muzzle was white just like the legs and torso under the pink fur coloring with a black nose. Ash scanned it. Deerling, the season Pokémon. With the change of each season, Deerling's appearance changes as well. This Deerling is in its spring form. Ash nodded and took out a Pokeball. Duat. I need you. Cool. Awesome. Amazing. Cute too. All these cheers and yells from the excited kids made the DSPLN Pokémon to blush under the praise. Daniela made the first move, use Tackle. Deerling charged at Duat who just stood there. Take it. Ash said and as it turned out, that Tackle attack barely even did damage to Duat. Now Water Gun. The DSPLN Pokémon shoot out a stream of water that was weakened by Deerling's grass typing. In the stands, Iris realized that Ash had purposely used a type disadvantage since any other of his Pokémon were too strong for this Deerling who was barely trained. Maybe Daniela was too busy taking care of the daycare to train her Deerling. Iris felt a little warm that Ash had proven to be a considerate trainer as well as caring and kind. Back in the arena, Daniela was gritting her teeth because even though her Deerling was hit by an ineffective move, it still took damage. Use Tackle again. Razor Shell. Duat moved in to intercept Deerling with its scallops out and used them to land 2 slashes around the seasoned Pokémon. Finish with it with your Tackle attack. Ash commanded and when Duat slammed its body on Deerling, the seasoned Pokémon was done. Deerling is unable to battle. Duat wins and the winner of the match is Ash Ketchum from Pallet Town. Scylla declared and the children started to cheer as they thought the victory meant that they were now allowed to take care of Trubbish once and for all. But once Ash returned Duat, he turned over to the children who were about to thank him. Don't. Ash said sternly despite winning the match for the kids, whom were shocked by Ash's expression. I didn't win so you can keep Trubbish, I never even declared that match for that in the first place. The kids were getting scared by the direction to which this conversation was going in. Then why? Ash turned to Daniela who walked towards him with Deerling in her arms. I wanted you to realize that you have been neglecting your training with Pokémon. Ash said, this is where kids can start learning about Pokémon and they want to take care of Trubbish to help both you and them but in our match, you only proven to be a poor excuse for a trainer. Think of what the kids will think of the woman they look up to only disappoint them. Ash said that last one with gentleness compared to how harsh he seemed to start off as. Then Ash turned to the kids. Now all I have to say to you kids is. The children braced for a harsh scolding but instead, that you are the bravest bunch of children I ever meet. Now they really were confused, as well as blushing from the praise. Trubbish are Pokémon who are rejected because their appearance and smell. This one was only looking for a friend to take care of it but every grown-up in this town said mean things about it instead. The kids were sad for Trubbish who lowered its head the same. But you guys never did. You kids actually wanted to be friends with Trubbish and I admire that. That got their attention. You kids start trouble to be scolded instead of Trubbish, you protest against your teacher so that you can make Trubbish feel welcome and you even cause pranks to make Trubbish laugh while giving it a home too. Ash added, Trubbish sure must be happy to have such good friends like you and I can easily say you are going to be great Pokemon trainers. That speech ended with the children with eyes of awe and tears of joy falling down their faces while Trubbish was trying to see if it was true and it was group hugged as result. Yet something had happened after Ash spoke to them. Hey. Trubbish doesn't stink. He smells just fine. One of the kids tried to scent Trubbish and wasn't disgusted at all. You're right. The other kids also noticed it too and pretty soon, Trubbish was smiling that it actually smelled good based on popular belief of the opposite. Come on Miss Daniela. Try it. Ash concurred by gently pushing said daycare teacher towards the group of kids and Trubbish. She decided that she had nothing to lose after what Ash had told her and when Daniela took a whiff, she smiled that she smelled something rather nice coming from the Trubbish itself. What most don't know is, Ash said to get their attention, a Pokemon can deactivate their ability once they were around friends and this proves it. The children, along with Daniela, jumped in joy since they now realized that they can now take good care of Trubbish without the fear of its stench ability. That was a very joyous moment indeed and Ash gets all the credit for it whatever he accepts it or not. Iris was feeling warm for some reason after seeing how Ash inspired the children rather easily with his words. As Ash and the gang left the daycare center behind so the children can introduce Trubbish to the others since the trash bag Pokemon now felt like it found a home. But, wait. They were held back by a voice from behind and they turned to see Daniela hurrying towards them with something in her arms. Good that I caught up with you. I have a gift for you Ash. The said trainer raised his eyebrows and saw that Daniela was holding a Pokemon egg. Okay then. Ash took the egg, but why me? When the raven-haired trainer asked that he noticed that Daniela was getting rather too close for comfort. Because you were right, I did needed to share more time with my Pokemon as well as the children. That egg is to show that I trust you with it and this is my way of saying, thank you, . Once she said that, Daniela kissed Ash on the forehead that made Pikachu and Syllan smile while Iris couldn't help but shiver that Ash was being kissed in front of her. She still haven't decided on how to understand her feelings. Ash just blushed and accepted the Pokemon egg anyways while they left before the situation could get any more awkward. XXXXX. What a wild bunch of little kids. Iris muttered as they left the Trubbish squad behind them. Ash decided to tease a little, he just couldn't help it. Maybe when we have kids, they will be like that. Ash braced for impact and yet nothing came. Ash turned to see Iris blushing and muttering. HHHAVNGK kids. It was real overload for Iris as she tried to stop picturing her, a mother with Ash as the father to many kids of raven and purple hair running playfully, so adorable. Iris blushed until she could make a tomato jealous of her red face. Okay. I take that back. Ash was quick to do so but Iris just shook her head but rubbing her head against Ash like a cat to her beloved owner. I don't mind the idea. It gives me time to think about my new dream, to be somewhere with you by my side, keeping me happy and warm. Iris said in a tone that teased Ash to point of him burning up with a blush. Then a gust of wind had appeared and snatched Ash's hat which was still smelly with the stench from Trubbish. Hey! Ash said, that hat was his favorite and he didn't feel like himself when he doesn't wear it. After following where the blurring creature was headed, the gang saw a furry, gray chinchilla-like Pokemon with scruffs of fur on its head and neck. It had large ears on the sides of its head with red insides partly covered by tufts of fur. It also had large, brown eyes and a small, dot-like nose. Its limbs are somewhat rounded and small, and its ears and tail have white tips that was also long and particularly furry. It was using said tail to brush on Ash's hat, like to dust off the dirt and smell. Ash took out his Pokédex. Minccino, the chinchilla Pokemon. Minccino loves shiny things and will use its tail as a brush to clean any objects that are dirty. That will explain why this Pokemon stole your hat, Ash. Iris happened to be listening and the said trainer nodded while not taking his eyes off of Minccino for a second until the chinchilla Pokémon was finished. Ash could tell because when Minccino hopped a small distance from the hat, it shined and sparked in the sunlight. Ash walked over to the hat, not even scaring Minccino who just stood there, maybe waiting for praise since it cleaned the hat. Ash then smiled at it and was about to say, "Thank you," when there you are. Ash and Minccino were taken by surprise from the sudden voice calling out towards them. When they turned they saw a woman around Ash's age and of regular height. She wore a white shirt and skirt that reached down below her kneecaps. Above was a simple orange jacket and she also wore long socks that matched the color. She also wore yellow sandals along with a simple white bracelet and a green hat that resembled a suite of 2 layers with cream filling in the middle. Finally her hair was blonde and shot yet massive as it covered the entire side and back of her head. Ash didn't know her but the wild Minccino sure did as it fled before this girl actually ran into Ash, knocking him into a nearby river. Finally, the girl stopped and realized what she had done. "I am sorry. I'm so sorry." She bowed and apologized over and over until she seemed to recognize Ash. "Are you Ash Ketchum?" Yeah." The said trainer looked in disbelief and with loss of words until the same girl pulled her out from the river. "It is so great to finally meet you. Professor Juniper told me all about you." The girl said and Ash caught that last sentence. "Juniper huh?" Ash said and the girl nodded. "How about your name?" The woman realized that. "Sorry, my name is Bianca. Professor Juniper told me to come look for you." The girl now introduced herself. "I wonder why." "Anyways," Ash said as he gently pulled Iris by the arm which caused the girl to blush under the contact. "This is Iris and that is her partner, Axu." Ash pointed to the little tusk Pokémon in Iris's hair. "And that is Sillin, you might hear from the Striaton City Pokémon Gym." "Oh yes, I challenged that gym for my first gym badge," Bianca answered in a flash. "I do hope that my brother's service were satisfactory," Sillin said and Bianca nodded. "They were so kind and their Pokémon were so cute and strong. I barely even beat them," Bianca said. "By now, it is starting to seem that a trend is beginning to emerge. Bianca can never even sit still." "Bianca," Ash said to hopefully break that trend, "I doubt that you were only excited to see me." Bianca seemed to have thought hard on that one before she realized something. "Yes. I wanted to catch that cute Minccino," Bianca yelled and Ash nodded before turning to Sillin. "Will you mind if I borrow one of your spoons?" Ash asked and Sillin shrugged before handing over one of his silverware before Ash started to drag it through the dirt. "Hey, what are you doing?" Sillin was shocked at the action but Ash shushed before raising his ear to hear rustling in the bushes. Then, when the rustling seemed to close enough, Ash threw the dirty spoon in the air and out came from the bushes was the same Minccino that tried to get away but Ash caught it by the tail instead. Minccino tried to get loose while yelling at Ash, probably to tell him to do so. But Minccino forgot one thing, it was still being held above the ground so it fell pretty hard. "This is your chance Bianca." "Oh right." The said trainer realized and took out a Pokeball. "Now, Pig Knight go." Out came was a Pokémon similar to Ash's Tepig that stood on 2 hind legs and gave off an appearance of a miniature sumo wrestler. Its chubby body was orange with brown bands around its shoulders, sides, belly, hands, and from the back of its head down its snout. Yellow bands encircle its wrists, and swirled yellow designs bulge from its chest. It had a red pig-like nose, pointed ears, and 2 pointed teeth that protrude from its lower jaw. Its hands had 2 claws each, while its feet have only a single nail. Finally, its tail is curled with a tuft of fur at the tip. Ash scanned it. Pig Knight, the fire pig Pokémon and the evolved form of Tepig. Pig Knight's food converts into fuel for the flame that burns in its stomach, and when fuel burns in its stomach, its speed increases. Pig Knight, use Tackle. Bianca commanded and the fire pig Pokémon charged, but Minccino managed to dodge it, proving that it was fast and agile as Pignite crashed into the bush behind Minccino. Still, the fire pig Pokémon emerged from the bush unscratched. It was nice to know that Pignite isn't out for it yet. Now use Flame Charge. Pignite started to stomp repeatedly on the ground until it was covered in dust, and then, it emerged from the cloud while surrounded by an orb of red-yellow flames as it charged at Minccino, who managed to dodge once more. Oh, oh. We were so close. Bianca stomped on the ground whining while Pignite copied her. Hey, focus. Ash said to get her attention, Minccino is still here, so you can still fight. He pointed out to Minccino, who was watching from atop of a tree branch with amusement. Oh right. Pignite, use Flame Charge once more. Pignite started to stomp on the ground to build up energy, but this time, Minccino was done fooling around. It is the Chinchilla Pokémon's turn. Minccino rolled its ears and took in a huge breath before letting out a supersonic attack that halted Pignite in its tracks. Wow, so it knows Hyper Voice. Ash said, impressed that a wild Pokémon knows a high-level move like that. This was a chance too big to pass up on, but Minccino wasn't done. While Pignite was suffering from the Hyper Voice, the Chinchilla Pokémon dropped down and landed on the back of the Fire Pig Pokémon, who tried to find the one who landed on it, but Minccino made its next move first. It used its fluffy tail to tickle Pignite until the Fire Pig Pokémon was helpless to move about and laugh. That goes tickle. Ash said in a deadpan voice that mirrored the others with the exception of Bianca, who was wondering what to do. Pignite return. Bianca returned her Pokémon since the Fire Pig Pokémon was helpless, and yet, that Minccino is so small and cute and tough at the same time. I just got to catch. Pikachu. Stop Minccino with Thunderbolt. Ash commanded out of the blue, interrupting Bianca from her rant, and boy was she surprised to see Pikachu launch a bolt of lightning that intercepted Minccino as the Chinchilla Pokémon tried to flee. The shocking thing was that the ground in front of Minccino was scorched and blown up, that covered a great deal of area. Why yikes! Iris uttered as she couldn't take her eyes off that destruction caused by a single electric move made by Pikachu. For once, I am glad that Ash took it easy on me and my brothers. Sillin added his own 2 cents while trying his best to incorporate that into Ash's gym battle with him along with Chili and Cress. Despite that, Ash still took out a Pokeball. Snivy. We need you. The same grass snake Pokémon came out, leaving Bianca to comment on how diverse Ash's Pokémon team was before explaining that Pignite was her only Pokémon. Use Attract. Ash told Snivy, who conjured up a series of hearts that surprised Minccino, who was still unmoving from the shook, and to everyone's surprise, the Attract had worked. That meant Minccino was male. Bring him in with Leaf Tornado. Ash commanded, and Snivy had created a wind mixed with the leaves from the nearby trees that picked up Minccino and carried him towards Ash's direction. Now Leaf Blade. Snivy jumped to Minccino and launched a grass-colored blade that stuck extensive damage to the Chinchilla Pokémon. Finish up with Vine Whip. Snivy heard Ash give one final action for her to do, so she summoned her trusty vines to swat Minccino down to the ground where the normal type laid fainted. Bianca couldn't believe her eyes as she saw that Ash was able to outmatch a Pokémon who managed to play with her only one. Then she saw that said trainer was waiting for her to catch Minccino. Not wanting to waste time asking questions, she threw a Pokémon that Sced Minccino in, caught. She still wanted to know, why did you help me, Ash? You could have caught Minccino easily while I am just a sheltered girl who finally got on her journey. You also thought Minccino was cute and you did want to catch him. Ash pointed out, and Bianca wanted to know more. If I did catch Minccino, then where will that hard work and talent go? Nowhere, wasted. I don't leave my fellow trainers thinking that their hard work is worth nothing, because that is never true. Ash answered while Bianca looked at him with a blush on her face and awe in her eyes. Thank you, Ash. Bianca ignored all reason and kissed Ash on the other cheek, than the last woman to do such things. She then regained her focus, quickly bowed and fled to find a Pokémon Center. What is wrong with women we meet kissing you, Ash? Iris made an outburst that instead made Ash chuckle. Did you wish to do that too? That got Iris quiet, but this got her thinking hard. I still haven't made my first kiss on the lips yet. From the moment, Iris was now thinking of stealing Ash's first kiss, but she put such stupid kid thoughts aside while they left that piece of forest behind. XXXXX. Here we are friends. Scylla said as looked at his digital map, Nacrene City. It was vast, filled with buildings, people and Pokémon. Nice. Ash muttered, this is where I will be having my second gym battle. Iris could see that Ash was trying to contain his excitement and smiled. But before that, Scylla said, which grabbed their attention, we should rest and head over to the Museum of History first. That is the other thing that Nacrene City is known for, obliviously for its Pokémon gym. Scylla started to grin, that is because the gym is located inside the museum. Cool. Ash said, that is one way to get more visitors than Pokémon trainers looking for a gym battle. Scylla nodded, so let's go. Once they did, they were shocked when they saw blocking the entrance, closed. Must be since the sign isn't telling us why we can't get in. Ash remarked and was about going to ask around for when the gym was going to be open when they all heard a scream coming from inside. Then a man in a suit ran out of the double doors, looking scared. Sir, are you okay? Ash kneed down to it before the man go up and started pointing inside. In there. It is horrible. The gang looked where the man was pointing and saw an empty hallway. What is? Pika? Ash asked. Is it the hallway? Iris asked as well once the man got up. No, it is fine. The dome fossil was chasing me. The man said, and the gang gasped to hear such a thing. Well, I don't see anything, so go inside. Ash said before the man started to protest. Yet they did it anyways with the man following behind in fear. They came across a dome fossil all right, but it never budged an inch since Pikachu found it and started to point at it. This is a dome fossil all right. The remains of a Kabuto, the shellfish Pokémon. Pikachu nodded while Iris and Scylla were amazed on how much Ash knew. What didn't this trainer from Kanto knew? But I don't see it chasing anyone. Ash turned to the man who was still hiding behind a corner. It did, I swear. Ash just shook his head. If this helps, maybe you can introduce yourself and explain when this all started. Don't even leave anything out. Ash said sternly, and the man nodded before leading them to a table outside. So you are the caretaker of this museum? Yes, we were actually putting on a new exhibit based on a discovery of a tomb filled artifacts and treasures along with a sarcophagus. The caretaker said while Iris tried to move her mind around this. An sarcophagus? Iris tried to say that fancy term. Sarcophagus, Iris, it is like a box where mummies are kept in. Ash explained, it is said that it was where ancient kings and rulers were buried after they had died. Iris got the creeps after hearing that last part. The caretaker then explained that he was only staying late to do one last check on the exhibit when some strange and haunting energy had taken over the other exhibits that scared him all around the museum until he ran into them. Yes, that is right. Anyways, my name is Hawks and I run the museum with Lenora, my wife. The caretaker said, and Ash nodded. This is also the gym leader of the city as well. Cool. Do you when she will be back? Hawks shook his head. My name is Ash Ketchum and this Pikachu. Pikachu. We both are from the Kanto region and I need to challenge the Pokémon gym in this city for my second gym badge. Hawks nodded. Sounds cool, but if no Lenora, she should be back soon, so until then I will love to give you a full tour of the museum. Hawks offered and Ash agreed, much to the delight of his friends. They went into the fossil exhibit with the dome fossil as well. Then they saw a life-sized skeleton of a Dragonite which got Iris and Axu's eyes in awe due to their love for dragon types, and then they came into a room filled with display cases as well, but also a replica of an ancient ruin that held priceless artifacts, while entire suits of armor were standing in front of each wall. Then Ash started to think heavily on this once he saw a mask on display that was completely bland color and resembled the face of a human so perfectly, it was like it was alive. I think I have figured it out. Ash said, which got everyone's attention, and the trainer turned to Hawks. You said that you retrieved all this including that mask, right? The caretaker nodded. Then you probably made a ghost angry by stealing its mask. Now Ash was talking crazy in everyone's ears. They wanted to tell him how ridiculous it sounded until the lights went out and the suits of armor started to move on their own, to attack them. They screamed as they tried to avoid being sliced and diced by the swords and spears thrown at them. Meanwhile, Ash was trying to get back to the exhibit with the mask, but then two of the suits of armor got in his way, as if to prevent him from retrieving it. Before Ash could say a word, the guarding armor attacked him as well. There was complete chaos along with a ghostly mist in the room until light appeared and shone through the darkness. Looks like I got back just in time. A woman of above average height with a dark tan that wore an female archaeologist outfit with blue pants, a pink sash and coat, huge earrings that matched the bluish-green hair and a headband that successfully held the massive hairstyle back. Lenora. Hawks called out to her and everyone heard him perfectly. So you are the gym leader. Ash said calmly despite the situation, and the woman nodded with his Pokémon by her side that was recognized as a watchog like from the Battle Club. Yes, I am, but let's clean up this mess, shall we? Lenora said, and Ash nodded while he finally managed to dodge the suits of armor before grabbing the human-like mask from inside the display case. Then Ash showed it to the suits of armor, who froze at the sight of it, and the others noticed that it was crying somehow. This is yours, right? Ash asked to seemingly no one, but he went on, then take it. We had no right to do such things, and now you can have it back like what you have been trying to do since it was stolen from your home. Ash then laid the mask on his open palm that later floated after the suits of armor fell apart with some energy appearing out of it that took the appearance of a small ghost that had arms stretched out like coat hangers or most light holders of its era. Its eyes were completely red with a small drop at the bottom right, almost like a tear. Ash scanned it with his Pokédex. Yamask, the spirit Pokémon. Yamask is a ghost-type Pokémon that wanders the ruins of ancient civilizations. Ash smiled as he saw that Yamask had gotten its mask back and started to soar around the room in delight. This caused the lights to go back on and the mist to disappear. Then Ash's smile dropped into a frown. Where are you going to go now, Yamask? The spirit Pokémon stopped its dance and looked at Ash with a confused look like the others. Where, Ash? Back to the ruins where it came from. Hawk said, and Iris and Scylla nodded, but Lenora didn't. So that once some finds the ruins again and steal the mask once more. Ash brought up a good point. Nothing was stopping thieves from entering a tomb or ruins to steal treasure. If it went into the wild, it will be hunted down since it is rare to see such a Pokémon outside of ruins. Ash added, and Lenora nodded, seeing where this conversation was going. Do you really want to back to the ruins and wait until steals your mask again? To be chased down by bad people who to make money off of you? Ash asked Yamask, who was just floating with a heavy heart. Of course it didn't, but also it couldn't have wanted to go with Ash, who had been giving the questions in the first place. After giving itself a headache with the choosing, it used its power to levitate one of Ash's Pokeballs and let itself inside, caught. Ash managed to stop the Pokeball from crashing onto the ground with his hands. Then the trainer sighed before looking at the Pokeball. That was a tough choice you made, Yamask. As your trainer, I promise you won't regret it. XXXXX. Here we are, guys. Ash said as they stood outside the building that was called the Nakreen City Gym. Let's go. After that misadventure at the museum and making some Pokémon exchanges between the Pokémon Center and the ranch in Kanto, Ash's Pokémon were ready for this gym battle. Inside, they saw a familiar face, Lenora from the Nakreen City Museum, and also the gym leader. She looked to see the same trainer who challenged her to a battle for the basic badge. Hello, Ash. You ready? Lenora greeted with friendliness and enthusiasm. Yes, I am, Lenora. Ash answered before being guided to a battle area further into the gym. There, he positioned himself on the challenger's side while Lenora was on the other side of the gym leader. The battle between Lenora of the Nakreen City Pokémon Gym and Ash Ketchum from Pallet Town will get underway. Only the challenger is allowed to switch Pokémon. Do all trainers agree to these terms? Both Ash and Lenora nodded, so the referee gave the signal, battle begin. Lillipup. Shine through the darkness. Out came from inside Lenora's Pokeball was the little and young puppy Pokémon who showed bravery for its age. Despite being in its pre-evolved state, it should be strong if it was trained by Lenora. Ash though, in any case, the said trainer took out a Pokeball, Snivy. I need you. Ash released his grass starter type to begin this, but Lenora had noticed something off about the grass snake Pokemon, but before she could look at it longer, start with Leaf Storm. Snivy had summoned a mass of leaves that raced to attack Lillipup, whose trainer was distracted. Recharge with Coil while using Calm Mind. Ash made Snivy go on standby while enhancing her stats. Ash is not taking any chances with this gym leader. Now use Energy Ball. Snivy gathered up power into a ball form that landed a strong hit after the Leaf Storm. All in all, that did a lot of damage to the puppy Pokemon. That was nice, the way you caught me off guard, but don't think it is going to happen again. Lenora smirked as Lillipup got back up despite the onslaught of enhanced moves, still it looked fatigued. Time to do some of my own moves, use Work Up and then Shadow Ball. Lillipup tensed and glowed red before shooting a ball of supernatural purple energy at Snivy, who just waited for orders. Use your vines to break it apart. Snivy summoned her vines that intercepted the Shadow Ball and caused it to fall apart before it could hit the grass snake Pokemon. TCH, use Roar. Lenora tried another strategy but... Taunt. Snivy had insulted and infuriated Lillipup, thus preventing the puppy Pokemon from carrying out Roar status move. Now use Slam. Snivy charged towards Lillipup with speed that surprised Lenora, so she couldn't get a command in before the grass snake Pokemon literally slammed its body weight into Lillipup. Take down. Lenora knew that it was risky, but she won't let anything else happen on behalf of her status as a gym leader. Slam once more. Ash commanded and Snivy charged at Lillipup, who was glowing in white energy and moving in the direction of the grass snake Pokemon. They both collided with each other, with Lillipup feeling the force of Snivy's slam attack and the recoil damage effects of takedown, that caused the puppy Pokemon to faint while Snivy remained strong and standing. Yet in that defeat, Lenora finally understood Ash's Snivy. So that's it. An Everstone. Lenora said and Ash nodded. That explained how Snivy was able to learn those moves while remaining in its pre-evolved form. Yes. Ash answered plainly. But if Snivy was this powerful, then why did it? She accept it? Snivy could be a Servine by now. Lenora asked. Because she also knows another grass starter type from another region who couldn't properly use its new form with his original style, and Snivy doesn't want to see herself like that. Ash said with honestly, and Snivy nodding to back him up. Lenora now had more respect for the Raven Hair trainer. Lillipup is unable to battle. Snivy wins. The referee announced, and Lenora retuned the puppy Pokemon to its ball. Ash returned Snivy as well, but Lenora didn't care as she took out another Pokeball. Herdier. Help us go to the sun. Out came the loyal dog Pokemon like from the battle club. Ash smirked as he had the right Pokemon for this. Riolu. I need you. Ash released his emanation Pokemon, who faced her opponent. Lenora smirked as well. Getting more predictable here, huh, Ash? The said trainer didn't even twitch at the taunt, and neither did Riolu. Anyway, let's start with Shadow Ball. Herdier shot the same ghost-type move at Riolu. Dodge and then move in to use Force Palm. Ash commanded and Riolu moved around the Shadow Ball and approached Herdier to use a super effective fighting-type move. Use Protect. Lenora commanded her loyal dog Pokemon, who surrounded itself in the same blue energy that was going to stop the Force Palm. Yet. Now use Feint. Lenora gasped when Riolu started to move around in unpredictable motions before actually hitting Herdier and then landing the Force Palm after all. In the stands, Iris was wondering how Riolu was able to bypass Protect. Sylin explained that feint involves the Pokémon either make the Pokémon using Protect to lower its guard or break through the normal status move with a special energy. This was also a good move to use against a Pokémon using Detect as well. Back in the arena, Lenora knew that her strategy was foiled, and since Riolu could just avoid Shadow Ball again, use Giga Impact. Herdier honed into all its energy into a charging attack towards Riolu. Wait for it. Ash said while Riolu braced herself. Endure. The Emanation Pokémon braced for the force behind the fierce attack, and Herdier was now unable to move after using up all its energy into that Giga Impact. Now reversal. Riolu used its low health to power up this fighting-type move, now Copycat. Lenora couldn't believe it as Riolu somersaulted and glowed in the same energy before charging into Herdier, causing the loyal dog Pokémon to fall. Herdier is unable to battle. Riolu wins. Lenora sadly returned her Pokémon, and yet at the same time, was impressed by the strength of Ash's Pokémon shown so far. Ash. You are not only a caring and thoughtful boy but also a very skilled Pokémon trainer. I can't wait to see you face the champion with you real strongest. The gym leader thought as she took out her signature and final Pokémon. Watchog. Guide us with your light. Lenora released the same normal type from the museum. Croconaw. I need you. Ash threw a Pokeball to release the Big Jaw Pokémon. In the stands, Iris and Sylin were getting excited. They saw that Ash's new Pokémon were already strong. They can't wait to see one of Ash's older Pokémon from the outside regions. Use Hydro Pump. Croconaw inhaled and released massive water from its mouth that could make Dewat's water gun look like a kid's squirt gun. Lenora wasn't worried as she fought against trainers who use such moves like this. Watchog, use Mean Look and then Thunderbolt. The Lookout Pokémon used a Mean Glare that severed the connection between Croconaw and its Pokeball, then it summoned Thunder and shot it towards the Hydro Pump. The electricity ran through the water as since the liquid was a natural conductor. Take it and use Iron Tail on the ground below you. Ash said, and everyone was shocked to see the Thunderbolt just pass over Croconaw's body and into the ground harmlessly. Now use Ice Beam. Croconaw cancelled its Hydro Pump and unleashed rays of freezing energy that froze Watchog. Watchog. Lenora was starting to panic as her only Pokémon was helpless in its icy prison. Scald. Croconaw then squirted out a superheated and super-fast stream of water that hit the ice and melted it, as well as leaving Watchog with a burn. Can you still fight? Lenora asked of her Lookout Pokémon who, despite the damage and the burn, got up and gnawed. Good. Now use Low Kick. Watchog charged before reading its leg to trip Croconaw, but Reflect. Ash commanded Croconaw to stop that low kick with a wall of energy that stopped the fighting-type move. Now use Superpower. Croconaw flexed her muscles that glowed with massive force before attacking Watchog with the super-effective fighting-type move. The Lookout Pokémon was too beaten up to even stand or stay awake. Watchog is unable to battle. Croconaw wins, and the winner of the gym battle is Ash Ketchum from Pallet Town. The referee announced, and cheers soon followed after such an exciting match. Both gym leader and challenger returned their Pokémon before meeting each other in the middle of the battlefield. Ash. I knew that when I first saw you, you will prove yourself to be an excellent trainer. Lenora said, you have shown skill and bravery in our match as well as undeniable trust in your Pokémon and concern for their state. It is my duty as the gym leader of the Nakreen City Gym to present the basic badge, proof that you have won against me. She said as she took out a badge that was shaped like a purple spine of a book, similar to those found in libraries. Ash just took it with a proud smile on his face as he placed it in his badge case. Another thing, Lenora whispered into Ash's ear before he left to rejoin his friends, once you and that lovely girl of yours become a couple, don't be shy to call me for advice. Both me and Hawks will be waiting to hear. Ash just blushed and nodded before hurrying off the field with thoughts of actually dating Iris, a girl he had a crush on ever since he first met her. End of Chapter 5. Previously on Journey to Improve, Conquest of Unova. Ash. I knew that when I first saw you, you will prove yourself to be an excellent trainer. Lenora said, you have shown skill and bravery in our match as well as undeniable trust in your Pokémon and concern for their state. It is my duty as the gym leader of the Nakreen City Gym to present the basic badge, proof that you have won against me. She said as she took out a badge that was shaped like a purple spine of a book, similar to those found in libraries. Ash just took it with a proud smile on his face as he placed it in his badge case. Another thing, Lenora whispered into Ash's ear before he left to rejoin his friends, once you and that lovely girl of yours become a couple, don't be shy to call me for advice. Both me and Hawks will be waiting to hear. Ash just blushed and nodded before hurrying off the field with thoughts of actually dating Iris, a girl he had a crush on ever since he first met her. How is the egg, Ash? After Ash's victory at the Nakreen City Gym, he and his friends continue on their journey throughout the Unova region. Fortunately, Yamask had found Ash's Pokémon to be good company. Snivy thanked her trainer for the Everstone that allowed to stay the way she is before going into the company of Duat who welcomed her approached. Snivy loved that about the DSPLN Pokémon. Finally, Pidove was getting stronger alright, she feels just one major fight from evolving. It's going pretty good, there is a slight heartbeat inside. That means that it will evolve soon. Ash said as he was shining his Pokémon egg with a cloth, he wanted the Pokémon to be as healthy as it can before hatching. I must say that you are exceptionally gentle and knowledgeable on how to raise Pokémon eggs. Sillin remarked, did you handle them before? Iris wanted to know as well. Ash nodded as he went back to shining before finishing up, the proof was that the egg was sparkling in the sun's light. I sure did, in fact it all started back in the Kanto region, where I was asked to locate some extinct Pokémon who lived in the subterranean caverns. After a wild ride trying to escape from them, I came across a Pokémon egg just laying around but I didn't take care of it. Ash started with a sad, faraway tone in his voice. Why not? You were the one that found the egg. Iris said to try and be gentle with Ash who blushed since she was getting awfully close. Those last words Lenora said to Ash before he left Nakreen City still remained fresh in his mind. I did, but one of my companions back then, actually took from me. Ash said, and Iris was shocked to hear one of Ash's friends will do such a thing. She was always one with a temper and loved to boss everyone around. She even accused me of being too irresponsible to handle an egg, like it was crime that I found it in the first place. Ash continued, and Iris was getting even more worried as his tone was getting sadder. I was going to give the egg to another of my friends who was training to become a world-class Pokémon breeder, but she still insisted that she was the perfect person to take care of an egg, so that ended there. Then had the egg ever hatched? Sillin asked, and Ash answered. Yes, and into a Togepi, a very rare Pokémon, that stuck to her like glue. Ash started to sound happier, by a little. Right now, Togepi is now a Togetic at a place that can't be found normally, the Mirage Kingdom. And that was the last that any of us had ever seen Togetic. I bet that he is happy living where his kind are the most welcome. Ash said, taking a look from the egg and into the sky, as if he is trying to see where this Togetic was. Still, that wasn't the last time I was evolved with a Pokémon egg. Well, we have all day, so please tell us more. Sillin said, and Iris nodded, which made Ash chuckle. He was starting to feel like a grandpa telling stories to his grandchildren. Well, the second time I got an egg, I did hatch it and it became a very powerful ground-type Pokémon that had won me plenty of Pokémon battles, so I was grateful to have been there for it. This egg, I didn't find, it was given to me as the grand prize for winning Pokémon race. Ash started and his friends nodded. The next time I was involved with an egg, it was given to me again, and this time, by a Pokémon professor from Johto. Once it hatched, I didn't catch it. Ash continued, I was asked to deliver the Pokémon back to its mother and I succeed, but recently, the same Pokémon actually wanted me to catch it. Iris, you will know it as the Pupitar that helped me catch Pidove. So that was that strange Pokémon you used. Iris muttered since she couldn't get a good look at the Pokémon before. Yes, and continuing on, the next egg was actually given to one of my friends that hatched into an EV, considered to be among the cutest Pokémon yet. Ash said, and Iris just could only imagine what Ash meant. Then there was another one given to another one of friends which hatched in a happiny, who was very strong for its size. Finally, another of my friend had found an egg that actually hatched into a starter-type Pokémon. That was the entire story, and the audience just couldn't get enough, but something had grabbed both of their attention when the egg started to glow. Yikes! The egg is hatching! Ash yelled while hurrying to place it on the pillow that came with it. After glowing for a while, the egg started to take a different form. Once the light died down, in its place was a bipedal, lizard-like Pokémon. Its oval eyes are set to the sides of its head, and its teeth appear to be constantly exposed. There was a small red scale on its yellow head. Below the yellow portion of its head, its body was cream-colored with thin arms and a red, scaly belly. It was carrying its loose, yellow skin around its legs, resembling trousers. Some of the loose skin seems to trail off to form or cover a tail. Ash silently took out his Pokédex and set the volume so that it won't startle the recently born Pokémon. Scraggy, the shedding Pokémon. The lower half of Scraggy's body is covered by a tough rubbery skin, and when someone makes eye contact it responds with headbutt. Ash nodded. That was important about this Scraggy. Speaking of which, when the shedding Pokémon opened its eyes to see Ash, it got up and head-butted Ash just like what the Pokédex said, but Ash didn't even budge. Uff. That was a lot of power in that headbutt there. Ash said while Scraggy started to rub its hard head against Ash. Maybe since the Ravenhair trainer was able to take in that headbutt, Scraggy thinks that Ash is its parent. Scraggy. The shedding Pokémon then heard Ash ask for its attention before the said trainer shifted Scraggy to face Ash's companions. I will like for you to meet my friends, that is Iris. Ash pointed towards the said girl who had Axu sticking out waving at Scraggy, who smiled and waved back. And that was Axu. He could be your big brother or something. The shedding Pokémon nodded to Ash's words, and that is Sillin, you will love food he makes for Pokémon. Scraggy nodded before hearing its stomach growl and blushed as a result. On the other hand, Ash's friends couldn't believe that Ash actually was able to tame Scraggy despite what the Pokédex said. While having lunch, Scraggy was really enjoying the food that Ash and Sillin had made. It also was hearing a lot of adventures from Axu, the only Pokémon around its age group. Still, Scraggy was very restless. He had the urge to strengthen its headbutts on something, but since Ash was declared by it as its parent, Scraggy didn't want to headbutt anyone else he saw. Ash noticed it and decided to take a little risk for the sake of his new Pokémon. Hey Scraggy. Ash said to get the attention of the shedding Pokémon, we are actually going to stay in this area to train. You can go train on your own, but don't go off too far or you will get lost. Scraggy beamed that its parent was letting it go train, so it nodded before running into the forest nearby for some rocks or tree bark. Yet in its enjoyment, Scraggy forgot about not going too far while banging its head into various trees in order to toughen itself. That is, until it actually slammed into a tree that was the nest for giant, yellow, spider-like Pokémon. Their heads were yellow on top and light purple on the bottom. The Pokémon had two large, blue, forward-facing eyes with black pupils, and four, smaller, simple eyes sitting in a 2x2 pattern on its forehead, two long pedipalps connected from the underside of its head, which are blue and hairless on their lower half and covered in thick yellow fur on the upper half. Four tufts of hair sprout from under their abdomen and grow upward. Two large tufts sprout from the left and right of the rear, while two smaller ones sprout from each side. The fur on its back is light purple and with three thick, yellow stripes running up from its rear. Scraggy was shocked at its actions, but soon then, instincts kicked in and the shedding Pokémon actually stood its ground against them rather than running away. Yet Scraggy learned that it was hard to avoid their fast and powerful attacks and even harder to hit them with its headbutt attack. Now, Scraggy was regretting that it forgot what its parent had told it. Going against advice from a parent is always foolishness, because half of the time, the kids who do it anyways don't get home to say sorry. Flamethrower. The Pokémon then heard a voice that very familiar to Scraggy as a stream of fire scorched the ground between the shedding Pokémon and the yellow spider Pokémon. Out came on the side of Scraggy was Ash's Shelgon, who started down the horde of Pokémon, as if to say, try to get closer. Nice going, Shelgon. Are you okay, Scraggy? Ash then appeared on the same side, and the said Pokémon were glad to see their trainer, especially Scraggy. Now let's see what you all are. Ash said as he took out his Pokédex to scan these Pokémon. Galvantula, the ELE spider Pokémon. Galvantula attacks its prey by shooting electrically charged threads, and its front mandibles can hold down opponents. Ash smirked before turning to them. I am sorry that my Scraggy had caused you trouble. I should have been paying more attention to him, and now this will be the last time that you will be bothered by us. Ash then walked back where he came with Scraggy in his arms, Pikachu on his shoulder, and Shelgon back into his ball. The Galvantula horde just went back to their home, not even bothering to go after them, since they all could see that Ash looks after his Pokémon very well. Once Ash got back to camp, he had told everyone about what happened, and they were worried about Scraggy. Axu even crawled over to him to express the Tusk Pokémon's concerns. How about it, Scraggy? The said Pokémon looked up to Ash, who had a Pokeball in hand. Now you have a taste of a real battle, will you like to get stronger? Scraggy couldn't believe that Ash wasn't even angry at him, but when asked that question, who can resist? Scraggy took one paw and tapped the Pokeball, which SCKED the shedding Pokémon inside, dinging only once. Ash looked at the Pokeball with soft eyes. Welcome to the family, Scraggy. Meanwhile, Iris was still surprised that Ash had shown expert parenting skills ever since Scraggy had first been born. She now thought about that comment that Ash made about having kids with her. Iris will definitely trust Ash with her children. XXXXX. This is sure is a forest. Ash said as he and his friends walked through an area that was overgrown with ivy, grass and trees. But how do we know we are approaching the exit and into the next town? Trust me. I have been living in forests for most of my life, I know all about them. Iris said in a proud tone while puffing her chest out. Then tell us what you about this forest. Ash said sternly, and Iris actually sweat dropped in nervousness. Please tell us that you know where we are. How about we just go someplace high and look around? Iris said in a manner to save herself from any harsh scolding. She was saved when Syllan joined in with a much calmer tone. I agree, it is only the proper and mature thing to do. Ash looked at Syllan and then loosened up his expression. Fine then. Ash said with Iris sighing in relief within her mind, then let's go to that tree over there. Ash pointed towards a massive tree in the distance. It was big enough to be seen from anywhere in the forest. Yet before they can start moving, there was something coming from the tree branches, and it aimed at Ash's Pikachu. Dodge. Ash said simply while both trainer and Pokémon shifted out of the way, causing the thing to crash into a tree to their side. Iris flinched as she remembered when that was here days ago. Then Ash was able to get a better look at the object, only to see a caterpillar-like Pokémon with a broad, bitten leaf enfolding its head like a hood. Its large, spherical head was an orange-yellow with two small, close-together knobs on its forehead. Its eyes were black and circular, and its mouth had a downward-pointing, crescent-shaped orange snout with a sharp tiny tooth at either end. The underside between the snout and its neck is white. Its green body had 3 segments with a pair of stubby, spherical orange legs on each segment. Ash scanned it with his Pokédex. Sewaddle, the sowing Pokémon. Sewaddle hides from its enemies by covering its head with a hood made from a leaf, and is known to eat its leafy clothing when food is scarce. Ash smiled as he never ran into such a Pokémon before. Unova will continue to surprise him by every Pokémon. Still, it seems that Sewaddle was restless and tried to attack Pikachu while Ash was looking it up in the Pokédex. So this Pokémon wants to fight us, huh? Ash smirked as well as Pikachu. Okay then. Let's go then, Pikachu. Pika. The mouse Pokémon readied himself while everyone else was getting a little nervous, as this will be the first time they ever saw Ash use his Pikachu in battle. Sewaddle just braced for battle and shot a string of sticky thread at Pikachu. Double team. Ash commanded Pikachu to create various copies of himself to dodge that move known as string shot and confuse Sewaddle. Thunder wave. Pikachu then unleashed a charge of electricity that successfully paralyzed Sewaddle. Now use Slam. Pikachu charged towards the sowing Pokémon who surprised everyone when it managed to stop the yellow rodent with a dome of protective energy. So you know Protect eh? Ash chuckled, that makes this even more amusing, but we are in a hurry. Pikachu use Feint. The mouse Pokémon nodded before moving in a manner that caused Sewaddle to drop its defensive dome, for Pikachu to hit it with enough force to send Sewaddle flying deeper into the forest. Iris and Sylin were amazed at just how powerful even this taste of Pikachu's power, why the yellow rodent was just playing with Sewaddle, who seemed to be a fierce Pokémon. Yet they then remembered why they wanted to move from the same spot in the first place. Once they arrived, it was really much bigger in person. Still, Ash and Iris started to climb up the tree bark while Sylin stayed at the base to keep lookout. Then Sylin heard his friends gasp loudly, "What is it up there?" No answer, until Sylin heard, "Look out below, Sylin." The said trainer was confused until he saw Ash and Iris fall down with something in tow. Sylin raced to make way for them to land, and once they did, the thing seemed to resemble a cocoon, but that was short-lived when it was revealed to be a person. "What were you doing up there?" Iris asked to the strange figure who wore clothes of forest colors with a white undershirt visible. "I was merely taking in the fresh air and energy of the forest. I am at the greatest of slumps for my work in capturing the likeliness of the great trees and those who live among them." The man spoke even stranger than Sylin, but Ash knew what he was saying. "You are an artist who can't find anything to draw of." Ash said, simple, brief and to the point. Iris and Sylin all understood that, but "Why yes, but how did you figure that one out?" The man asked, and Ash took out a sketchpad. "This fell out of your pockets, if I believe." Ash answered, and the man gently took it back, rejoicing until, "This is my sketchpad, but these drawings are not mine," he said, and Iris was getting confused about this. "There should been something on the cover that you don't recognize," Ash said, and the man looked and saw something all right, but before he could say another word, "Iris, can you check out the drawings and tell him whose those are?" Sure." Iris walked over to check it out before turning to Ash. "Hey, these drawings are yours, Ash." The man gasped. "So you are an artist too?" Ash nodded. "It is a hobby I have developed, helps me focus on my Pokémon and also to help me remember my journeys, since I seem to have a trend for meeting up with rare Pokémon," Ash said before taking out another sketchpad before opening it to reveal drawings of the forests. "Now I believe these are yours." "Why yes, I did draw them," the man said before exchanging sketchpads with Ash. "Still, I must say that your work is very beautiful and very well drawn." Ash sighed before sitting down on a nearby rock while everyone else found something relatable to use. "Thanks, but I hadn't been drawing for as long as you have, Berg." Ash addressed this man by name that shocked everyone. "You mean you are Berg, the Castelia City gym leader?" Sylin had heard of his fellow gym leaders but never had the chance to meet them personally. "I am, but I don't recall ever introducing." Berg halted before smiling. "My name was the sketchpad that fell from the treetops." Ash nodded before shifting through his sketchpad. "That's right, but still I have something to show you guys. I have been waiting for the right time to bring it up." Iris and Sylin were confused as they saw Ash with his sketchpad already. They were surprised when Ash turned to a certain page and showed his drawing of Zekrom. "That is so cool." Iris was delighted to see the picture of a dragon type, while Sylin and Berg were another story altogether. "How is that a trainer of you actually find or even caught a glimpse of such a mythical Pokémon? Most never get to see the deep black Pokémon in their entire lives." Berg viewed his shock, but Ash never stirred. "Simple, we never found Zekrom," Ash said, and Pikachu nodded. "It was like he found us." That got their attention, so Ash went on. "It was actually when we first arrived in Unova from our home region of Kanto. One of the reasons we are traveling is to find out everything we can about Zekrom, so maybe we answer why it appeared before us." Ash explained before taking on a sad tone. "So far nothing was to be found. Only that knowledge on Zekrom is scarce. Ash's friends couldn't believe that the cool and collected Ash they knew actually fell into depression. But before they could say another word, they heard a cry from deeper in the woods. It sounded like a Pokémon in distress, so the trainers hurried towards the source to see that Sewaddle was hanging on for dear life on top of a deerling. Berg raced over to try and calm the seasoned Pokémon, but when that happened, Sewaddle was thrown off first. Ash then realized something about the direction that the sowing Pokémon was headed. His fears were confirmed when it turned out to be a river dead ahead. Sewaddle. Ash tried to reach for the sowing Pokémon, but it was too late and Sewaddle fell into the accelerating waters. Then Ash, in a hurry, shook off Pikachu before jumping into that same river. Pikapi. Pikachu. The yellow rodent cried for the others while trying to catch up with his trainer, who swam towards Sewaddle and caught it. Then Ash saw a rock nearby and grabbed onto it to anchor himself. Yet the weight of the trainer and Pokémon were obviously too much for the rock, and sooner or later, it dislodged and the duo fell back into the river, which was ending with a waterfall. Ash then took in Sewaddle to brace the sowing Pokémon for any crash at the bottom, yet they were stopped by a string of thread like before. They looked up to see the others with a Pokémon Ash never saw before, but that wasn't important as the strange Pokémon hoisted them from the river and onto the bank. Once there, Iris had crashed into Ash as she was yelling on how reckless he acted, while Pikachu was just glad that his trainer managed to survive yet another life-or-death situation and once again for another Pokémon. That was foolhardy and reckless to be sure, Ash. Berg spoken down the said trainer, but it was all for a Pokémon who had supposedly attacked you out of a challenge today, so that will be understandable. Ash smiled. Thanks Berg, it always happens whatever I caused it or not. At least my life will never be boring. Ash said, and the other trainers excluding Iris could only shake their heads as only Ash will say such things so causally. Ash then scanned Berg's Pokémon. Levany, the nurturing Pokémon and Sewaddle's final evolutionary form. Using sticky threads that come from its mouth, it makes clothes for Sewaddle by sewing leaves together. It turned out that Sewaddle had its leaf hood stolen by some patrat for its healing purposes, while the sewing Pokémon was trying to find a replacement when it fell onto the deerling. Levany had made a replacement that fitted Sewaddle perfectly. The sewing Pokémon was now glad to get a new hood. Much later, at a house that Berg had built when he needed to house his work and sleep in a bed for once, everyone was able to finally get directions to Castelia City. Iris was feeling a bit embarrassed when she, without thinking, had embraced Ash while scolding him. Meanwhile, Ash was wondering why Sewaddle wasn't returning to the forest to find another challenge. The sewing Pokémon had been rubbing against the said trainer like a cat to its owner or parent. Oh, how wonderful! Berg proclaimed once he noticed Sewaddle's behavior as well. This little one wishes to bond with you, Ash. The said trainer looked at Sewaddle to confirm it, and the sewing Pokémon nodded, which made Ash smile before taking Sewaddle into his hands. Then he touched foreheads which sparked from the setting sun. Ah! Sweet inspiration! Berg then yelled at the top of his voice, this beautiful moment has left me with the perfect idea for my next project. Ash said nothing, and neither did Sewaddle before the former took out a Pokeball that the latter touched on its own. Now Sewaddle was Ash's Pokémon, and that started something beautiful to be sure of. XXXXX. After the adventures in Pinwheel Forest, out heroes have arrived at a super mall building. So this is where that new Pokemart is, Sillin. Oh yes. This where Unova trainers go to replenish on their supplies, buy new Pokémon items, and even go to get their Pokémon evaluated. Sillin explained, and Ash got even more interested once they entered the Pokemart. True to Sillin's words, there were trainers to the brim, all there for what they can buy before setting off on their journeys again. And there was even a long line of trainers all waiting for something. Why are we waiting? One of them said after Ash decided to ask himself, I guess you are new, but we are here for our Pokémon to be evaluated by a Pokémon connoisseur or a female connoisseur. They say that if the connoisseur approves of your Pokémon, then you are good to go, but if otherwise, you may need to rework your team altogether. That is why a lot of trainers come here, to get such an honor. Ash understood but wasn't interested in it at all, because he personally thought it was other people telling trainers what to do with their Pokémon. He just wished them all good luck and went back to looking up some supplies he may need. Just when Ash had finished paying for it all, including ingredients for Pokémon food, he saw Iris hurrying towards him. Ash. Some woman had started an argument with Scylla and she won't listen to any of us. Ash nodded and let Iris take him to where Scylla was, and he was there all right with indeed a woman yelling at him. She was of medium height and weight for women of her age, but she had purple hair and curls that shone brightly in sunlight. She was also wearing black pants, a red vest over a red-purple shirt with bands around each of the main arms that was supposedly making her look graceful. Ash walked over and coughed loud, ahem. That managed to catch their attention. Madam, you are causing a scene here, and unless you have reason for barking at one of my friends, then we should take it outside. Ash said calmly while dragging the woman by the hair painfully. Then Ash turned to the people watching. Nothing to discuss here, go back to your shopping. Once they were outside the mall, Ash threw the woman to ground after letting go of her hair. Now tell us your name and what you have against Scylla. Ash said in stern tone as the woman got back on her feet and dusted the dirt off. Now I am clueless on French phrases when it came to Burgundy, so please be gentle. Parsicus. Is this any way to treat a lady like Mon Ei? She yelled at Ash, who just stared her down with Pikachu already getting annoyed. Either way, J.E. Dyer, my name is Burgundy and Mon suis going to be a world-class connoisseurs that will best a afros home like your friend here. Ash looked at Scylla, who was trying to settle this heated moment. That still doesn't explain why you hate Scylla so much. Ash said, and Iris nodded while Burgundy cleared her throat. This man humilia, me and my precious Pokémon, sot. Burgundy shouted at Scylla, quick and to the point. Ash and Iris looked at Scylla with suspicious eyes. I always thought you as a gym leader were going to help trainers, not make them give up on their journey altogether. Ash said in a tone that demanded an explanation, and Scylla said that he didn't. But if that is the case, why are you still chasing after Scylla? You must have won at the gym by now. Burgundy nodded before glaring at Scylla once again. I did try a second time, deuxième fois, but Scylla ran away like a coward, quard. Ash was not convinced. Or perhaps that you challenged the gym after Scylla joined us, since I beat both him and his brothers. Ash brought up, and before Burgundy could protest, he took out his badge case and revealed that he had gained the trio badge. Call it whatever you like, quoi que. Burgundy shouted, I demand a rematch. Main tenant. She proclaimed, right into Scylla's face literally. Scylla sighed as he knew no way out of this. So they went into an open field a good distance away from the mall. Ash made himself the referee. The battle between Burgundy and Scylla of Striaton City will get underway. Each trainer is allowed to use only one Pokémon. Once the Pokémon from either side faints, the match is over. Do both trainers agree to these terms? Ash presented the conditions of the match. Indeed. Scylla answered in his neutral tone, while Burgundy. Netoir. She proclaimed in her sad attempt to be graceful. With those words said, Ash raised his hand. Battle begin. Dwebble. Embrace us with your wonderful presence. Scylla released his rock in Pokémon while Burgundy smirked. Duat. Show us you power. Out came the DSPLN Pokémon like the one that Ash owns. Burgundy thought she had this in the bag, but what she doesn't know was that Dwebble had fought against a trained Duat plenty of times during training. Water gun. Duat shot a stream of water towards the rock and bug-type Pokémon. Use protect. Dwebble went back into his shell and glowed in a defensive energy that deflected the water gun. Defense, huh? That will only work until it doesn't anymore. Fury cutter. Duat raced towards Dwebble with glowing claws. Protect once more. Dwebble used his energy to make sure that Fury Cutter didn't do as much as a scratch on him. All you are doing is defending, and I will see that Duat was end your Pokémon. Water Pulse now. Duat homed in on its control over water to submerge Dwebble in a ball of violent water until Dwebble fell to the ground in his shell again. Yet Dwebble didn't faint, and Burgundy noticed it. Why didn't Dwebble get affected by that water pulse? Simple, my Dwebble's special ability is Sturdy. That allows Dwebble to take in moves that deal heavy damage with just one last bit of health left. Sillin revealed, and Ash smiled at the green-haired trainer's strategy, seeing that going on all offense had made Burgundy's Duat exhausted. Now it is our turn. Use Shell Smash. Dwebble left his shell and cracked its skin around him, successfully increasing its attack power and speed while leaving him even more vulnerable. X-Scissor. Dwebble channeled energy into his claws. Razor Shell. Burgundy had commanded her Duat in a desperate plea, and the DSPLN Pokémon used its twin scallops against Dwebble, yet the rock-in Pokémon increased power had cancelled the Razor Shell and sent Duat down to the earth, fainted. Duat is unable to battle. Dwebble wins, and the winner of the match is Sillin from Striaton City. Ash announced like a real referee does, and Iris jumped in joy that her friend had won the match while showing that rude and self-centered Burgundy a thing or two. No. 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 Burgundy whined while returning her Duat until she pulled a 180, that was merely a setback, I will win against you someday, Sillin. Burgundy then raced away with her Pokémon while yelling about training mixed with French phrases. XXXXX. Now that Sillin had gained an unwilling rivalry, he had increased the training of his Pokémon, he even bought a leaf stone in case Panzage wished to evolve. Dwebble also took to his training as well. Meanwhile, Ash and Iris had been doing the same with their Pokémon since the topic was fresh in the air and that Ash needs to prepare for his gym battle in Castelia City. Ash's Pidove trained herself to the ground and learned a few moves including Double Team, Air Slash, Roost and even Aerial Ace. Duat continued his training, but since he knew that once he fully evolves, his body will demand a different fighting style altogether, he had heard stories of such things from Ash's Torterra. Snivy's training was going along pretty good as well, while Tepig had wished to evolve after hearing about an encounter with a pig knight from Snivy herself. Sewaddle also trained hard and learned Razor Leaf and Bug Bite since it has a limited move set currently as she was. Ash did confirm Sewaddle to be female while training. Yamask was also having a good time, he showed to have known Haze, Nightshade, Will-O-Wisp and Ominous Wind, so Ash was able to train it into learning Shadow Ball, Calm Mind and Hex in order to grant Yamask better use of his older moves. Finally, Riolu was helping Scraggy with his own moves since they both are fighting types. The shedding Pokémon learned Leer, Feint Attack, Swagger and Dark Pulse on its own, while Riolu taught him Brick Break, Bulk Up and Force Palm. All in all, Scraggy was urging to try out his new moves. Iris wasn't having much luck since her Excadrill was still disobedient of her, so she was only able to train Axew and Scolipede. The former did improve a lot, learning Slash and Dragon Claw as well as Dragon Dance on Ash's advice. The latter gained some new moves which included Toxic, X-Scissor, Swords Dance and Hyper Beam. After that rush, it was time to cool down for some food, and all that training had made the Pokémon hungry as well. Everything went smoothly as the day went by until the ground started to ripple, which caused everyone to go on their guard, and they had a surprise alright. A Sandile had appeared out of a hole it made, but there was something else about this Sandile that Ash and Iris seemed to recognize. That is the Sandile that helped us out at the hot springs. Iris proclaimed, and Ash nodded as well as the other Pokémon who were there as they remembered this Sandile as well. What is it doing here? Maybe it is searching for a battle. That is the main reason why Pokémon follow me and Pikachu around the regions. Ash suggested, and the Sandile nodded before reading itself for a fight, but before anyone else could even react, there was a strong gust of wind that threatened to blow everyone off of the ground. Ash, Iris and Sillin hurried to return their Pokémon while trying to hold their ground, which could have been said for the Sunglass Sandile as it was blown off of its feet and into the ground again, only harder. Then it started to notice something. Its sunglasses were gone. Hey, where is my hat? Ash asked as he noticed that his hair was now bare for the first time in front of his Unova friends. They all teased him about how cute he looked without it until Sillin shouted. Where is one of my serving domes? Sillin panicked when he did a check on his chef and cooking inventory. Now it was beginning to become clearer, this was a robbery. Since Sandile was robbed as well, he started to go into the way of the wind since it was easier for any thieves to ride it into that same direction. They then saw, in a clearing, 3 Pokémon that resembled ducklings. Each of them had 2 feathery tufts on its head that connect at the bottom, forming a V-shape. They had a darker blue, feathery underside which makes it appear as if it were in mid-molting. It has yellow, webbed feet and a small tail. Ash took out his Pokédex. Ducklet, the water bird Pokémon. A skilled diver, Ducklet swims underwater in search of its favorite food, peat moss. Ash frowned, that didn't explain why these Ducklet will want with their things. But before Ash could do anything else, Sandile charged to get his sunglasses back. Yet that only allowed the desert croc Pokémon to be seen by the Ducklet and they scattered while wearing their stolen items. Now that they were airborne, Sandile can no longer reach them. They taunted Sandile about it until they all heard, Thunder Wave. The Ducklet trio hurried to avoid that surge of electricity. But in the process, they had scattered and the wind had messed up their ability to fly so they were all grounded. Sandile then chased after the one with its sunglasses. Ash then emerged from the bush with Pikachu sharing the angry look on his face. I don't see what is so funny about stealing other people's stuff but you going to give those back. Even though Ash had made an intimidating impression on them, the remaining Ducklet had charged towards the said trainer with his Pikachu. Fine then, use Iron Tail. Pikachu nodded before joining in the air with his tail glowing in metal shine before hitting both Ducklet, sending them across the pond nearby while leaving the hat and serving dome behind. Iris and Sylin couldn't help but gap at Pikachu's performance. It was starting to be obvious that Pikachu is a high-level Pokémon that can only find a challenge with the Elite Four and the champion. Then Ash placed his hat back on with a smile before picking up the serving dome while brushing off any dirt on it. I believe this is yours, Sylin. Ash said while his friends were frozen in shock and awe in the bushes. Oh. Sylin regained his focus upon hearing Ash's voice. Thanks. The trainer said before returning back to the campsite while Ash had fun with a still Iris before guiding her back as well. But their troubles were not over yet when a Pokémon emerged from the bushes nearby while wearing familiar eyewear. It resembled a reptilian Pokémon with a mostly tan body, pink stomach, black back, and long tail. It had 6 thick, black stripes on its body, 1 at shoulder level, 1 around its midsection, 1 around its hips, and 3 on its tail. Each stripe is topped with a triangular spike on its back. The stripes around its midsection crossed 2 spikes, 1 on each side of its back. Its arms were short and thin, with a black band around them at the elbow. Each hand contained 3 short fingers, each with a white claw. Its legs were thick with a band around each ankle, and a stripe above the knee that does not wrap around. Its flat feet each had 3 white claws. Finally, its head was ovoid with a long snout, and small eyes surrounded by a thick black membrane. 2 of its front and rear teeth are visible overlapping its lower jaw. A black stripe sits on the bridge of the snout just behind its large nostrils. Ash thought that this was someone familiar so he took out his Pokédex. Krokorok, the desert croc Pokémon, and the evolved form of Sandile. The special membrane that covers Krokorok's eyes detects heat, which allows it to see in the dark. See, this is the same Sandile from when this whole mess had started. Iris proclaimed as she heard that this desert croc Pokémon is the evolved form of the sunglass Sandile. That is probably right, Iris. And it looked like once the same match as before the Ducklet had ruined it. Ash said with a smile as Pikachu got off to face this Krokorok. But Ash, Krokorok is a ground type. Won't Pikachu be in trouble? Iris asked with concern that made Ash smile. Something caused her to blush for some reason she didn't understand other than it made him look handsome. I didn't say that. Nice of you to show that you are worried, but if Pikachu was weak to ground types then we need more training. Ash said, turning away from Iris and towards the sunglass Krokorok. We have some things to back us up, so just stand back and watch. Iris and Sylin then just that when Krokorok had dug into the ground. But Ash and Pikachu were worried. Let's show it with Magnet Rise. Pikachu then levitated off the ground with electromagnetism and avoided Krokorok when it tried to emerge after sensing that Pikachu had raised off the surface. It then tried to attack the yellow rodent with a bite attack one after another, but Pikachu had always proved to be the fastest Pokémon in this match. Now Iron Tail. Pikachu's tail had turned metal and landed an ineffective move that still did damage. Then Krokorok started to fight Sirius when it summoned rocks in a manner that reminded Iris and Syllan of the rock-type move that Ash's Bayleaf had used at the Striaton gym. Ash. What are you going to do about that move? Iris yelled out to Ash, who just kept his smirk while looking at Pikachu, who seemed to want to do something. Go ahead, Pikachu. This will be the first move you will learn since Hoenn. Ash told his best friend, who nodded before running off without Ash's orders and jumped into the air with a ball of electricity on his tail. Once Krokorok had launched its storm of sharpened stones, the ball of lightning had deflected each of them back at the Desert Croc Pokémon was hit with enough force to send it flying off. That reminded Ash and Pikachu of the troublesome Team Rocket, speaking of whom, the two best friends realized that they had never ran into them, or the trio never once tried to take Pikachu like they did for years since day one. That was amazing. Iris yelled like an excited little kid. When Pikachu used that ball of lightning against Krokorok was pure genius. Indeed, I have never seen a Pikachu use Electro Ball for the first time and mastered it on the same day. Syllan said while Pikachu was rubbing his head in embarrassment after the yellow rodent had settled on his trainer's shoulder. Thanks guys, I was glad that we were able to please you, and I am proud of Pikachu since all that training had caused wonders for his strength. Ash said before he started to rub the mouse Pokémon on the head, to which Pikachu purred and cried in happiness to it. Ash's friends found it cute and just let the two best buddies enjoy their company together, but one thing is for sure, now that Pikachu has learned a new move and that the Sunglass Sandile had finally evolved, the gang may never stop running into trouble, and maybe even Krokorok again. XXXXX. So are we getting closer, Syllan? Ash asked after they managed to reach civilization once more and the only thing in the way was a bridge. Yes, and this bridge we have to cross is not just any bridge. It is the biggest one in the entire Unova region. Syllan explained, it is called the Sky Arrow Bridge. Iris smiled. I bet the view from the top is just amazing. Axu agreed, but Ash decided to joke about that. At what? I get a good view of something amazing on the other side of Syllan. Ash then left that hanging along with a blushing Iris, who thought that he meant those words. Anyways, I have to call Professor Juniper about what just happened. Ash said as he approached a simple store that had a video phone with a Pokémon transporter as well. But then Ash had to stop when a woman had nearly ran into him in her haste. Sorry about that. No, it was my undoing. The woman modestly replied as Ash continued on his way into the store to call Professor Juniper. Oh, so you have obtained 4 new Pokémon since we last saw each other, Ash? The regional professor asked, and Ash nodded. Well, if I have to take a guess, then you are training them perfectly. I would love to meet them once we run into each other again. I am sure they will love to meet you, Professor, but I will keep in touch anyways. Ash said before ending the message to join up with his friends, before noticing that the same woman had been looking at old pictures of a boat that ran on the same river that separated him and Castalia City. That is the same bridge that we were going to cross. Ash said before turning to the woman in question. Did you live around here? No, not anymore. The woman said before leaving the store, and pretty soon, Ash and his friends were fully equipped and ready to go, but when they arrived out of the store, a dense fog had appeared out of nowhere. While Ash and his friends were trying to figure this one out, an officer had appeared. Oh, the fog is back again. She was of average height with a uniform that fitted her body shape perfectly. But not to worry, because here comes Swanna. Out came was a beautiful swan-like Pokémon with primarily white plumage. Its beak is long and yellow topped with a black tip, and it has several white feathery features adorning its head. The more rounded of the features are to the sides of its head, and the more pointed feature is atop. It possessed a long, curving neck. 2 light blue feathery features, similar to those on the sides of its head, were present on the underside, and its large wings are positioned so that they curve away from its body. Finally, its legs are small, and its webbed feet dark. Ash scanned the Pokémon. Swanna, the white bird Pokémon, and the evolved form of Ducklet. Because of its long, powerful neck, Swanna can deliver forceful attacks with its beak. Now Swanna, use Defog. The officer yelled and Swanna blew its wing to stir up wind intended to blow away to fog, but nothing happened. Are you one of the officer Jennies of Unova? Ash said, despite how awkward the moment was for the female police officer. Yes, I am, but Defog never failed before. Officer Jenny was trying to figure it out as well, but Ash didn't have time to waste. He told his friends to follow him to the bridge, where the fog seemed to originate from. Then they felt something was repelling them from progressing on the bridge, and the gang saw a Pokémon above that looked down on them with anger and resentfulness. What is that Pokémon? Ash said as he observed it. The Pokémon was a humanoid Pokémon with a primarily black body. Its head is teardrop-shaped, with a white, bow-like fixture attached to the base of its tip. The black skin on its head opens onto its purple face with a zigzag pattern resembling bangs. It also has large, heavy-lidded eyes with blue irises and white pupils, as well as a small mouth with red lips. Four flat, black discs flank each side of its head. Its body is split into 4 progressively larger tiers, with its head and arms being attached to the smallest, uppermost tier. Its arms are thin, ending in small, purple hands with white discs at the wrists. Each tier of the body has a white, bow-like fixture on its front. Ash then took out his Pokédex. Gothitelle, the astral body Pokémon. Gothitelle's psychic power is so great that it is said to warp space around it, and distort reality in the process. I don't think that Gothitelle is going to let us pass. Sillin said as soon as the Pokédex was finished. And since it won't tell us why without a fight. Ash trailed off as he got back on his feet, then I will give it one. Scraggy, we need you. Out came the eager shedding Pokémon. This will be your first fight since training. Are you up for it? Scraggy nodded, and before he could attack. But Scraggy is a fighting type Ash, and fighting types are weak against. Iris was complaining, but when Gothitelle tried to use Psychic on Scraggy, nothing happened. Psychic types? Yes, but Scraggy is also a dark type which are immune to Psychic type moves. Now use Dark Pulse. Ash commanded Scraggy, who homed in on his dark type energy and released a string of dark chains that hit Gothitelle. The astral body Pokémon then fell onto the bridge. Now use Bulk Up and then Force Palm. Scraggy tensed and flexed its muscles before moving in for a mean Force Palm that caused Gothitelle to become paralyzed. Leer. Scraggy then intimidated Gothitelle down, who lowered its defenses but not before setting up Light Screen, now Brick Break. Scraggy managed to shatter the light screen, but before the shedding Pokémon could hit Gothitelle again, someone got in the way. Stop! Don't hurt Gothitelle. Ash commanded Scraggy to hold up, and the shedding Pokémon halted before Ash returned him back into his Pokeball. Gothitelle then managed to break out of the paralysis and yet didn't attack the woman. You are from the store, and I guess that you know this Gothitelle. Ash said calmly as Iris and Sillin caught up with him. Yes. My name is Sally. I am sorry that she is causing you trouble. Just don't hurt her. The woman, now called Sally, begged of Ash to spare the Gothitelle. Fine, but only if you will tell me everything about Gothitelle and this bridge, and don't even think of leaving anything out. Ash said, and Sally nodded, but before she could say a word, Gothitelle glowed and the surroundings changed to the same river, but there was no bridge. I remember this. Sally said, I was just a little girl when I helped my family run the ferry business across the river and back. That was also when I first met Gothitelle, when it was a simple Gothita lost and without a home. The scene changed to see a much younger version of the woman encountering a small Pokémon that resembled Gothitelle. We had fun helping out the business as the best of friends, but that was when they started on the bridge. Things have started to go bad. Once again, the surroundings morphed to when a bridge was being built and the girl with her Gothita now just lying around doing nothing. It got worse when someone came to us. The gang saw a man in a suit approaching the family who ran the ferry. He said that when the bridge was finished, our business will go bankrupt and we will have to sell the land in order to pay for needs. But Gothita didn't want to leave. Ash and friends then saw that the small psychic Pokémon attacked that man in a suit before the surroundings had morphed to show that the base for the ferry was starting to rot and erode, with the Gothita all alone on the bridge, resentful that it had caused its new home and family to be ruined for the sake of money. Then the flashback had ended with them remaining on the bridge, but the fog had disappeared and Gothitelle was nowhere to be found. Ash and friends realized that the story had made them tear-eyed, but they needed to get a move on, so they said goodbye to Sally, who had seen Gothitelle before the astral body Pokémon waved and vanished. Sally then had to listen to Officer Jenny wonder on how the mist had disappeared. This was defiantly an adventure to remember. XXXXX. Here we are friends, Castelia City. Ash couldn't believe it. After adventure and another, he had finally made it to where he promised Berg to have gym battle, and they headed towards the Pokémon Center to rest up before that, of course. Yet it was not to be, as came the hordes of strange Pokémon that crawled all over the buildings and attacked anything in sight, people or Pokémon. They were centipede-like Pokémon with a pronounced hump on the upper portion of its body. The thorax and head are mainly magenta with black markings that consist of rings on its shoulders, a band around each antenna, and an upside-down Y on its neck. A prominent ridge leading down to a pointed tip splits the top half of their heads, and their lower jaw is black. It has round, heavy-lidded eyes that bulge away from the head slightly. Their dark green abdomen is segmented, and it has 4 pairs of stubby black legs. Finally, they had 2 short feelers banded with black extend from its hindquarters. This time, Ash couldn't scan them as chaos soon arose and the gang had found themselves in the middle of it all. Despite that, they were able to find Berg, who said that these Pokémon were originating from the sewer lines. In there, the smell was enough to make them reconsider, but the situation still called for it. Ash then found endless swarms of them coming from the sewers. Alright, he then silently took out his Pokédex and scanned them. Venipede, the centipede Pokémon. Venipede explores its surroundings by sensing vibrations in the air with feelers on its head and tail. Ash nodded before stirring clear of them for the sake of Iris's tendency to get worried. Then he noticed something out of the corner of his eye before running towards it while his companions were chasing after him. Once they had arrived where Ash had stopped, they saw a Venipede stuck in an open pipe. Berg gasped as the helpless bug and poison type struggled to get out. He then saw that Ash was trying to get it out. Please be careful, Ash. Their ability is Poison Point, which poisons anything that comes into contact with them. Ash nodded before finally freeing the Venipede, who managed to get out of his hand and flee to the wall where it used its feelers to imitate a deafening sound wave. It is using Screech, Sillin said as he clutched his ears. It thinks that we are its enemies. Iris yelled as well. Venipede, you have to stop. Ash tried to tell Venipede, who stopped its attack due to an injury on its back. Ash then approached Venipede. You are hurt and moving around is going to get worse. You need to relax, we are not here to harm you. As Ash tried to get to Venipede, the centipede Pokémon started to move its feelers again. Ash, please stop. It will attack again. Iris begged of Ash, who didn't even listen as he tried to assure Venipede, yet it attacked him. Ash. Iris shouted out to the said trainer, who didn't even fight back, just took in the blow and still tried to help Venipede. Pikachu was able to talk to Venipede that no one will harm it, and the centipede Pokémon finally opened up to them, but something wasn't right as Ash started to blush a blue color before started to sound weak before collapsing. Ash. Iris screamed as the collapsed body of her friend. He had been poisoned. We need an antidote. Iris started to panic as Sillin took out some from his pack while Berg took care of Venipede. Thankfully, the antidote worked and Ash was cured, but the big news breaker came when Iris dove into Ash's embrace once more. Why? Why do you have to be so reckless? Why? Ash was silent before hugging Iris back and kissing her on the forehead, because if I took my life even safer than I will give up on being a trainer. Everyone gasped, even in cities and our own rooms. we are always in danger and trying to avoid it all every second of our lives is not the way to live. Once we go on our journeys, we place ourselves in danger all the time and sometimes we need to get hurt for others or our Pokémon. Besides, how can I protect my friends and myself at the same time? No one ever tried to answer that last question before realizing that they have a mess up on the surface to clean up. They climbed back out while Iris never let Ash's side, like he will vanish if she did. Ash then took Iris onto his back and began to search the city for something. But before Iris can even ask what it was, they both saw that a very familiar trainer were leading others onto to attack the swarm. Trip. What are you doing? Oh, it is you from the boonies with your little stalker. Trip said coolly and rudely, but Ash wasn't intimidated as he laid Iris down. As for what we are doing, can't you see? We are protecting this city from the attacking Venipede. Attacking us? And who left one just to die in the sewers? They don't even want to be here. Ash shouted to get their attention while scanning the new Pokémon that Trip had obtained that resembled a lamp that floated with a clear light with eyes. Lampent, the lamp Pokémon. Lampent moves around by floating through the air. Most often found in the deep forest, they now can be seen living in cities as well. You are shouting nonsense, loser. So what that one of them got stuck in the sewers, they attacked us first. Trip yelled, but Ash was not to be even regretting his words. Then you need to find the leader before you try to use fire on the Venipede. Trip then pushed Ash aside when the latter pointed to a slightly larger Venipede that looked over the horde and challenged the leader. But when Trip tried to have his Lampent use Shadow Ball on the leader, Ash jumped in front of it. Before Trip could ridicule Ash on being so reckless, that same Venipede that was stuck in the pipe walked over to Ash and snuggled against him. You see, Venipede can be gentle when they aren't provoked. That is true, we need to reach our hearts to them in order to solve any problem. Berg appeared and said, which caused Trip to recall his Lampent and walk away without a second thought. Berg! Sillin yelled as he too appeared, but with a woman with a nurse's uniform and pink hair in a special style along with a bipedal, pink and cream Pokémon with oval, blue eyes. The top of its head, its back, and arms are pink, while the lower half of its face, body, ears are cream-colored as well as its front and fingers. The patterning of pink and cream on its chest resembles a jacket. There are 3 digits on its hands and 2 on its feet. It had a puffy, white tuft for a tail. It had floppy ears with thin, curled extensions on the underside. It was an Audino, the hearing Pokémon who used their extra-large ears to detect even the faintest of sounds in eggs or patients, making them the prefect partners to nurses. After having Audino use Heal Pulse on the Venipede from the pipe and using a special flute, Berg was able to lead the horde out of the city with the help of trainers, guiding the stray Venipede from the alleyways, which even caused Ash's Pidove to finally evolve in a Tranquil after one of them tried to attack out of fear instinct. When that was done, the Venipede along with their leader had settled into the grounds around the city where they will never leave to cause trouble for the city again. XXXXX. After the invasion was over and the mess was cleaned up, the trainers were resting themselves and their Pokémon at the Pokémon Center, as it was one of the first buildings to be fixed up first. Yet Nurse Joy and her team of Pokémon healers were overworked, so other trainers volunteered to help out and they just about caught up with the demand. So right now, the entire lobby was filled with exhausted Pokémon and people waiting on to be healed. Ash was actually outside on a bench, just looking at the sunset. He had a lot on his mind and wanted some fresh air while his Pokémon get rested up. But this moment was going to be even more, and before Ash could get up, he saw Iris approaching him with a worried expression on her face. Hello Iris, I was about to come look for you. Ash noticed that Iris blushed at hearing those words. Oh. WL, same here Ash. Iris seemed to be nervous about something as Ash gave her some room on the bench. When she sat down, there was awkwardness since this is the first time in a while that they were in one place alone. I have something to tell you Ash, Iris tried to speak but lost her words in her throat. Really? Ash asked, and Iris could just nod before noticing that the former was blushing too. I have something to say myself. Iris just gave up on saying another word before listening to Ash, who took in a huge breath. Do you remember when we first met? Iris nodded and Ash did the same, also that I asked you to come since I said I had feelings for you. Iris nodded again, with this time, Ash was smiling while blushing. I said that I want to understand these feelings, and right now, I have figured them out. Iris was feeling like she was burning up with the suspense. You care about me, our adventures had always proven that, and I am sure that you have built happy memories since you started to travel with me. The girl had been nodding the whole time. To get to the point, Ash said while getting closer to Iris's face, who didn't even budge to protest, I love you. That was it. Ash had finally worked up the courage to speak for his heart, and Iris lost all nervousness in her eyes before moving closer to Ash. Ash. Iris stopped there before hugging Ash's lips with her own. They stayed that way. They enjoyed the taste of the other too much to pull away. The kiss was kept until the need for air caused them to part, with a trail of saliva connecting their mouths. I have no regrets and no questions. I love you too, Ash Ketchum. The said trainer smiled and took Iris into his embrace, which she accepted very much. She didn't want to leave the warmth of the trainer from Kanto, who had been making her journey to complete her as wonderful as possible. That sunset sparked something wonderful and will last for years to come. End of Chapter 6. Previously on Journey to Improve, Conquest of Unova. Ash. Iris stopped there before hugging Ash's lips with her own. They stayed that way. They enjoyed the taste of the other too much to pull away. The kiss was kept until the need for air caused them to part, with a trail of saliva connecting their mouths. I have no regrets and no questions. I love you too, Ash Ketchum. The said trainer smiled and took Iris into his embrace, which she accepted very much. She didn't want to leave the warmth of the trainer from Kanto, who had been making her journey to complete her as wonderful as possible. That sunset sparked something wonderful and will last for years to come. Hello, Berg. Ash said as he stood in front of the bug-type gym leader. I am ready for our gym battle. Berg nodded and led them to the battle area that was surrounded by trees and vines, the perfect environment for bug types that mirrored the specialty of Berg. Meanwhile, in the stands, Iris sitting in her seat with Axu in her hair while Pikachu was relaxing in her lap. After becoming a couple, the two had spent the night together, with the yellow rodent actually welcoming the wild girl into the family. After Sillin was informed, he yelled his air out as to how adorable and lovely the love between Ash and Iris was to his eyes. Yet there were two little ones added to the audience count, and when they made themselves known, Iris smiled like a mother watching her children grow and mature before returning to the match. The battle between Berg of Castelia City and Ash Ketchum from Pallet Town will now get underway. Both trainers will fight 3-on-3 battle, while only the challenger is allowed to switch out Pokémon. Are both trainers ready? Berg and Ash nodded, so the referee gave the signal. Battle begin. Dwebble. Your speed is needed. Out came the rock-in Pokémon that almost mirrored Sillin's, only the shell had a lighter color and a slightly different design. Ash smiled as he figured just the right Pokémon to use. Yeah, Mask. I need you. Out came the spirit Pokémon, who saw that Ash was now using her for her first real battle after dueling with some of Ash's while on the way to Castelia City. She readied herself while Berg was amazed. Ah! Such a lovely Pokémon, and even from here I can see that she has been raised. Well. Berg proclaimed, still, I never once encountered a trainer with such a Pokémon before. Trip had a Lampent on his team, and they aren't found that easily either. Now Yamask, use Will-O-Wisp. Ash commanded, and Yamask conquered up some ghostly fireball that swiftly approached Berg's Dwebble. Use Protect. Dwebble managed to go back into its shell before the fireballs can settle on it, but Ash had a backup plan. Aim Shadow Ball at the base. Yamask created a ball of ghostly energy that caused an explosion near Dwebble's feet that caused it to lose focus on its Protect. Now continue with Will-O-Wisp. Yamask had stretched her reach to the loose fireballs that have finally reached Dwebble, causing burns all over. Attack with X-Scissor. Berg commanded, and Dwebble, despite the intense burn, had jumped up high and channeled energy into an X shape before descending towards Yamask. Shadow Ball and then Protect. Yamask had created yet another Shadow Ball but also created a dome of protective energy while keeping the ball of ghostly energy on the edges. Dwebble tried to change course but instead ran into the Shadow Ball and was sent back by yet another explosion while Yamask was unscratched. Such brilliant strategy. I am also feeling like my Dwebble can't even touch you. Berg had proclaimed before switching to a serious tone, now use dig. Dwebble then dug with its pincers and into the ground. Settle on the floor. Ash told his spirit Pokémon to do so in order to feel the ground to where Dwebble was causing some changes while digging. Then there was the moment when Ash suddenly yelled, "Rise up! Hurry!" Yamask hurried to escape Dwebble but was hit anyways, now use Disable. The spirit Pokémon then regained her focus through the pain and released a special blue energy that had prevented Dwebble from using Dig again. Berg had nearly panicked now that Dwebble can no longer avoid damage through digging into the ground when he heard, Hex. Yamask had created an intimidating purple eye or uses its own glowing red eyes to glare at the opponent. The power had increased since Dwebble had a burn status. Still, the rock in Pokémon was still standing but Ash was done yet, Calm Mind and then Shadow Ball. Yamask focused her mind to increase her special attack power. Rock Wrecker. Berg yelled in a last-ditch attempt to win and Dwebble had conjured up a boulder that increased in strength and launched against Yamask enhanced Shadow Ball. The ball of energy had struggled against the boulder until it ran right through and knocked Berg's Dwebble out and yet at the same time, the Rock Wrecker had hit Yamask which caused her to faint as well. Both Pokémon are unable to battle. The referee announced while the trainer tended to their Pokémon. That was really great Yamask, you made me proud of your first battle. Ash said gently and the spirit Pokémon had awakened to reply in her own tongue before Ash returned her back into her ball. I must say Ash, your Yamask is one skilled and strong Pokémon. Not once before had Dwebble be defeated in the same round and by the same Pokémon. Berg said as he reached for his next Pokémon, Whirlipede. You defense is need. Out came was an insectoid Pokémon encased in a hard, segmented shell. It had two pairs of gray, horn-like feelers with dark gray stripes, with one pair extended upward from its front and the other pointing downward from its lower rear. Two poisonous barbs flank either side of each segment of its shell. The shell itself was gray, with red rings in the middle of each segment and a darker gray border circling its open center. Inside, the eyes can be seen to have slitted pupils, yellow sclerae, and thick, gray eyelids. Ash scanned the Pokémon. Whirlipede, the Curlipede Pokémon and the evolved form of Venipede. Whirlipede can spin its hard-shelled body like a tire to smash into opponents. Ash knew who will want this fight. Sewaddle. I need you. Ash shouted as he summoned his sewing Pokémon that has been urging to fight against Berg alongside Ash. Ever since Berg's Levany had rescued them both and made her a new hood, Sewaddle wanted to replay it by giving Berg a fight to remember since she knew that her trainer wanted a gym battle. How very interesting Ash, you must trust Sewaddle enough to place her in danger of a type disadvantage. Berg remarked. I know about that but I can't look myself in the mirror if I was going to delay Sewaddle of a fight against you like she had been wanting since Pinwheel Forest. Ash said and Berg nodded, Razor Leaf. Sewaddle heard and used its leaf hood to unleash a storm of sharpened tree leaves against Whirlipede, still it had power despite being an ineffective move. Poison Sting. Berg commanded Whirlipede who responded by jumping into the air while spinning and shot out a shower of needles covered in poison. Protect. Ash commanded Sewaddle since there was no way avoiding that poison-type attack and Sewaddle brought up a protective dome that successfully deflected the needles. Steamroller. Whirlipede then landed back on the ground and began to spin rapidly towards Sewaddle who was shaking for some reason. Endure. Ash yelled to Sewaddle who managed to brace herself for the effective bug-type move before Sewaddle started to glow. Ash knew that constant battles in the forest and that last attack had finally caused Sewaddle to evolve. Berg and the others were in marvel at the sight as well. Once the light cleared, the same caterpillar-like Pokémon with a hood out of a leaf was gone, and in her place was a round, yellow Pokémon inside of a cloak of leaves. It drapes the leaves over itself and draws them closed around its body, so only a large, crescent slit remains for its face to appear. This leafy cloak keeps the Pokémon warm. Under its cloak are darker green, limp leaves which frame the sides of her face and trail down on the sides of its body. The top of the cloak has two semicircular leaves that form a V shape. Finally on her back were veins of the leaf as well as a bit at the bottom tip of the cloak that resembled a rounded tail. SWA. The new Pokémon checked around herself while shaking and giggling, probably from feeling so warm in her leafy cloak. Ash scanned her. Swadloon, the leaf-wrapped Pokémon and the evolved form of Sewaddle. Swadloon's body is covered in leaves which protect it from the cold. In forests where Swadloon live, the trees and grass grow very well. Before the Pokédex could continue, Ash noticed something that just might help before turning to his Swadloon. "Are you ready to fight with your new body, Swadloon?" Ash asked, and the leaf-wrapped Pokémon nodded happily and excitably before she then turned to face the Curlipede Pokémon on the other side. "All right. Use Mind Reader." 1. Swadloon focused and aimed at Whirlipede to predict its next move. Grass Whistle. Swadloon then used one of her leaves to emit a smoothing tone that made Whirlipede fall on the ground asleep. "Nice strategy, Ash, but I train my Pokémon for anything as the gym leader." Use Sleep Talk. Berg commanded Whirlipede, who got back up and started to roll rapidly in its sleep. Swadloon, use Sunny Day. Ash commanded his leaf-wrapped Pokémon to send a glowing red orb into the sky to intensify the sun's rays. Now Solar Beam. Swadloon charged up a grass-type move that Ash had taught her during training. She then unleashed the beam of light into Whirlipede, which caused an explosion. Ash and his Swadloon remained on guard until the smoke cleared, and they were surprised to see that Whirlipede had fainted. Ash smiled at his new evolved Pokémon. That was a lot of power in that attack, even for a standard solar beam under Sunny Day. "You are definitely a one-of-a-kind Pokémon." Swadloon blushed at the praise. Whirlipede is unable to battle. Swadloon wins. The referee announced, so Berg returned his Pokémon back into its ball, as did Ash. Levany. Your power is needed. Berg had just one last Pokémon, and it was the tall nurturing Pokémon from the Pinwheel Forest. Ash then summoned a Pokémon that Iris had not seen since Ash first arrived in Unova and first battle trip. Shelgon. I need your help. Berg was shocked to see a Pokémon he never seen before in his gym. Sillin had seen him during training but never had the chance to ask Ash about Shelgon. Focus Energy and then Hydro Pump. Shelgon focused its power before unleashing a powerful jet of water towards Levany. Use Leaf Storm. Berg knew that a water-type attack will only deal little damage to a grass-type than normal, but he also knew what Focus Energy does as well. Levany summoned a bundle of tree leaves that charged to try and halted the Hydro Pump, but instead, the grass-type attack was forced to make room for the water-type attack, while the leaves attacked Shelgon suffered little to no damage at all. Levany. Berg cried for his grass and bug type that was done in by the ineffective move that enhanced by a critical hit. Zen Headbutt. Shelgon focused his willpower into his forehead before charging to ram into Levany. Use Hyper Beam. Berg yelled in a desperate attempt to halt Shelgon, and Levany charged a beam of energy that intercepted Shelgon midway before reaching the nursing Pokémon. The Endurance Pokémon tried to fight his way through the Hyper Beam, and he did so hard that he actually burst with energy that disrupted the normal type move. Not only that, Shelgon started to glow bright white as he continued to roar with energy. Everyone who watched couldn't believe that for the second time in one day did Ash's Pokémon evolved. Once the light dies, in the place of the shell-armored Endurance Pokémon was a much larger dragon Pokémon with a long, tapering tail. It is primarily blue with a gray lower jaw and thickly scaled underside. There are red markings on its throat, the underside of its tail, and stripes on the inner surface of its legs. Additionally, there are raised red ridges above his eyes. 3 flat fins protrude from either side of its head. He had 2 pairs of pointed teeth, one in the upper jaw and one in the lower. Each of its short legs has 3 claws. Finally, this evolution had triggered a mutation that allowed it to grow large, red wings. Ash couldn't believe it either, as he knew that shell can evolve in Salamence with the right amount of experience, but this soon in his journey was too much. He just scanned this great dragon of a Pokémon. Salamence, the dragon Pokémon. Fully evolved form of Bagon. Equipped with sharp teeth and massive claws, weighs over 200 pounds, and has the fastest speed of all the flying-type Pokémon. As a result of a powerful desire to fly, Salamence were able to trigger the cells in their body and cause them to grow wings. In the stands, Iris was to the brim with glee after seeing a Shelgon that already caught her eye evolve into an even cooler and powerful-looking Salamence. Berg was shocked as well, but before he could even issue a command to his Levany, it was all over when he heard Flamethrower. Salamence had expelled a stream of fire that torched Levany badly until the nursing Pokémon had fell to the super-effective fire-type move. Berg then saw just how powerful were Ash's Pokémon. He could just ended the match from the start. Levany is unable to battle. Salamence wins, and the winner of the match is Ash Ketchum from Pallet Town. The referee announced, which caused the audience to cheer for such a great battle, while Ash then tended to his new dragon and flying type. "You really wanted to evolve this early?" Ash asked Salamence, who started acting like it was bad thing to do that. "Then I should have seen it coming, but I can never blame you for wanting to complete your dream." Ash then smiled at how Salamence started to act like a little kid who was given a new toy from their parents. Berg then cleared his throat to get Ash's attention to show that he has a green and yellow shaded box in his hands. Berg opened the box to reveal the gym badge that was shaped like a green heart divided into 3 parts, or the wings and body of an insect. "As the gym leader of Castelia City, I am proud to award you with the Bug Badge. This will be the proof you need to other trainers and officials that you have challenged my gym and won." Ash smiled as he gently accepted the badge and placed it in the 3rd slot on the left. "Thank you, Berg. I had fun battling against you, and this gym battle even caused 2 of my Pokémon to evolve. I will never forget this battle." Berg smiled at how Ash was appreciating his skills. XXXXX. Ash then returned Salamence back to his Pokeball and left the battle arena. When he approached his friends, Iris latched herself onto him while kissing Ash square on the lips, who accepted it. "I can't thank you enough for the gifts earlier today. Now that was new, and Syllan wished to learn more about it too." "It was no problem, but let's go find someplace to tell the story." Ash and Iris nodded while never letting go of him. They walked around until they found an empty bench outside the gym to settle in for the story. Telling. "You see, once Iris and I became a couple." Flashback begins. That very morning, Iris had woken up in a bed when she thought she was sleeping in a tree, but this bed had belonged to someone. "Morning, Iris." The said girl nearly shrieked but calmed down when she saw only Ash in the bed with barely any clothes on. Iris enjoyed the sight of Ash's well-built body. "I hope you slept as well as I did." Iris then realized that last night, when they shared their first kiss, the couple had retired to bed for the night, and Iris didn't want to leave Ash's arms, so the raven hair trainer had no choice but to sleep with her. It wasn't that bad, since Iris's hair was very soft and smelled of fresh berries. No wonder Axu enjoyed it so much. I sure did, and I am glad that you weren't angry with me sleeping with you," Iris nervously said while not aware of something. She had no shirt on. "It was no trouble, and besides, now people will be asking if he did sleep together yet. So better now than never," Ash said, and Iris nodded, but then she noticed Ash getting out of the bed, and before Iris could ask why, she noticed that Ash was holding up her shirt from off the bed. She then covered herself in embarrassment while Ash handled her shirt over. He turned around for her own sake of privacy while she put her shirt back on. How much did you see?" Iris asked before receiving a handsome smile from Ash. "I saw something beautiful about you, and I will never ask for it again with such SXL greed," Ash said in a tone that made Iris blush from head to toe and lowered her head in shame. Her boyfriend now had been making her journey as enjoyable as possible, and she only rewarded him by stealing his first kiss. That was what she was feeling, and Iris then give Ash another reward by kissing him on the lips with passion. Then after breakfast, Ash said that he had to call Professor Juniper and do some secret business. Iris just waited for when he was finished, and after a short while, Ash came back with 2 Pokeballs in hand. "I have gifts for you, Lily." Iris was wondering who Lily, when she realized that her name is common among flowers and so was this nickname, she felt even more appreciated by Ash. "Oh, and what are these gifts if those are Pokeballs?" Iris asked, and Ash just placed one of them into each of her hands. She then opened the Pokeballs when Ash gave her the hint. The first one to come out was small bird with cotton-like wings and blue body that had a small beak, eyes and clawed feet. The other was orange in color and resembled an ant with an oversized head that was mostly a large jaw with sharpened teeth. The legs were stubby and originated from the small torso. Finally the eyes were crossed like the stars in the sky. "Oh! They are so cute!" Iris proclaimed, and once these new Pokémon saw her, they jumped into her arms like a cat who had saw its beloved owner. "Yee, they are!" Ash said as the 2 small Pokémon started to play around Iris, which made her giggle and laugh. The bird with soft wings is called Swablu, while the one that looks like an ant is called Trapinch. They all are still very young. I received them when they recently just hatched from eggs. And they all have futures as dragon-type Pokémon. Ash explained, and that last sentence caught Iris's attention. "Really?" she asked with the tone of an excited child, and Ash took out his Pokédex to scan them for better info. Swablu, the cotton bird Pokémon. Swablu loves cleanliness and is quick to wipe off any unclean surface with its cotton-like wings. This Pokémon knows peck, astonish, mist, round and sing. Trapinch, the ant pit Pokémon. Trapinch dig cone-shaped holes in desert areas. Its large and powerful jaws are capable of crushing stones. This Pokémon knows sand attack, bite, mud slap and sand tomb. Iris couldn't believe that this little one still had so much power in their small bodies. Then Ash did some programming on his Pokédex before showing a picture of a phoenix-like Pokémon with cotton wings, feathers that acted like pilot scarves on top of the head, and some as acting as a tail with divided segments. Altaria, the humming Pokémon and the evolved form of Swablu. As Altaria flies across the sky, it resembles a soft cloud. It hums using its high voice. Iris found that Pokémon to be beautiful, and then Ash reprogrammed the Pokédex to show a slightly insectoid, bipedal dragon that had mostly green and light green fur with wings that had red outlines, same with its tail, horns on top of its head that stretched backward past the torso, and glass acting as goggles around the eyes. Flygon, the mystic Pokémon. Flygon is the evolved form of Vibrava. It's known as the desert spirit because of the song-like voice that emanates from the sandstorms it kicks up. That one does look like a bug, but it is still cool and looks powerful. Iris said with glee before turning to both young Pokémon in her arms that were excited to see pictures of their fully evolved forms. "And you are really giving these to me?" "It is to show you that I trust you, Lily." Ash said, now that it is obvious that he had come up a nickname. "Do you know why mother birds allowed their hatchlings to try and fly out of the nest?" Iris didn't know where this was going, neither the answer. She shook her head, because she trusts them to fly into the world to grow and mature into beautiful birds themselves. "The same is with me giving you these Pokémon. I am trusting you to train them and raise them to the best of your ability." Iris still had once more question, why me? Anyone else could take care of them. "What about Sillin?" "Because you have already gained my trust when I saw on how well you raised Axu from when he was just born." Iris blushed and then felt the little ones comforted her like to make their mother happy. She smiled and hugged them before returning them to sleep in their ball. She then grasped Ash's shoulders where her hands and kissed him again with gratitude this time. Flashback ends. What a wonderful story. You are a lucky girl, Iris, to have someone like young Ash as your lover. Just when an appetizer meets the main dish. Sillin proclaimed, while Swablu and Trapinch just looked at him with an expression that they thought of him as a weird man. Ash and Iris just shaking their heads at how eccentric Sillin can prove to be. XXXXX After Ash had scored a victory at the Castelia City Gym and 2 of his Pokémon had evolved into much more powerful forms, they learned from Berg that the next gym will be in Nimbasa City, with a gym leader who specializes in the electric types and also is a supermodel on the side. Ash made sure to continue to train his Pokémon including Swadloon and Salamence on how to fight with their new forms better. They wanted to gain some more distance before lunch, so they were still on the run while Iris had kept her little ones out so they can see what the world was outside the ranch back in Kanto. It was a lovely day until there was this person yelling out of the way, getting louder and louder, which means that the source was getting closer. That is until they figured it was behind them, but when Ash looked, he was launched into a nearby pond. Ash! Iris cried out to see Ash drenched to the bone as she pulled him out, and then the familiar figure retraced her steps. I am sorry. I am so sorry. The figure then noticed something familiar about them. It's Ash. And Iris and Syllan. Hello Bianca. Ash said plainly, definitely not happy with the fact that he is wet because of her clumsiness. Hey Iris, can you take out some spare clothes from your pack? Syllan and Bianca were wondering what Ash was taking about when Iris took out a pack from inside her hair, and inside were indeed spare clothes. Once Ash found a bush big enough, he changed with some privacy while Iris was scolding Bianca on making Ash all wet. That all stopped once Ash told everyone he was finished, and since they were all hungry, the trainers decided to stay for lunch. Ash and Syllan had made tea and cakes. That was a good meal. I can't eat anymore. Ash said as he laid back on his chair while his Pikachu did similarly after filling the brim with Pokémon food. Axu, Swablu, and Trapinch were still enjoying their food. So now it is time for dessert. Iris said as she reached down for something, and it turned out to be a tray of apples. Iris, apples are not dessert. Bianca said in a plain, deadpan voice. Ash still took one. So. They are good anyways. Ash said as he took a bite to find them really fresh and juicy. The Pokémon started to eat them too and enjoyed the apples all the same. Ash is right. Desserts don't have to be sweets, as they could be any other food as well. Syllan said as he took an apple for himself. See Bianca, apples are as good as anything for dessert. Iris smugly looked at Bianca in the face, who pouted and went to grab one herself, but when she did, an extra apple had fell off the tray and down a hill. Axu wanted another apple, so he hurried towards the falling apple down the hill. Hey Axu! Wait up! Iris tried to catch up, and pretty soon, every trainer went after the Axu. While the Tusk Pokémon had chased after the runaway apple, a shadowed figure watched from on top a tree branch. Then it saw the apple and got hungry as well before extending its wings and glided towards the apple. It then grasped it before Axu had ran into it. After the trainers had finally caught up, they saw Axu with a Pokémon. It was a white, rodent-like Pokémon that resembled a flying squirrel. It had black eyes, a tiny nose, and yellow cheek patches. Its ears, positioned at the top of its head, were rounded in shape and black in coloration, with yellow and white sections of coloration in the inside of its ears. It sported a vaguely hood-like patterning of black around its head, with a spiky extension of the pattern above its face. It had yellow wing-like flaps connected to its 3-fingered arms, while its feet were white and fairly small, and its black tail was in a jagged shape. It was about to flee seeing so many trainers at once, but when the Pokémon tried to fly away, it felt like someone was holding it painfully by the ear. Where are you going with that fresh apple? We were about to invite you to some more. Ash said, but the Pokémon was too scared and unleashed some stored electricity that made everyone yell for Ash, but the said trainer didn't as much as budge. You call that a thunder shock? Pikachu's attacks really hurt. The yellow rodent puffed his chest in pride while the Pokémon had shrugged in defeat so that Ash could scan it. Emolga, the sky squirrel Pokémon. Emolga lives in trees and uses its cape-like membrane to glide through the air. Whatever, it is so cute. Bianca squealed, which caused Ash to flinch and released Emolga from his hold on its ear. I have got to catch it. Minccino go. Bianca summoned her chinchilla Pokémon to battle Emolga, who couldn't resist a challenge. All set. Use double slap. Bianca commanded, and Minccino used his tail to try and hit Emolga, who dodged until it was starting to get a little worried. Right where I want you. Minccino, hyper voice. The chinchilla Pokémon then rolled in his ears before unleashing a supersonic yell at Emolga, who covered its ears. Now it is time for tickle. Minccino moved in closer to use his tail to disable Emolga, but not before it unleashed electricity that not only hit Minccino but aimed at everyone else, yet it only hit Ash. That really tickled Emolga. Ash said in an irritated tone that really shocked Emolga that its lightning still didn't affect Ash at all. Minccino also was still standing. He was angry that he was dirty all over. He regained his focus after cleaning himself. Okay Minccino, let's attract. Bianca said, and Minccino made a wink and created hearts that raced towards Emolga, who also did the same, but when the two hearts collide, Emolga's overpowered Minccino's. The chinchilla Pokémon was shocked bad that his attract didn't work. That allowed the hearts to settle on Minccino, and surprisingly, it worked. So that means that Emolga is female. Ash said, and Bianca sighed as Minccino was now useless, so she decided to take out her pig knight, but Emolga got bored of the fight and started to glide away unsatisfied. Wait! Emolga! Bianca chased after the sky squirrel Pokémon while everyone else chased after them. But they soon lost Bianca, so they decide to split up. Iris will take to the vines and treetops to look for Emolga, since the wild girl wanted to catch her too, while Ash and Syllan set on ground level to search for Bianca. Once they finally found her, they heard a loud scream coming from deeper into the forest. Ash hurried to see what it was, worried about Iris and Axu as well as Emolga. Once they arrived, they found a flock of bat-like Pokémon guarding a cave opening that had a boulder blocking most of it. Ash then saw that, inside the cave, was the familiar hairstyle of his girlfriend, so he knew that Iris was behind the boulder. Have you found Emolga, Ash? Bianca whispered, and Ash nodded. So let's get her. She tried to move, but Ash pushed her back. Because if you tried to jump in to challenge them, your Pokémon will be outnumbered, and I don't plan on having any of my friends in situations like that. Ash answered before turning to Bianca with a disappointed expression. Besides, aren't you even worried about Iris and Axu? Syllan couldn't believe that Bianca was only thinking about catching Emolga and not about anything else. He just waited for what was about to happen, and it came. From inside the cave opening, a discharge attack appeared and hit some of the bat-like Pokémon. Then Emolga appeared and tried to use Attract, which only worked on some of the male Pokémon while the rest were female, so they were immune to Emolga's Attract. Ash knew that Iris was learning on how dangerous being a Pokémon trainer can really be, so when the smitten bat Pokémon had recovered from the Attract. Pikachu, discharge! Ash said as the yellow rodent got out of the bush and unleashed his storm of electricity that successfully hit all the bat Pokémon and knocking them out. Ash! Iris said in a happy tone, and she embraced the said trainer once landed on the same level of her, then she kissed him on the lips and Ash kissed her back. Bianca couldn't believe that two of her new friends were kissing each other and turned to Syllan. You better believe it. They became a couple since Castelia City. It just that the word hadn't the chance to get around yet. Syllan said, and Bianca squealed in delight at how cute the couple looked before noticing that Emolga was standing on the boulder, in shock and awe at Pikachu's strength. She then glided towards the approaching yellow rodent and began to say something about how cool and strong Pikachu was, and the mouse Pokémon was rubbing his head in modesty. Ash and Iris then broke up with the kiss for the need for air, while the latter hugged her boyfriend for saving her and giving her the chance to protect herself. You won't believe this, Ash, but Emolga is really cool. She can use hidden power. Ash then looked at the sky squirrel Pokémon who had heard the praise and began to blush in embarrassment. He smiled. Sounds like you have become friends since your little adventure. Iris nodded as well as Emolga. Well, it is getting late, so let's get back to camp. The gang nodded, and Iris remembered that she had left the tray of apples when she went after Emolga into the forest. The sky squirrel was hungry after trying to ward off those bat Pokémon that Ash remembered to search for them in the Pokédex. Swoobat, the courting Pokémon and the evolved form of Woobat. Swoobat can fire a variety of sound waves from the holes of their noses, some powerful enough to break rocks. Ash smirked, sounded like those Swoobat are something real alright. Then the trainer looked at Emolga, who happily denied on the apples, so much power into such a small body, you really are some Pokémon, Emolga. The prefect won for Iris. So how about it, Emolga? Iris said to get her attention as Emolga swallowed that last piece of apple she was eating. Will you like to be my Pokémon? Hey, hold on. Bianca shouted, how come that I battled Emolga and I still didn't get to catch Emolga? Ash then slammed his fist into the table. Listen to yourself, Bianca, you already made a bad first impression on Emolga, so why are you still trying to get to her? Ash brough up, Pokémon are not pets nor are they robots. They have feelings. They have their own wishes. And they have their own opinions too, and in Emolga's case, all you ever did was try to catch her when she only wanted an apple. You look like a selfish trainer who only wants Pokémon to cuddle and squeeze to death and train them. That is not the life for Emolga. The Sky Squirrel Pokémon couldn't believe that there was this trainer that understood her feelings completely and better yet, defending her even after all the trouble she had caused for him. Emolga asked Pikachu if this happens a lot, and the yellow rodent smiled while nodding. She then felt like she had made the right choice. Emolga took Iris's Pokeball and let it capture her after a ding. Iris, whatever she noticed or not, was still proud of her boyfriend for acting so bold and considerate. XXXXX. The next day, after breakfast. I challenge you to battle with Emolga, Iris. Bianca tried to sound convincing and intimidating, but she only left off the impression of a klutz. Yet Iris couldn't find a way out, so she accepted the challenge anyways. Sillin was the referee, and after he made the announcements and gave the signal, the girls made their move. Emolga. Let's go. Iris yelled and released the Sky Squirrel Pokémon, who had made an entrance with style which enchanted Bianca. So cute. Hey, don't forget that you are battling Emolga. Pikachu. Ash said with a sweat drop while Ash mimicked his actions in his own tongue. Right. Here comes Pignite. Bianca summoned her fire starter type and now a fire and fighting type. Hidden power. Iris told Emolga, and her body became outlined in light green, and it placed her hands together in front of it. 3 green-yellow orbs of energy then appear in between Emolga's hands, and Emolga separates her hands, firing the orbs at the opponent. Pignite was hit alright, but only got out with minimum damage. So you are not holding back, huh? Bianca remarked on Iris's strategy. Neither would we. Use Heat Crash. Pignite then jumped into the air and became surrounded by a sphere of yellow-orange flames. Then he shoots himself at Emolga. Attract. Emolga winked, and Hearts had intercepted Pignite and caused the Fire Pig Pokémon to be too infatuated to fight anymore. No, no, no. Pignite return. Bianca whined about his humiliation before taking out his remaining Pokémon. Minccino, let's go. The Chinchilla Pokémon out and ready to finish off against Emolga. Use Attract. Minccino summoned Hearts and send them towards Emolga. Attract as well. Emolga used her own Hearts, and yet this time, the two moves were cancelling each other out. Tickle now. Minccino heard his trainer and charged towards Emolga and went around so that the Sky Squirrel Pokémon looks the other way for his tail to tickle her helplessly. It was a humorous sight. Iris gasped before yelling a desperate move, hurry, use hidden power. Yet Emolga couldn't concentrate on that while being tickled, so she instead summoned a ball of lightning and used against Emolga. The light blinded everyone while Emolga fled back behind Iris, while another Pokémon came out of Iris's Pokeballs, and it happened to be her Excadrill. Ash gasped. That was Volt Switch. But I don't remember telling Emolga to use that move. Iris said in disbelief. Hey Iris. Where is Emolga? Bianca said, and before Iris could look around, she heard giggling and saw that Emolga was laughing away at a spot behind her. Sillin said, huh. In a normal case, Volt Switch is a move that will send the user back into its Pokeball and cause another to take its place. But not this time. Emolga's must be different. Ash added while Bianca started to laugh as well. That is quite funny. Iris then joined the laughing as well. It is very hilarious. Then Iris lost her enthusiasm and returned her Excadrill, although I have no reason to laugh. Then she went to her Emolga. You know Emolga, what is the use of battling if you are just going to use Volt Switch to get out of battles? Emolga turned away and faced Iris again but with teary eyes that made Iris cringe. Now you made Emolga cry. Ash said to his girlfriend. But if you are still going to use Volt Switch then I will fight you. Emolga then had a smug look on her face, like she knows that she win just use Volt Switch again. Now, Yamask. I need you. Ash had called for his spirit Pokemon, use Disable. Yamask unleashed energy that settled on Emolga in a split second, the result of Yamask's training. When Emolga tried to use Volt Switch, she realized that she always freeze up before she could even begin. Ominous wind. Yamask then blew a ghostly gust that successfully hit Emolga and enhanced Yamask altogether. Attract. Iris realized that Emolga can't escape this match anymore so she sent a command and Emolga unleashed her hearts towards Yamask. Dodge and then Shadow Ball. Yamask used his enhanced speed to avoid the attract and launched a ball of ghostly energy towards Emolga. Try to block with hidden power. Iris told Emolga to create the small ball of energy into a single entity that met the shadow ball but since the attack power was increased, Emolga was hit anyways. Will-O-Wisp. Ash commanded Yamask to spread ghostly fireball onto Emolga, it caused her to be burned. Discharge. Iris knew that Emolga was in trouble so she tried to have her Pokemon go on offense. Emolga obeyed and shot widespread bolts of lightning that hit Yamask but the spirit Pokemon pulled through. Nightshade. Yamask tried to hit Emolga with a set number of damage by the ghostly glaze. Dodge at Emolga. Iris said desperately and Emolga tried that but it turned out to be a trap. Now Hex. Ash commanded Yamask and the spirit Pokemon used Witchcraft to double the damage since Emolga had a burn. The Sky Squirrel Pokemon was finally done for the count. Emolga is unable to battle. Yamask wins. Sillin announced while not actually feeling good about it. Later, while the gang were resting up, Emolga was distancing herself from the others since her defeat at Ash's Yamask. She felt like the moves that had helped her in the past had failed her and now she was pathetic and weak. She won't talk to anyone or even join Iris's Pokemon during lunch time. Then Emolga noticed Axu bring her an apple but she rejected it, then she was faced with Ash's Snivy who didn't appreciate Emolga's behavior. Then they started to argue and soon their fighting had caused the two female Pokemon to fall down a hill and into the forest where they were discovered by a band of Watchog. Snivy and Emolga were not comfortable with the looks that the Watchog were giving them, like that of a man crazed to touch a woman shamelessly. The duo then tried get away but in the process, they ran into a wild and angry Simisear who was not happy that the two Pokemon were on its turf. Now that they were surrounded by wild Pokemon Emolga and Snivy tried to fight back but they were outnumbered even when they fought with all their might. Soon, they were done in and helpless to what these wild Pokemon crave of them. Snivy was starting to regret not wishing to evolve but then she remembered Ash telling her that as her trainer, he is the one to support her wishes and that she can be anything she wanted no matter what others have to say for themselves. Snivy now wanted to get stronger than she can ever do as the way she is now. Meanwhile, Emolga was reflecting on how she had taken everything for granted but she had become a bitter Pokemon to those who only want to help her see a better path. But all that was to be when a voice boomed from the skies, discharge. Flamethrower. The Watchog horde were stuck by intense flame packed into a stream while the Simisear was hit by raw lightning. Snivy and Emolga looked up to see Ash riding his Salamence with Pikachu on his shoulder as usual. There you two are. We had been worried about you and even you Emolga. Ash said as his dragon and flying type had landed. Once he set his feet on the ground, the two Pokemon raced into his arms, scared for their lives. Ash then turned to the wild Pokémon with anger in his eyes. Salamence, send them flying with Dragon Pulse. Salamence nodded before launching a strong beam of dragon energy that caused an explosion which sent the wild Pokémon flying into the skies. That attack also signaled to the others where they are. Ash. Pikachu. Snivy. Emolga. Iris yelled for her boyfriend and the Pokémon who were happy to see her and Ash's remaining friends. Emolga dove into Iris's arms, probably to say, sorry, over and over. Then the Sky Squirrel Pokémon was placed on the ground gently by Ash while Axu presented an apple to Emolga who took it before offering to share it with Axu and Snivy who looked puzzled before the Grass Snake Pokémon used her vines to cut the apple in 3 equal slices. Axu and Emolga smiled before enjoying their apple slices. No one said a word, they just watched as the 2 girl Pokémon slowly become good friends. And that stayed until it was time for the day to end and the trainers to go to bed along with their Pokémon. XXXXX. We should hurry guys. Iris said to her companions, I have the feeling that it will rain. Sylvan chuckled. So where are the rain clouds that are coming to drench us like a bowl in the dishwasher? Iris was no happy that her friends were not listening to her. I am not sure Sylvan, the air already smells wet and there is a faint growing wind into our direction. The air temperature is evening warming up, the size of rain all right. Ash said to back up his girlfriend's claim and before they could even find shelter just in case, the rain came and boy did it rain, it was a real downpour. How are we ever going to get out of this mess? Sylvan shouted as the gang raced through the muck. How about in there? Iris pointed out to a mansion on top of a cliffside. It will until the rain lets up. Ash answered so the gang ran towards it. They were soaked to the bone once the trainers have finally arrived at the main door. When Ash knocked hard on the door, it opened up to reveal an empty hallway with the lights out. Hello. Can we stay here until the rain stops? Iris yelled yet she never got an answer, just silence when Ash had the feeling that something was watching them but when he turned to look, he couldn't see anything. So they had tried out the various rooms but couldn't find any beds. Ash had decided to let out his Yamask to help them through the darkness. Soon, they came across a dressing room with many classical clothes. Iris was amazed and started to look through them while Ash and Sylvan looked to see if there were any clothes made for men until Ash had noticed something under a robe. Hey guys! Ash yelled to Iris and Sylvan who saw that Ash had something extra in tow. A small, candle-like Pokémon with a small purple flame atop its head. Its body and 2 stubby arms are made of primarily of white wax. The folded, melted wax lays over its right eye, and leaves only the bright yellow left eye visible. It also had a small smile under a protruding upper lip. Ash had scanned it for their information on the Pokémon. Litwick, the Candle Pokémon. Litwick appeared to be helping to guide the way of people by illuminating areas that are darkened, but everyone found it strange that the Pokédex had halted and ran out of power before it could finish its scan. The Litwick then acted like it was sorry for some reason. Never mind that, let's help this Litwick. Ash said but Sylvan didn't have a reason to do so. But she is a ghost type and they are known for acting people with their powers. Why should I? Sylvan said but ultimately regretted when Ash had an expression of shock and disappointment. Why? 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 Ash yelled at the top of his voice that shook the house, Sylvan, you are a Pokémon connoisseur and what you said is the most disgraceful thing I ever heard out of that mouth of yours. Sylvan was scared by the tone that Ash was using. If you want a motto for yourself, it will be this. There is never a reason to help anyone and if a patient does bad things, it is never a bad thing to heal the injured. Now heal this Litwick now. Sylvan then was given Litwick and began to supply it with medicine and nourishment until Litwick's flame had grew to a suitable size. Litwick was grateful to Ash for defending her, she wouldn't leave his side at all while trying to make sure she doesn't burn him with her flame onto of her head. Iris then noticed that for a ghost type, this Litwick was actually friendly so she tried to get closer but after a few instances of shyness Iris was able to get near the Candle Pokémon. Yet their moment was interrupted when Ash, Iris, Sylin, Axu, and Pikachu suddenly blacked out, leaving only Ash's Yamask and Litwick conscious, confused and scared. Then lights had appeared from down the hall with plenty of other Litwick and some Lampent into. Yamask noticed that the Litwick from the dress room was shaking in fear at the sight of them, so she moved to shield her. Then the ghost type started to move the trainers with their partner back down the hall, and when Yamask along with Litwick had followed them, they found themselves in a strange room that was built on nothing but bricks. That is until a doorway had opened which caused the trainers and Pokémon to awake, only to be pulled towards it slowly by some strange force. Ash then scanned the Litwick once again. Litwick appeared to be helping to guide the way of people by illuminating areas that are darkened, but in reality they are actually leading them to the ghost world. They feed off the life energy of people and Pokémon, and use it as fuel for the flames on their heads. That was what the Litwick didn't want them to know ahead of time, but the Litwick from the dress room knew that she will be blamed for it, so that was why she tried to apologize for it. Litwick. Ash yelled towards the same candle Pokémon, "You don't belong with them. Run. You are not wanted here anymore." Ash started to harshly yell at the Litwick, who was torn between helping the same trainers who welcomed her presence for the first time and even helped her when she was waiting to die. All those emotions then unlocked something wonderful as the Litwick then grew her flame, but not on the life energies of the trainers like in the Pokédex, but the energies of the ghost types. She then unleashed a ball of water at them, to push the Litwick along with the Lampent into the hole, and then unleashed a stream of fire that destroyed the wall where the hole was located. Those candle and lamp Pokémon will never haunt this house again or harm anyone anymore. Litwick then saw her light was healing the non-ghost type Pokémon and the trainers, so she tried to approach them when Ash lifted her to show a smile. "You called yourself the Black Sheep, but black sheep can hit diamonds just like you. We always welcomed Pokémon like you." Litwick then smiled too, but couldn't decide to let Ash catch her or Sylin. "Go ahead, make your decision, Litwick. We will always be there to support you." Ash then said, with Pikachu and Yamask each saying something their own tongue to assure Litwick to not feel bad about choosing her trainer. She then hopped towards Sylin and let one of his Pokeballs catch her. The said trainer was shocked, but I was the one who said to not heal Litwick." He then heard Ash and his Pokémon laugh in their own way. "And yet you hellate her anyways. You also are a Pokémon connoisseur, so Pokémon like Litwick who now can use both fire and water type moves is perfect for your talents." Something thought to be impossible, but she defied the odds anyways, despite making her an outcast to the other Litwick. Ash said after halting his laughter with an amusement expression. "She belongs with you, Sylin, and when you become a world-famous connoisseur, you can always tell your fans that a Litwick had inspired your motto and was there when she rose up the ranks." Sylin smiled and accepted his new Pokémon while no saying a word until he hugged Ash like a brothers do and whispered a "thank you" under his breath, which made Ash smile as well as Iris, who joined the hug. That is the way friends are and will do for each other. XXXXX. The day after the troubles at the Litwick mansion and Sylin's obtainment of a new Pokémon. "Ready, Lily?" Ash asked as he faced his girlfriend with his Scraggy out for a practice battle while Iris had her Axu out. Despite the effective nickname, Iris still managed to keep his calm. "Ready." Axu use Leer. Iris called out for his Tusk Pokémon to stare down Scraggy and make him lower his defenses. "Now use Scratch." Axu hurried to use his claws against Scraggy, who went on standby. Sylin watched on the sidelines while allowing his Litwick to watch with him. The little candle Pokémon had undergone a mutation that allowed her to indeed learn water-type moves as well as fire types. So she revealed to know both Flamethrower and Water Pulse, so she learned to use Ghost-type moves before any other moves like the former ones. Those included Smog, Hex, Confuse Ray, and Nightshade. Now back to the practice match. Wait for it. Ash dragged his tone and his Pokémon did so until, Headbutt. Scraggy collided his head with Axu's, making the Tusk Pokémon flinch backward, but he regained his focus very soon. Be strong, Axu. Use Dual Chop. Axu then channeled energy in his hands before moving in to attack Scraggy. Brace it with Bulk Up. Ash called out and Scraggy managed to take in the attack by tightening his muscles. Now force palm. Scraggy stored fighting energy into his tiny paw before moving in for a slapping attack. Intercept with Dragon Claw. Axu then used his own attack and cancelled out Scraggy's force palm. Now try Dragon Rage. Axu then focused Dragon Energy, but before it could leave his throat, it instead caused an explosion. When it cleared, Ash was still standing but with Scraggy launched into his face while Sillin, who was watching nearby, was sent into a tree with Pikachu on a branch. Looks like the power is there, Iris. Ash said as he gently placed Scraggy off of his face. Sillin add his own 2 cents, powerful yet. But your dragon sneeze can leave a bitter aftertaste. He said to Iris was on the ground and not happy with the jab. It is not dragon sneeze. It is Dragon Rage. Iris shouted as she banged on the ground as she spelled out the name of the attack. And you know better than that, Sillin. Axu is still trying hard. Ash scolded Sillin too for his uncalled for behavior. But then, some bushes started to rustle and shake which caused the trainers and Pokémon to get on their guard. What came out was a large, blue, draconic Pokémon with medium-sized wings shaped like thistle leaves. Its bright red head is harder than rock and is very rough. It had a set of glaring, ferocious pale yellow irises. Its arms were longer than its legs, giving it the appearance of a hunchback. It had a thick, moderately sized tail and sharp claws on both the hands and feet. It also sported tall, conical, red spikes, 3 on each arm, 1 on each shoulder, 2 on each leg, and 4 on its tail. Finally it had a blunt, brutal snout, bearing a mouth with no discernible teeth, instead, small fang-like protrusions sprout from its jaws. It has a series of olive, ellipsoid scales running across its belly. Ash hurried to use his Pokédex. Druddigon, the cave Pokémon. With the skin on its face harder than rock, Druddigon warms its body by exposing its wings to the sun. Iris was star-eyed that an actual Druddigon was in front of her. Yet it turned sour when Druddigon started to charge up a bright ball of energy in its claws. It is starting to use Focus Blast. Pikachu, no time to use anyone else. Use Electro Ball. Ash said to his best friend who jumped down and charged up a sphere of lightning that meant the launched ball of fight-type energy and overpowered it while hitting Druddigon with plenty of damage left. Thankfully for it, all dragon types are resistant to electric-type moves. Druddigon. A voice had interrupted the silence between the trainers and the attacking dragon type. I had been looking for you. It turned out to be a woman wearing similar clothes to Iris. So what were you doing to my Druddigon? The woman turned and yelled at Ash's friends who cringed at the tone of voice, but Ash was more irritated to Finch. For your information, it was your Druddigon that appeared before us and tried to use Focus Blast on us. Maybe you should apologize. Ash said with a tone that stuck back with sternness, and the woman gasped in realization. But before she could even say sorry, Druddigon ran away, but not before Ash noticed that it had something on its leg. Druddigon. Come back. The woman yelled as she too ran off in the same direction while Ash and his friends hurried to catch up with both of them. Once they were able to find the woman, she was staring at a collection of cave openings. Oh, where could Druddigon be? Need help? Ash said, and the woman was surprised that the same young group of trainers had followed her. Iris can help you then. Ash then spoke in a cheery tone that made Iris blush under the impression that Ash, for the very first time, needed her help. Sure, I will help. Iris said before looking at the cave openings. Axu, could you try that cave on top? Axu nodded before climbing to that small cave. Here he entered for a while. Soon enough, the Tusk Pokémon rushed out, and after him was the same Druddigon who seemed to be in pain. Ash then saw the problem and managed to approach Druddigon, who tried to ward him off with its roars, but instead, it flinched in its pain. Once Ash successfully removed the wire rope so that they will stop causing Druddigon pain around its ankle, he then turned to the woman who seemed to be its trainer. This is the reason that Druddigon had been running away from us and been in a bad mood. This rope had tied around its ankle which caused great pain. Ash explained while the woman took it in confusion. When could it have happened? Maybe, when it went out to look for blueberries. But who could have done such a thing? She was so wrapped up in his questions, she nearly forgot to say, thank you, so she did. I am Emmy. You are quite welcome and my name is Ash Ketchum from Pallet Town in the Kanto region along with my partner Pikachu. Pikachu. Ash introduced himself and his best friend while turning to Iris. This is Iris and her partner Axu. Nice to meet you. Axu EU. And this Silen. Ash pointed towards the said trainer. A pleasure it is. Silen replied, but while they chanted among themselves, they were obvious to that fact they were being watched by shadowed eyes. We nearly had it. A gruff voice remarked, but for Drudigan to rip right through this heavy wire. That is real power. Then it is a good thing that we have trailed it after Drudigan managed to escape. A female voice had replied to it, now we have found new targets who enslave such powerful Pokémon. We must put an end to this. Right. The first voice replied to the second one. Meanwhile, Ashen learned that Emmy was a trainer of dragon types as well, so she and Iris had a lot in common. They were about to return to their camp when Ash stiffened and pushed himself, Iris and Drudigan out of the way of an electrified net that came out of nowhere. Who's there? Ash yelled and he got his wish when two people appeared with uniforms kind of like those of Team Rocket from before. Instead of the big R, their symbol was on a shield-like shape with a big P that was above a zigzag drawing. Their clothes were a combo of black and gray while their hats had the cross shape on. We are the ones who will free all the Pokémon in the world. We are the ones who protect Pokémon from enslavement of trainers. We are Team Plasma. The two grunts introduced themselves, but they soon realized that their audience was asleep. Hey, wake up. That outburst got them out of it all right, at least they were good for something. Yawn, that was a nice nap. Ash said as he stretched his arms while the others said similar things which made the two grunts even angrier at the insult. Then they took out a Pokeball. Now hand over those Pokémon you are enslaving or we will have to use force. One of the grunts yelled, but Ash wasn't impressed. I will not hand over my Pokémon to a bunch of hypocrites. Bring it on. Ash said as he took out a Pokémon and it happened to be his Crocodile. But just then, Axu hopped out of Iris's hair to join the fight as well. We will defeat such poor excuses for people like you who see Pokémon no different than tools for battle and glory. The other grunt said as they released a Watchog and a Simisear ready for battle. Now you have shown to have Pokémon in the way we enslave them, then when are you going to free those Pokémon? Ash said as a verbal jab which caused snickering and giggling even among the Pokémon. Shut up. Watchog, use Super Fong. Simisear, use Flamethrower. Those orders had caused a fierce fight between the two grunts who call themselves Team Plasma and their targets. Those two actually fought a lot harder than expected, so Ash and the gang had fought harder before the two grunts were backed into a dead end. Now Crocodile. Use Hydro Pump. Panzage, use Solar Beam. Drudigan, use Draco Meteor. All three of these powerful moves shot at the grunts who tried to hold them back, but when Axu had channeled dragon energy into his stomach and actually released it in a powerful blast that covered the area with a thick cloud, after it dissipated the two grunts were gone, unable to try and steal Drudigan again. Axu. You have finally mastered Dragon Rage. Iris said with excitement and pride as she hugged her Tusk Pokémon who hugged her back, happy that all his training had finally paid off. Ash smiled at the sight. Once Axu had finally learned Dragon Rage, the Tusk Pokémon is one step closer to becoming a great dragon Pokémon worthy of being trained by a Dragon Master. XXXXX. After having a first encounter with a criminal group called Team Plasma, our heroes continue on their way to Nimbasa City, but before that they will run into a new friend who aspires to be a great Pokémon trainer. I am Stefan. I just started my journey, but I will battle anyone I come across. The trainer, now called Stefan. He already had a Pokémon out, a zebra-like Pokémon with thick, double-pointed white stripes on its neck, chest, back, and hind legs. It had a rounded muzzle with a large, dark nose and oval, blue eyes with yellow sclera. On top of its head were short, triangular ears with blue insides. Below the knees, its legs were white with black hooves. Its tail was stubby, white, and has 2 points. Running up its neck was a spiky, white mane, which culminates at the front in a long extension that resembles a lightning bolt. Ash scanned it with his Pokédex. Blitzel, the electrified Pokémon. Blitzel catches electricity and stores it in its mane, which glows when the electricity is discharged. Okay then, my name is Ash Ketchum and I have the Pokémon for you. Ash said as he accepted the challenge and released a Pokémon, Tepig. I need you. The Fire Pig Pokémon came out, excited that he gets to fight again. So a fire type versus an electric type, this could be anyone's fight, so let's begin. Blitzel used Shock Wave. Stefan commanded his electrified Pokémon to raise its head and yellow electricity starts to gather at the tip of Blitzel's mane. After a moment, its mane started to glow yellow with electricity as well. When it was finished charging electricity, the mane on its head starts to crackle with electricity. Blitzel then lowers its head and fires a beam of yellow electricity from the tip of its mane at Tepig. Use Flame Charge while standing still. Ash told his Pokémon, who was then engulfed in flames but didn't move a muscle. The lightning had hit the flames but then was cancelled out along with the rest of the fire. But how? Stefan was shocked as well as Blitzel, which made room for Tepig to make his next move. Sunny Day. Tepig had raised his head and caused the sun's glaze to increase his fire-type powers as well as the nearby heat. Iris and Scylla were sweating badly, while the same could be said for Stefan and his Blitzel. Ember. Tepig then expelled an enhanced stream of fire that hit Blitzel hard. Arg. Use Flame Charge. Stefan knew it was risky, but he wanted to use the effects of Sunny Day to his advantage as well. Blitzel then was engulfed in flames and charged at Tepig. You too, Tepig. Ash commanded and Tepig also charged, covered in fire, but before the two Pokémon can hit each other, change directions Tepig. Ash suddenly commanded, and while Tepig was wondering why, he did it anyways, and for good reason, because then Blitzel was trapped in an electrified net, helpless. Hey! Who did that? Stefan was shocked that someone had tried to capture his Pokémon while in the middle of a battle. Then two familiar faces had appeared. We did. They both said proudly, despite doing something otherwise not to be proud of. Why did you do it? Blitzel is my Pokémon. Stefan yelled while Ash just shook his head before doing something that shocked everyone. He went and grabbed the electrified net to throw it at them, despite his arm burn from the heat of the electricity. Because these hypocrites are becoming stalkers too. Ash said, ignoring the pain in his arm. We are not stalkers since we never seen you before. You still enslave Pokémon and force them to battle to the death. One of the said, accusing the two trainers for testing their skills. It was then obvious that these two were different than the ones with the Druddigan incident. If that is so, then why the two Pokémon you have freed are still in their prisons we call Pokeballs? Ash said, and instead of a spoken answer, he saw that the grunt's expressions were only getting angrier. That is none of your business. Now hand over your enslaved Pokémon or we will have to force you. The other grunt said in retaliation to the jab. Stefan, let's see just how strong you are in a double battle against them. Ash challenged the said trainer, who couldn't walk away from that at all. You are on. Blitzel, let's show them what we can do. Stefan said with his trusting electrified Pokémon still up even after that fire-type move and the effects of the net that tossed away eventually. Fine. Krokorok, use Crunch. Simisear. Use Flame Burst. The two grunts commanded and their Pokémon did just that, but it was no to be when. Tepig, use Ember. Blitzel. Use Pursuit. Krokorok was sent back while Simisear's Flame Burst was cancelled out by Tepig's Ember despite both being enhanced by the Sunny Day from before. Now use Flamethrower. Time for Shock Wave. The two Pokémon had traded targets so that Tepig finished off Watchog with an intense stream of fire while Blitzel had finished off Simisear with concentrated electricity. Now Flame Charge. Ash and Stefan said at once, and their two Pokémon both used the force from their inflamed bodies to cause an explosion that the two grunts used to disappear like before. Alright. Stefan said with excitement, but then he turned to Ash, sorry that our battle was ruined. Hey, you didn't ruin it. I got to see just how powerful your Blitzel was, like for the reason I accepted your challenge in the first place. You really are a good trainer, you must be joking about just starting your journey. Ash said, and Stefan blushed under the praise along with Blitzel. And thanks you fighting with me, my Tepig finally had his first double battle. Oh, it was no problem, but right now, we should be going our separate ways. Stefan said as he returned his tried but satisfied Blitzel. Can you promise that we will fight again, Ash? Sure, Stefan. Ash said as he let out his hand for the said trainer to shake. Alright. As of today, we are rivals. I will be training for our next battle. Stefan shook it with enthusiasm and ran off in search of new Pokémon and places to train them. Ash smiled as he remembered his younger self in his new rival. Who knew that even in a new region like Unova, some things will never change. XXXXX. They say that love is in the air, and it was for two trainer as they caught a prefect sunset to spend time with. It was like the sun knew about them and stayed up for much longer than most sunsets, but all good times must end, and it was now night. Ash and Iris got up and went back to the camp, there they retired to bed after kissing each other goodnight. The next morning, they were in the middle of training, now that Axu had finally mastered Dragon Rage, until they noticed the wind had blown a Pokémon into their field. Its body was white, that cotton on top and on the bottom with sun-red yellow eyes and a pair of leaves on the sides acting as arms. Ash scanned it. Cottonee, the cotton puff Pokémon. Cottonee shoots cotton to distract its opponent when attacked, and travels around wherever the blowing wind carries it. Sillin had then made a thinking pose, strange. Cottonee are not supposed to be here. What do you mean by that, Sillin? Ash was still behind in Unova events like this one. Meanwhile, he went to the Cottonee, who seemed to be lost, and comforted the cotton puff Pokémon. At this time of year, Cottonee are supposed to be in flock while performing the ritual of find another to spend their lives with. Sillin explained, and Iris smiled. Kind of like a singles get-together, right? Sillin's sweat dropped before maintaining a smile. Sort of, Iris. Think of it as a mating season. Ash then added his own opinion, and this time, Sillin nodded in agreement while Iris squealed in the thought of Cottonee in couples like she was with Ash. Kinda like we are, right? Iris said with a sweet and innocent tone of a young child. Sure, Lily, in any ways you will like to look at it. Ash said and kissed her on the lips while Iris returned it. Then the couple felt something tap on their legs and saw that same Cottonee with sparkles in its eyes, like it wished to be like Ash and Iris. You want to be in a couple too? Ash said as he kneed down to the small grass-type Pokémon, who nodded ferociously. Oh well, we'll help you. Which way will we find the other Cottonee around here, Sillin? Iris asked before realizing she started to talk like Ash in her own way, but she didn't even fight it as she wanted to be like him. Sillin smiled and took out his map to see that it told him of a patch of grass nearby where the Cottonee arrive at this time of year. They then took the lost grass type to there and saw indeed single Cottonee, just floating around in the wind while looking for potential mates. Cottonee then looked around for any member of its kind just of the opposite gender, and it found one. Yet the problem was that this Cottonee loved to battle in order to find its mate. This took the Cottonee by surprise before Ash managed to catch up and break up the awkward silence. After being told of it all via Pikachu, he smiled. Sounds reasonable in this tough world, so how about we get you started? Ash said to the first Cottonee, who was nervous about hurting her and ruining any possible relationship with the second, until Ash told the former that he will be glad to heal any of them up. Yet, the first Cottonee was hesitant about fighting the one he fell in love with, so that was costing his match. He was left with only one last hit before fainting when, give up on her. Ash yelled out to the Cottonee, just quit because she is not worth it. There are other Cottonee out there that are just as good this one. They all laugh at that one for that reason. Despite on how that was harsh and tough for Ash to say it, it got Cottonee to take in that last hit by spreading cotton all over its body before fighting back with fierce tackles and sharp leaves until the second Cottonee had fainted. Once the first Cottonee had realized that he had defeated his crush in battle, the former was getting worried about hurting the latter too much, but once Ash had finished healing, the same Cottonee actually welcomed the first one's advances before the two actually became a couple. By then, Iris and Scylla had finally caught up only to rejoice that they saw the same Cottonee from before had gotten a mate and saw the two ride the wind together. Iris then shared hands with Ash and kissed him on the cheek before watching the dance of the Cottonee happily in pairs. XXXXX. Ash Ketchum had so many crazy adventures in the past, but this trend was going to be out of this world. It came at midnight, when the trainers were fast asleep, the earth started to shake and the leaves fell of the trees violently. This stirred them from their sleep, and once they left their tents, a bright light had appeared out of the sky which hovered for a moment before disappearing over a mountain side that their camp on. Just what was that? They all said before agreeing to arrive in that town along the way to Nimbasa. Once inside the next day. What? We are in Area 28. Scylla in a surprised tone. And what is wrong with Area 28, Scylla? Ash said as he wanted to know what is wrong with Scylla along with Iris, who had fed him some of the omelette they ordered before asking where they were. Nothing is wrong, it's just that this place, Area 28, is famous for its UFO sightings. Scylla explained, which made Ash and Iris nod. Could that been what we saw last night? Ash looked at Iris, who shrugged. It could be it for now, but we are still no sure. It was definitely nothing like a plane. Iris had theorized. Still, it went east over the mountain. Ash said before he turned to the bartender, "Sir, is there anything on the other side of it?" "Well, nothing exciting except for the dwelling of a strange scientist named Professor Icarus." One of the current customers answered for the bartender, which caught Scylla's attention once more. Professor Icarus? He had once studied UFOs, but I never thought he was living around here. Scylla said in excitement and amazement. That is him, but I won't go there. The bartender said, and the trainers wanted to know why, so they were told of a mailman who had finished his duties all the way until he received a massive headache and had a vision that he was surrounded by outer space. Ash then got into a thinking pose before muttering. Then there must be a Pokémon there and a psychic type as well. Ash said while everyone nodded, but Iris was clueless. Why should the Pokémon be a psychic type, Ash? Iris asked, but before he could answer, the staff and other customers had gotten excited and aware that Ash was in the restaurant. They surrounded Ash and launched questions at him like, "Are you really the Ash Ketchum?" and "How is our region looking to you?" Yet Iris was able to free Ash from the crowd along with Scylla before fleeing towards the mountain before the crowd could find them again. "Yes, Ash, I know you have been a trainer for very long, but you never told us you were famous." "I never thought I was, since until today, no one reacted to my name like that before. It must have been when they learned that the Kanto Battle Frontier had finally been beaten by a trainer, and when I made myself known at the Lily of the Valley conference, when I managed to bet a Darkrai that no other trainer was able to beat and lost to a Latios." Kanto Battle Frontier? Darkrai? Latios? What are you talking about, Ash? Scylla did not recognize those names, and neither did Iris. The Battle Frontier is group of Factolites, somewhat like a GM but much more intense, where you battle against powerful trainers known as Frontier Brains. In Kanto, there are 6 of them to beat, and when you do, you will earn a symbol instead of a badge. Ash started, his friends nodded. It is necessary to gain all 6 symbols because when you do, then they act like a compass to the 7th symbol that was owned by the Pyramid King Brandon, who was never defeated before and after I finally did. My Pikachu even managed to defeat a legendary type Pokémon as well. I have heard of legendaries, they are considered the rarest type of Pokémon and the most powerful. Scylla then remarked, and Iris nodded while Ash smiled. That is true, and it also applied to Darkrai and Latios. Ash said before taking out his Pokédex and some kind of a data chip that he inserted into the Pokédex, then it received a near-endless list of Pokémon before Ash was able to hone in on two. The first one was a black, shadow-like Pokémon. It had a small head with a white fog-like ghostly plume billowing from its head covering one of its bright blue eyes, with the portion on its face resembling hair. It also has a red spiky growth around its neck. It had skinny arms and long black tatters hanging from its shoulders. It also had black, claw-like hands. Finally it had the slight appearance of an hourglass figure and appears to be wearing an old, ripped cloak. It said, Darkrai, the pitch-black Pokémon. Legend has it that on a moonless night, Darkrai will lure people to sleep and unleash nightmares upon them. That is Darkrai alright, as it fought by placing its foes to sleep and eating at their health through Dream Eater, otherwise it will use Dark Pulse and Ice Beam to attack its opponents. Ash added, and then he showed another Pokémon. It was bird-like, dragon Pokémon. It has an aerodynamic body. The lower half of its body was blue with jet-plane wings and fin-like feet. It had a red triangular marking on its chest. It also had white and blue arms that can be tucked into its body. The upper half of its body was white. It has triangular ears and a blue face with a white pentagon in the middle. The Pokédex said, Latios, the Ian Pokémon. Latios is highly intelligent and can fly faster than a jet by tucking in its wings. Iris was amazed by the sight of the cool dragon type while Scylla looked on with awe. That one was fast alright and even used a deadly move named Luster Purge that dealt great damage. That cost me and Pikachu of a victory greatly. Ash sadly said, and his friend were shocked that the calm, cool, collect Ash that they had known will be so down. Iris then grabbed his hand and kissed him in order to cheer him up. Ash then returned the kiss greatly. Then they came across a bridge that didn't look very sturdy, yet it was the only way to get to the place of the professor, so they tried it anyways. But before they could get far, they all had a vision of Ash falling through a rotten plank and into the river, so they halted. Ash then saw a similar plank and tried it out. It broke into two and fell into the river. After they skipped that plank, they were wondering on what they had just saw. Was it a vision of the future? Iris asked, while Ash and Scylla had no idea. They just went over to the door and knocked. Shortly, a man who looked rather unkempt had answered it with a gruff tone. Are you Professor Icarus? The man nodded and tried to read the gang if they are here for his research. Still he allowed them to enter into the house, which seemed rather neat compared to the condition of the professor. Scylla tried to reason with the professor, as he acted nothing like when the professor was on the shows about UFOs, or even the professor who wrote a book on UFOs. Then they had a vision of some reactors exploding, which caused the professor to reveal a hatch and some stairs that he slid down. The gang followed him and found a large room with a hovercraft in the middle, while the professor was at the very same reactor as in the vision. The professor just couldn't stop it and was about to tell the kids to leave him when Ash noticed that the hovercraft was connected to the reactor by a tube, so he used all his strength to dislodge it from the craft and successfully prevented the nuclear meltdown. Then Ash noticed something small looking up at him. It was a light blue Pokémon with an oblong head with depressions on either side. It has black, symmetrical lines going down the front of its head. On the front of its head were shiny, green button-like eyes. Its hands had 3 finger-like digits, one red, one green, and one yellow. Finally, it had short, stubby legs and a small tail. Now who are you? Ash said as he scanned with his Pokédex. Elgyem, the cerebral Pokémon. Nobody had ever seen an Elgyem before it made its sudden appearance in the desert. Ash was getting more and more curious about this by every minute. Upstairs, the professor explained that he came across Elgyem when he was trying out a prototype flying saucer late one night. After some time, the two had become inseparable and the professor learned a lot about his new friend. Yet they didn't know that 2 pairs of eyes were looking at the professor with greed in their eyes. Once the gang left the house, to say goodbye, that was when they attacked the professor and stole away Elgyem. Stop! What are you doing? The professor yelled at them. Well, are freeing this precious Pokémon from such slavery that you are planning for it. Don't worry, it will be perfectly happy with us. It was none other than Team Plasma. Iris yelled at them while Ash smirked. You really are a bunch of stalkers who are also hypocritical liars. That jab was enough to cause those henchmen to cringe while Elgium used teleport to escape their grasp. Once they saw that, they were shocked that Elgium didn't want to go with them. Pikachu used Thunder Wave on them. Ash then said in a serious tone, and the little yellow rodent did just that to paralyze the grunts before they could even take out their Pokémon at all. Then Ash went up to them, you are rally staring to be a pin, so you will just go back to your leader and tell them to rethink about sending any more after us. Criminals like you couldn't fool anyone since you don't have the jurisdiction to decide whether or not that Pokémon deserve to be among us. Then Ash turned back and faced Icarus. Your cue, Professor. Ash said as he made way for Icarus to show them a thing or two about trying to steal his Pokémon and lie about how noble it was. Right. Elgium, use Psybeam. The professor called out and the cerebral Pokémon unleashed powerful mind energy that was enough to launch them into the sky, yet it was soon revealed that they were retreating on jetpacks. Ash and his friends had a feeling that wasn't the last they ever saw of Team Plasma, but until then, they will have to be ready for them. They bought that aside when they said goodbye and good luck to Professor Icarus in his work with Elgium. XXXXX. So Lily. Why not walk around the place while Sylvan cleans up? Ash asked his girlfriend. Iris nodded and they took a nice stroll around the swamp-like area which smelled rather nice, and the cute little Pokémon, swimming and leaping out of the water, made things even better. Ash's Pokédex said this about them. Timpole, the tadpole Pokémon. Timpole emits rhythmic subsonic sound waves by vibrating its cheeks. These waves can be used to communicate. Whatever, they are still cute. Iris responded that same way and they continued on their way. That is until they saw a very interesting sight, Trip trying to catch a new Pokémon. It was a bipedal Pokémon with an ovoid body. It was mostly blue, with a tan oval marking lined with black stretching from the bottom of its belly to its forehead. Its black eyes were round. Its upper lip was round as well, and curves down sharply at the corners. Its feet were small with 3 toes each, and its tail was oval and white. 3 large, half-spheres encircle its head, each one light blue with a black base. There are 4 round, light blue bumps starting on either side of its lower body and stretching across its back. Ash scanned it. Palpitoad, the vibration Pokémon and the evolved form of Timpole. Palpitoad can live both underwater and on dry land. It captures prey by using its long sticky tongue. Vine. Use Vine Whip. Trip commanded and his Pokémon moved it to use its vines to deal some damage, but the Palpitoad managed to dodge them before using its long tongue to shoot Mudball. Dodge and use Leaf Tornado. Now that grass-type attack hit its mark and Palpitoad was sent flying into a nearby tree, finally injured. Now Trip can catch it. Iris yelled on a soft tone, not to interrupt Trip's battle with the vibration Pokémon. I am not sure about that, Lily. Ash said in a more serious tone than the excited one that Iris had used. True to his words, when Trip took out a Pokeball, Palpitoad then got up and unleashed a wave of purple sludge at Servine, poisoning the grass snake Pokémon. Then Palpitoad had decided that it had enough, so it fled into the water, leaving Trip shocked and without a new Pokémon. That was nice going anyways, Trip. Ash said to get the native trainer's attention. You were spying on me. Trip shouted in disbelief while Ash chuckled. I did no such thing, my friends and I were just cleaning up, so I decided to take a walk with Iris. Ash said before Trip started to sneer. Still hanging out with that dragon. Girl loser, I see. You have such poor taste. Trip said without a second thought. That only proved to be a mistake as he found himself embedded in the same tree as with Palpitoad before. You should really mind your own business, Trip, and besides, we really owe each other a battle since our not-so-friendly reunion in Castelia City. Ash said, and Trip perked at the sound of a battle. Sure. Now that I have more Pokémon, I will finally be able to prove that you really are a newbie from the boonies. Trip still hadn't realized that he already lost to Ash twice. Iris volunteered to be the referee. Battle begin. Tranquil. You are up. Since Servine was out for being poisoned by Palpitoad, Trip had to use another Pokémon to start with. Swadloon. I need you. Fortunately for Ash, he remembered to place his Pokémon in their ball on his belt in case he need them. Yet everyone was wondering why Ash chose a Pokémon with a double weakness to flying types. See? I knew you were a loser. Trip taunted Ash on his choice, finish with Aerial Ace. Tranquil hurried in a blur towards Swadloon who hadn't moved an inch. Protect. Ash said at the last minute and Swadloon had formed a protective dome, right into Tranquil's face. Now use String Shot around the wings. Swadloon had used a thin but strong thread to tie up Tranquil so it couldn't fly anymore. Toss it around a little and then use Razor Leaf. Swadloon did just that and caused some damage to Tranquil with her sharp leaves. Now use Mind Reader. Ash told Swadloon to take aim and prepared to wait for Tranquil's next move. Peck through the threads. Trip shouted and Tranquil's beak started to glow before snipping at the threads holding down its wings. But Ash adjusted his hat, a sigh that Iris recognized as her boyfriend had it in the bag. Swadloon, use Grass Whistle. Ash told his grass and bug type who sang out a tone that landed on Tranquil who just had gotten freed. Now time for a new move, Dream Eater. Swadloon had learned this psychic move from Ash's Jengar and used it for the first time on the sleeping flying type. Swadloon had created a transparent copy of herself that passed through Tranquil which caused the wild pigeon to faint. Tranquil. Trip cried for his Pokémon. Tranquil is unable to battle, Swadloon wins. Iris announced, amazed at Ash's brilliant strategy as usual. Arg. Vanillite, your turn. Trip released a Pokémon that strongly resembled an ice cream cone. It had dark blue eyes, a dark blue mouth, and light blue crystals on its cheeks. Its small body was adorned with specks of ice and had stubby arms. Ash scanned it while noticing that Iris shook a little at the sight of it and Axu hid back into her hair. Vanillite, the fresh snow Pokémon. Vanillite's breath is more than 50 degrees below zero when it exhales, creating ice crystals and causing it to snow. Ash smirked as he knew that his current Pokémon had fun, showing that bird that even a bug can beat a hawk. Swadloon, return. Ash sent his Pokémon back and took out another Pokémon, Snivy. I need you. Ash decided to use his Unova grass type for this match since the grass snake Pokémon wanted one. I should be telling you wrong but I am done underestimating you. Vanillite use Ice Beam. Trip told his Ice-type Pokémon to unleash a ray of ice-cold energy but Ash and Snivy were not to be done. Dance with Agility. Snivy relaxed herself before moving with speeds closely to that of a blur. Vanillite keep using its Ice-type move until the piece of land used was covered in it. Now use Calm Mind with Leaf Storm. Snivy relaxed her mind that increased her special attack and defense, prefect against Ice-type moves. Vanillite was hit by the ineffective Leaf Storm that still did damage. RGGH. Now use Blizzard Attack. Trip gritted his teeth in frustration before giving the command to Vanillite who blew an air turbine of cold air and snow at Snivy. Skate with Sand Storm. Ash said like Apoid and Snivy obeyed with grace. It turned out that the wind in Sand Storm and the momentum that Snivy had picked up while on the ice had allowed the grass snake Pokémon to avoid the blizzard attack. Use Mirror Shot. Trip yelled and Vanillite had cancelled its blizzard to fire a green beam at Snivy who landed from the dance with the Sand Storm. Mirror Coat. Snivy was told by Ash at the last minute and glowed with rainbow colors and reflected the special attack back only stronger and super effective as well. The fresh snow Pokémon had fell to its own attacks. Yet before Iris could announce it, Snivy started to glow bright with the colors of Pokémon evolution. Once the light dimmed, Snivy had become a beautiful Servine of her own. When she turned to her trainer, to see if Ash was satisfied with her choice to evolve, Servine was granted with the sight of a smile. Don't worry about it, Servine, you will definitely be better than Trips. Ash said with a verbal jab that made the said trainer cringe while Ash's Servine and Iris giggled at the jab. Whatever. Timber, you are chosen. Out came was a gray bipedal Pokémon with a dark purple nose and dark gray oval-shaped eyes. It has bulbous protrusions extending from the front and lower parts of its head. Pink, vein-like bulges are present on the back of its head. Similar pink bands adorn its shoulders and thighs. Finally, it was carrying a small block of lumber. Ash scanned it after returning Servine, who was tired from all those moves used. Timber, the muscular Pokémon. Timber always carries a wooden beam. When it can easily lift its heavy burden, it is close to evolving. Ash then took out a Pokémon who will love a fight with this Pokémon. Duat. I need you. Ash decided to use his evolved water type, who enjoyed the thrill of a battle with fighting types. The DSPLN Pokémon then noticed the ice below his feet, so he turned to Ash, who nodded, and Duat did the same before. At least that Duat looks well trained, but since this is anyone's fight, I am not going to bother. Trip started a lot more mature and reasonable, which made Ash smile. Very well. Jump to use water gun. Duat then gained enough traction to leap high into the air with his strong legs and unleash a jet of water towards Timber. Deflect with strength. Trip called out to Timber, who used its wooden block to do so, but at the same time, lost its balance on the ice. Aqua Jet. Duat then submerged himself in water and slides across the ice to land a solid hit on Timber, causing the muscular Pokémon to slide on its own out of control. Use low sweep to stop yourself and use dynamic punch. Trip called for some real strategy, and it worked, so Timber was able to stabilize itself to channel energy into its fist before charging at Duat. Razor Shell. Duat took his twin scallops to infuse them with water blue energy and skated towards the charging Timber before crossing blows with the muscular Pokémon. After some silence, Timber fainted. Timber is unable to battle. Duat wins, and the winner of the match is Ash Ketchum. Iris announced before running towards her boyfriend while cheering on him. But then Trip, after returning Timber, went to Ash with a softened expression. Did I fight well enough? Trip surprised Iris with his tone of voice that was a 180 from the one he used with his first battle against Ash and during the Battle Club. Trip, your Pokémon are powerful. To last very long is impressive, but you have just started your journey still compared to how long I have been traveling with Pokémon. Ash brought up, so don't even try to compare yourself to me if it is making you feel bad about yourself. We are still going to face each other during the championship, so just keep training and earning gym badges so I get to fight you again. Ash finished with a smile, and Trip then had 1-2 before actually waving goodbye before leaving on his own trail to his dream. Iris also smiled and kissed Ash on the cheek for giving such good words and advice. End of Chapter 7. Previously on Journey to Improve, Conquest of Unova. Trip, your Pokémon are powerful. To last very long is impressive, but you have just started your journey still compared to how long I have been traveling with Pokémon. Ash brought up, so don't even try to compare yourself to me if it is making you feel bad about yourself. We are still going to face each other during the championship, so just keep training and earning gym badges so I get to fight you again. Ash finished with a smile, and Trip then had 1-2 before actually waving goodbye before leaving on his own trail to his dream. Iris also smiled and kissed Ash on the cheek for giving such good words and advice. So Lily. Ash said to break the silence that drifted ever since they left for the next town, how are your new Pokémon doing? He asked to the girl who was holding the cotton bird Pokémon in her arms while Trapinch rested on her head. They are doing great. They learned a lot of moves and act like cute little puppies. Iris said with loud enthusiasm as she hugged Ash with a single arm and kissed him on the cheek. I can't never stop saying thank you. Ah. The sight of young love is like smelling the freshest basil in the morning. Sillin remarked in his own manner that still confused Ash. The said trainer is still enjoying the attention that Iris was giving him and was still proud of Tepig for finally facing his fears, all for the sake of his trainer and his friends when they were in trouble. Ash even gained a new Pokémon while Scyllin as well. Flashback begins. It was a regular day out on the way towards Nimbasa City. They had come across a beautiful lake that seemed to be the perfect place to have lunch, so Scyllin went to prepare for it. Meanwhile, Ash had released all of his Pokémon as well as Iris and told them that today is one to actually enjoy some games as a change of pace. Yet Tepig had a sour look on his face, which Iris had noticed. "Hey, what is wrong?" she said when she bent down to comfort the Fire Pig Pokémon. Ash sighed before he also bent down and took Tepig into his arms, where the little Pokémon started to whimper. "It actually started when my Pokémon told him about the double battle. Tepig is worried that he might not be a good team player." Ash explained, and the other Pokémon couldn't believe what they had just heard. Tepig had faced even Pokémon with a type advantage and still won, even it was barely. Also, Tepig still hasn't gotten over his fear of water types. Ash added, and Iris couldn't believe that one bit. But back at the battle club, Tepig fought against a water type just fine. Iris yelled in confusion and Ash nodded. "Sure, I was confused myself, but Tepig said that it was his first battle, so I had no idea how dangerous it was for a fire type against a water type until he saw other fire Pokémon fall to water attacks. Now he is afraid that he will be in that same situation," Ash said with his concern for the poor Tepig in his arms, while Iris had a similar expression as well. From there, Tepig actually tried to overcome his fear of water-type attacks by trying to get near a body of water while the other Pokémon were playing ball out in an open field. That is until Amalga and Servine got into a little heated competition that caused the ball to land in a bush. After some arguing, the two Pokémon reluctantly went to fetch the ball, only to find it among what looked like spare Pokeballs. After Servine got near enough, it turned out to be mushroom-like Pokémon whose heads just looked like the frontal image of Pokeballs. The grass snake Pokémon had gotten the ball, but when the horde of wild Pokémon started to complain, the two shrugged off their words, which made them even angrier. In the field, where everyone else was waiting for the ball, the sounds of the wild Pokémon were heard by the waiting Pokémon as well as Iris. They then ran to see what was wrong when the mushroom Pokémon horde started to spray a purple powder all over them before leaving them in the dust. Ash was simply helping with lunch and keeping an eye on Tepig, but when he noticed the missing Pokémon as well as his girlfriend, he went to check it out while Scyllin stayed behind to hear from him while keep making lunch. Ash found his girlfriend, on the ground in pain along with the rest of the Pokémon except for Tepig. After taking some trips to bring them back to the camp, Scyllin had started to treat them, but there was only one problem: there wasn't anything on them to cure poison. Tepig then heard the racket and saw the friends of his trainer were twitching but were not moving, like they were turned into statues. It is cute to hear what a child has to imagine in this situation. "Don't worry, Tepig. They will be fine, but we need your help," Ash said, and Tepig gave all his attention while his trainer took out a book on medicine. "We don't have any cures now, but thankfully, we are where a special herb grows that we can use for our own cures. We need to watch over everyone while you will enter the swamp to find them." Tepig started to panic as his fear of water came back, and Ash sighed. "Tepig, you want to get strong, right?" Ash started and Tepig nodded. "Then you must realize that most trainers will use water types against a fire type like you, since by then, they will think they had it in the bag, but we train to prove them wrong." Tepig felt a little better and steeled his nerves. "I am not asking you to fight anyone in the swamp. All you need to do is find a particular plant and pick out a few so I can help you retrieve more for everyone." Ash showed the picture of a piece of a grass that appeared smooth and slender, which shouldn't be too hard to find. Tepig looked back at the swamp and gulped before gathering up his courage and ran into the tall grass. So far, no other Pokémon had appeared yet. Tepig was trained to keep his guard up anyways. Meanwhile, Ash tended to his Pokémon and now was trying to help Iris, who couldn't move but made an attempt to grasp his hand, so the trainer moved it to make the experience less painful for his girlfriend. Scyllin just shook his head at this sight. Only Fungus could do this, he muttered while Ash took out his Pokédex, which revealed the very same mushroom-like Pokémon. Fungus, the mushroom Pokémon. Fungus release poisonous spores to repel anyone who tries to catch them. For unknown reasons, they resemble Pokeballs. Ash noticed on how Iris gasped at the sight of the mushroom Pokémon even on the Pokédex. Then Ash and Scylla heard Tepig cry with the addition of an ember launched into the sky. After assuring that they will be back, Ash left Iris at the camp to accompany Scylla in helping out Tepig, just in a way he was hoping not to. That is because Tepig was now surrounded by Timpole. Yet, the trainer's presence was enough to scare them off, sparing Tepig of any attacks they can use. Ash then retrieved the herb from the mouth of the fire pig who showed them where he got them. But before the two trainers could harvest more for the others. Palpitoad. Stun. A familiar Pokémon along with a new one had appeared. It was another vibration Pokémon, like the one that Trip tried to catch, yet the second one was like a flat, fish-like Pokémon with a broad, mud-brown body. At the base of its yellow tail was a yellow marking shaped like an exclamation mark when seen from behind. It had small, horizontal, oval-shaped eyes, white with a tiny black pupil and no irises. Almost exactly between these two eyes lies its mouth, which is comprised of two thick gray lips. Finally, it had two small, flimsy fins at the sides of its body, each with two lobes. Ash quickly took out his Pokédex to scan them. Palpitoad, the vibration Pokémon. Palpitoad's long, sticky tongue is used to capture prey. It lives both on land and in the water. Stunfisk, the trap Pokémon. Stunfisk hides itself in the mud and then delivers an electric jolt when its prey touches it, smiling all the while. Ash then learned that they were both ground types was curious since they all appeared out of the swamp water. But before that, the two Pokémon to attack them with shoots of mud. We must have walked into their territory while looking for the herbs. Ash said as he tried to dodge the attacks like Scylla was. I agree, but if this keeps up then we can't heal our patients. Scylla responded and they kept dodging until Tepig suddenly got himself dislodged from Ash's arms, to taunt the two Pokémon in attacking him. Yet their shoots missed and Tepig lured them deeper into the grass, all the way to a large opening. That was where that Tepig had jumped into the air, to use the sun to back him for Tepig to unleash a beam of light at the two wild Pokémon. The blast was enough to cause both Palpitoad and Stunfisk to faint but also for Tepig to fall on the ground hard with exhaustion. Ash managed to catch him since he chased after the Pokémon. He smiled at the tried form of his fire pig Pokémon. That was very reckless Tepig, I must have been growing on more than I thought. Ash said before he noticed that Scylla had finally caught up them all. Good timing, let's catch these Pokémon. Before Scylla could reply, Ash chose Palpitoad and used one of his Pokeballs to catch it. So Scylla decided to ask no questions and caught Stunfisk with his own Pokeball. Then the two trainers took Tepig as well as an arms full of the herbal antidote back to the camp where the patients had been waiting and thankfully, nothing had happened while they were gone. Iris hugged Ash and told them that even though they were sick, Duat and Gabite stood watch. I forgot to tell you that since Ash's Salamence had evolved, Ash decided to switch him out for Gabite to further the cave Pokemon's training. Scylla hurried to turn the herbs into an edible antidote that successfully healed the poison patients. They were then introduced to the two new Pokémon in tow and who knew that while Stunfisk was male, Palpitoad was female, so there was some girl talk while the trainers packed up to get rolling before anything else happens. Flashback ends. Yeah. Iris said as she finished her recall and noticed that Tepig was still out of his Pokeball since he wanted to stay outside a little longer. Now that the fire pig had gotten a surge of courage, Tepig wanted to show it to the other Pokémon, which made him look very cute. Thanks for everything, Tepig. Iris petted the fire pig Pokémon who cooed at the touch of his trainer's girlfriend. That little fire type was a real hero after that whole ordeal and Tepig was enjoying it very much. That proved that Tepig had a bright future to be sure. XXXXX. Hey. That voice had knocked the trainers from memory lane and they then saw a girl around their age. She had a green vest that matched her boots over a blue shirt with shorts and sockets that matched the color. Her gloves were of a yellow color, same with the buttons on her vest and the edges of the boots. Finally she had a brighter yellow hat on top of her red hair. Which of you is a dragon master? None. You came to wrong to people. Ash answered, but this girl wasn't convinced. Then who is becoming a dragon master? she asked, and this Iris answered. Then that will be me, as I am traveling to become a dragon master, she said, and the woman then had a triumph moment before introducing herself. My name is Georgia and I am a full-pledged dragon buster. I challenge trainers of dragon types. Ash nodded and turned to Iris to whisper in her ear. Careful Lily, she may use ice types. Iris shivered but kept her focus for the duel that she was rudely dragged into. That is why Iris reached for Scolopede's Pokeball while Georgia did the same once she had reached the standard distance from Iris in most battles. You may have the first move, Dragon Master, Georgia said while using that title as an insult and comment, and Iris didn't accept anyways. I am not a Dragon Master yet, but thank you, Iris said as she threw the Pokeball into the air. Scolipede, I need you. Ash smiled as he saw that his new battle catchphrase was beginning to rub on his girlfriend. A by type. I wanted your dragons, Georgia complained while Iris just stuck her tongue out. I told you I am not a dragon master yet, Iris taunted childishly, and Georgia huffed. Fine then, I will battle you anyways and show you that you are no dragon master like you call yourself. Georgia was definitely not the type to listen to Iris. As for the Pokémon that she had summoned, Beartic. Come out. The Pokémon resembled a polar bear that was standing on its hind legs. It had bluish-white fur with a shaggy tuft at its rear. 3 spikes of ice hung from its lower jaw, forming a beard. Its face consisted of a long snout, beady black eyes, and rounded ears. Finally, its large forepaws had black claws and paw pads. She does use ice types, one of the 2 weaknesses to dragons. Just like what Ash said, Iris thought as she shook a little in fear, like Axu, who revealed himself in his trainer's hair. The said trainer scanned it with his Pokédex. Beartic, the freezing Pokémon. Beartic's frozen breath can create fangs and claws made of ice. It lives in frigid northern areas. Okay then, use Sandstorm, Iris commanded, which brought Ash's attention to the battle. Risky there Lily, you have now told Georgia that Scolipede knows rock-type moves against its weakness to ice types. Ash thought out in concern for Iris, and true to that, Georgia only smirked. Sandstorm eh? You actually trained that Scolipede? Iris had thought that Georgia was in trouble, but it was not to be. Beartic, use Ice Beam on the ground beneath the Sandstorm, Georgia commanded, and Beartic was a lot faster than Iris had thought as the freezing Pokémon froze the ground under Scolipede's feet, including them. Hurry! Try to use Rollout, Iris called out desperately, but Scolipede actually did that and rolled towards Beartic, who braced for the attack and took it in while still standing. Beartic then pushed Scolipede ahead only to move out of the way at the last minute, causing the rollout to miss and cancel. Beartic return, Georgia said curiously until she took another Pokémon, one that resembled a snowflake. Its facial expression is frozen, which left it with a still, aggressive-looking face. 2 cracks run through its face, the upper opening contains its eyes and the lower serves as a mouth. It also had 2 glowing eyes, and its large mouth is showing an extendable chain of ice. Ash scanned it. Cryogonal, the crystallizing Pokémon. Cryogonal originates from Arctic sky clouds and floats down to the ground to make snowfall. Use Ice Shard. The hexagonal snowflake-like Pokémon summoned ice projectiles at Scolipede, who was still suffering room the ice and having to use Rollout in a hurry. The ice type successfully dealt damage to the bug and poison type. Poison Tail. Iris yelled in desperation, which made Ash only more worried and Georgia smirk. As Scolipede approached with a tail embedded with poison energy. Ice Beam. Cryogonal had launched chilly energy that froze Scolipede stiff, leaving Iris to gasp in disbelief and shock. Flash Cannon. That was when it came. Cryogonal had launched a beam of shining energy that destroyed the ice cube and the Pokémon frozen inside. Return Scolipede, you were great out there, Iris said as she returned her bug and poison type. Then she reached for another Pokémon, her Excadrill. Yet it wasn't even long since all it took was for Cryogonal to use its Ice Beam to wipe out the ground and Steel-type Pokémon. Ha! I knew that you were a poor excuse for a Dragon Buster. You have lost, and that is what you always do. Georgia taunted until she was slapped on the face by an angry Ash. That is enough. Ash said in the wake of the utter humiliation that rained down on his girlfriend. If you are so confident, then I will fight you with one of my dragon types. Iris smiled through her tears as to see Ash defend her. Fine. But if this is for your weak little pushover girl, then you are going to lose. Georgia said, but Ash didn't even budge as he reached for his Pokémon. Gabite. I need you. Out came the cave Pokémon that had a double weakness to Ice-type attacks, but Ash wasn't that type of trainer. Use Dragon Pulse. Gabite unleashed a beam of draconic energy that hit Cryogonal hard. Use Ice Beam. Georgia commanded her crystallizing Pokémon to unleash that same beam of chilly power, but before it could hit Gabite. Sandstorm. That one had caught Georgia by surprise and blocked the attack. Iris, who was watching with Axu in her arms, had realized that she did the entire strategy with Sandstorm wrong, as the rocky wind filled with dirt had covered the entire field, including Cryogonal. Don't panic and use Ice Beam on the ground. Georgia called out to her Ice type, who tried to do that, but Gabite kept evading without much effort. That was due to Gabite's Sand Veil ability, which increases the user's evasion in a sandstorm. Knock it down with Draco Meteor. Ash commanded, and Gabite had launched a ball of energy that exploded in the air and sent many meteors of the same energy into the ground below, along with grounding Cryogonal. Sillin then noticed that Iris never looked sad once she watched the display. He then realized that Ash was playing with Georgia while giving a show to lighten his girlfriend up, and smiled, because of which. Now use Earthquake. Gabite then stomped his foot on the hexagonal snowflake-like Pokémon, which caused it to faint. Iris cheered for Gabite's victory, while Georgia couldn't believe that she let a dragon type play around with her and won without even using a move that's super effective against ice types. Gur. Beartic, you are up. Georgia sent out her remaining Pokémon to battle against this cave Pokémon. Use Icicle Crash. Beartic had used icicles from its bear to throw at Gabite. Dig. Gabite dodged the attacks by burrowing deep into the ground. Georgia then had a plan to use this. Ice Beam at the hole. Beartic had lowered itself to unleash his same beams of ice, but before that could actually happen. Draco Meteor from underground now. Ash commanded, and the earth beneath Beartic had exploded as the large ball of dragon energy had hit the freezing Pokémon right at the exposed chest. But when Gabite emerged from the ground, he moved on his own to glow in a blue light all around his body before charging at the airborne Beartic at great speed. The force was great, and the freezing Pokémon had landed hard on the ground. That was Dragon Rush. Does that mean? Ash muttered, and his suspicions were confirmed when Gabite had started to glow bright blue and morph. In the place of the standing tall cave Pokémon was a bipedal, dragon-like Pokémon that was now primarily dark blue, with a red underbelly that covers from the middle of its abdomen, to its jaws, and then to the undersides of its arms. Underneath the red is a gold diamond shape, as well as a gold cross on its snout. His appendages that resemble a jet or plane's engines had gotten more refined, giving him an appearance similar to a hammerhead. It has 4 fins, one on each arm, one dorsal fin and another on its tail that resembles a shark tail fin. It had spikes on its hind limbs now and arms, as well as sharper claws than before. His eyes now had black scaras and gold-colored irises, while the pupils had shrunk. Ash couldn't believe that after all this time and training, his Pokémon was now fully evolved. He now scanned the ground and dragon Pokémon. Garchomp, the Mach Pokémon. When it folds up its body and spreads its wings, it can fly like a jet plane at the speed of sound. Georgia was now starting to panic herself. Now the dragon who had finished off her Cryogonal was now even stronger than before, while Iris had looked with wonder as she witnessed yet another Pokémon evolution and into such a cool-looking dragon type as well. Well, Garchomp. Ash addressed his new dragon Pokémon, who nodded with glee that now he was fully evolved. Use Dual Chop. Garchomp raced with speeds greater than before and landed twin strikes against Beartic, who was in shock at the evolution process. Hyper Beam. Ash commanded and Garchomp took in its new power and unleashed a powerful beam that sent Beartic flying until it stopped, fainted. Normally I don't fight like this at all, but what you did was shameful for any trainer. Ash said coldly at Georgia, who was down after her crushing defeat at the hands of a single dragon Pokémon, the one type she is training to beat at every chance. This isn't revenge, I am not interested in that nonsense as it bring nothing but more tears and tragedy. Instead that will be settled by you and Iris tomorrow. Before anyone then could argue, Ash continued with a tone that left no room for argument. This is for your actions that defined you as a cruel trainer who calls herself what she wanted just so people could look at you. That is pathetic, and that is why you lost instead of won today. Ash finished his harsh speech and took his girlfriend away from Georgia, who was a standstill on how to think about this whole thing. Much later that same evening, despite the fact that Ash won against the trainer named Georgia, who is the self-claimed Dragon Buster, when the latter humiliated Iris, the said girl was still down in the dumps. She lightened up in the company of her boyfriend, but she still feels like she was doing the wrong thing for her Pokémon. Lily, I think it is about time that you told us your history with your Excadrill. Since we first saw him, he had done nothing but try to hit himself. Please tell us what happened. Ash said, and Iris sighed. I guess so. Iris said before she made herself comfortable in Ash's arms. It actually started years I even met Aksu. Flashback begins. Years ago, in a village surrounded by a valley, was when Iris was simply a little girl. She had already outgrew her hair, which became one of the reasons she was known in the village. Iris will even play in the forest with her friends, but that all changed in one day. Iris saw that a deerling, one of her forest playmates, had told her of something bad going on in the woods. When she got there, she saw a small mole-like Pokémon with black fur that had similar stripes to Excadrill. It was Drillbur, the pre-evolved form of Excadrill. Iris took upon herself to teach it a lesson, and yet she was solely defeated by Drillbur. Yet she tried again and again until their battles had led them to the edge of cliff, where Drillbur nearly fell off. Iris then saved Drillbur since she didn't want the Pokémon to die even for all the bullying it had done. As a result, Drillbur had wished to get stronger by protecting and aiding people rather than bullying, so it joined Iris since there was a competition in the middle of the village soon. The two became a well-known pair as they seemed unbeatable. In their last match, Drillbur even evolved into Excadrill. The only one left to fight will be Drayden, the village's dragon master, so the duo accepted the fight, thinking they had what it took. They were wrong. Drayden's Druddigan proved to be powerful, even more than Iris's Excadrill. As a result, the two had suffered the very defeat since they became a pair. Unfortunately for Iris, that was too much for Excadrill, so much that the subterrane Pokémon couldn't even face its trainer, so it hid its face from the day onward. Flashback ends. And that's it. Iris had finished with Ash still holding her hand in comfort. Lily, I want to help you, but only you can settle this with Excadrill, so I am going to go into town to do some business. Here is a hint, I am going to get you a gift. Ash said, and Iris nodded. She just felt like she couldn't do anything but wait for what Ash has to offer her. Ash had returned with Excadrill's Pokeball that Iris had given him just in time to give it back and join them for dinner and bed. Still, Iris thought that things were still going to get ugly once tomorrow ends. That could have kept her from a good sleep if Ash wasn't there. The next day, the trainers were facing each other on the field. Iris turned to Ash from facing Georgia. So Ash, what is it you wanted to show us? The present trainers wanted to know as well. Ash just smiled before taking out a new Pokeball and releasing it to reveal a small, black Pokémon with an ovoid body. It had circular, light blue eyes, wide teeth, and spherical hands and feet that lacked digits. It was covered with a yellow cloak that gives it a triangular outline. The coat itself was rimmed with an orange stripe and has 3 orange diamond markings on the back. For his amusement, Ash scanned it with his updated Pokédex. Snorunt, the Snow Hat Pokémon. Snorunt primarily inhabits very snowy regions. It has long been said that any home visited by a Snorunt Will be blessed with good fortune. Snow. It looked curious as where it was before, smiling at its trainer, Snow. Snow, Snorant. Ash laughed as he tried to settle down the excited Pokémon. Yes, I know. This is where you will be given to a trainer who will take care of you. Ash said, and the little Pokémon had calmed down and faced the two female trainers who were looking at it with expression in awe. Ah! He is so cute. Iris and Georgia said at once, while Sylvan had to hold down a sweat drop, as well as Ash, who chuckled. She certainly is cute. Ash said, and the two trainers realized their mistake, and she will go with the trainer who catches her eye after this rematch is over. Ash added, and the two trainers looked more motivated. The terms are simple. In this match, only one Pokémon will be used and the match is over once that single Pokémon falls. Iris then raised her hand for Ash's attention. Yes, Iris. Iris was surprised that Ash didn't use his nickname, but then again, she was around a trainer who will look for such things to gain an upper hand. If I win, then I will have 7 Pokémon. Won't that be a problem? Ash nodded. Yes, it would for a beginner trainer, but I have talked to Professor Juniper, who explained that you had signed your Pokémon at your home village and they issue not a limit of 6 Pokémon but 10. Iris was shocked and yet relieved at the news, as she was never told about this. Of course, she did leave early to go on her journey. Okay then, let the battle begin. Ash made the signal as the two trainers faced each other. Beartic, let's win. Bianca decided to go all out in order to guarantee victory. Meanwhile, Iris was giving deep thoughts about this before choosing Excadrill, that acting was out and ready to fight, something that wasn't seen in years. Okay Excadrill, I will fight with you, but we are still a bit rusty, so let's take this slow while you show me what you can do, okay? Iris said and smiled with glee when Excadrill looked back with its own smile with a thumbs up. I will finish this soon. Use Ice Beam. Beartic reached down and shot a beam of chilly energy at Excadrill. If you can use Metal Claw, do it now. Iris yelled while trying to adjust to her new way of communicating with her Pokémon. Excadrill smiled and caused its 2 claws to glow with energy that was able to slash apart the ice beam. Now use Mud Slap. Iris was now getting more confident and Excadrill dug up some dirt and blinded Beartic with it. Try Rock Smash. Georgia started to get more desperate, and while mirroring Ash, Iris had used at her advantage while Beartic tried to find Excadrill to use a glowing fist on. Once Beartic got close enough, Iris had made her own move. Use Drill Run. Excadrill had returned its inactive mode, but only to hit the blinded freezing Pokémon with an ineffective and yet damaging move. Show me a Focus Blast. Excadrill liked the way that its trainer was now commanding it and began to use a ball of fighting energy, yet the wind had restored Beartic's sight. Use Icicle Crash. Beartic saw the fighting type move about to be used and poured energy into its on ice type move to Kali with the Focus Blast while still in Excadrill's hands. The result was an explosion that sent both Pokémon finally out for the count. The ground and steel type Pokémon was still rusty after years of hiding instead of fighting or training. Both Pokémon are unable to battle. The match is a draw. Ash declared while Iris tended to Excadrill, who, for once, didn't start to go back into hiding. Instead it smiled as Iris returned it back into the Pokeball. Meanwhile, what do you mean a draw? Georgia was not happy with how things have turned out. Ash just smirked. Should I define a draw? Everyone snickered at the jab while Georgia turned beet red with anger. I know what it means, but how does it determine who gets to have Snorant? Iris then realized something. Maybe it was never the match to determine that in the first place. She had said, and once Iris had, Snorant had walked over to her while cuddling like an affectionate kitten. Yet Iris noticed that she was cold to the touch, an ice type, but she wasn't angry as she knew that Ash will want to try and help her fight her fear of ice types that still linger even if it was mild. What? Georgia couldn't believe what was going on and Ash nodded. You know, Georgia, Pokémon can decide who they want to go with, so we trainers do as little as respect those choices whatever we like them or not. You will remember that as Iris's rival. Ash said and got both girls' attention. You and each other have been inspiring one and another to get stronger, so the situation comes with you two as rivals. But then why didn't you try to stop us? Georgia had settled down enough to use a calm and curious tone. Because despite what most people will say, rivalries are never bad. Because otherwise, trainers will just laze around with no motivation to fight and train their Pokémon on their journeys. Ash said, and that got his friends thinking hard on it until Georgia spoke up. I guess that I had been looking at the whole thing the wrong way. She then walked to Iris and stuck her hand out while looking away barely. After my poor first impression, I can never ask to be your friend, but can we be rivals at least? Iris thought she had nothing to lose, and she did feel something like a rivalry with Georgia, so she reluctantly shook hands with the Dragon Buster. Then the said trainer took her Pokémon and ran off in the distance, not even looking back due to pride with hidden guilt. But something had worked out for Iris. She had finally got her Excadrill to open up to her and even gained a new Pokémon and a rival for her own. Iris felt like her life was bright since she had met Ash and became his girlfriend. XXXXX. Now that the mess with Georgia was over, Iris finally spent some time to catch up with her Excadrill, who had missed a lot in the world, and her Pokémon training really hit the ceiling. She was finally able to teach her Axu Rock Tomb to use against any future battles with ice types. Emolga had surprised her by having Iron Tail as her egg move, that worked against both of her weaknesses, rock and ice. And her young ones also learned Sandstorm to begin with. She was actually learning one of Ash's new strategies that were slowly becoming one of his signature ones. Meanwhile, Ash was able to scan his Palpitoad's move set to see that it included Bubble Beam, Mud Shot, Aqua Ring, and Supersonic as standard, but she also knew Hydro Pump, Bulldoze and Sludge Wave on the side, making her a real powerhouse for battles. Since Gabite had returned and evolved into Garchomp, he learned some new moves as well, like Sunny Day, Flamethrower and Fissure, to both fight against ice types too, as well as an addition move to complement his Pokémon typing. Finally, Syllan started to learn what his Stunfisk knows, up to the point the two had meant. The trap Pokémon revealed have known Camouflage, Thunder Shock and Mud Bomb, so he planned on having to teach it more moves soon. But no one was training today. Instead they were enjoying lunch as a break from training. Ash even surprised Iris by feeding her bits of his own food, which she always found to be more delicious. That is, as something ran through the grass field nearby and landed on the table, which caused all the food to scatter and be ruined. Syllan was lamenting about the cruel turn of events. Meanwhile, Iris had been a little startled, so she clung to her boyfriend, who scanned the restless Pokémon that resembled a spherical rock. Its body was blue and covered in large, smooth facets. It had a hexagonal, yellow artifice in the center of its body, leading to a hexagonal opening that functions as an ear. Finally, it had a brown, rocky oblong atop its head, and similar brown rocks that serve as feet. Roggenrola, the mantle Pokémon. Roggenrola's body contains an energy core which is hard as steel from being compressed underground. Ash smiled at how energetic this Roggenrola was on the table while surrounded by the ruined food. At least this Pokémon has a fighting spirit. Tepig, I need you. Ash decided to see what this rock type can do against a Pokémon that has a type disadvantage. Use Ember. Tepig shot out miniature fireballs at Roggenrola, who then summoned a sandstorm to put them out. Ash could only smile at the sight. On the stands, Ash's friends were surprised to see this. Wow, and I thought that only Ash was able to use Sandstorm like that. Iris had said while Syllan smirked. Yes, I don't know, whatever, Ash had thought it up and Roggenrola had copied it, or vice versa. Anyways, I don't think that Ash will let this treat run away. Syllan had said while Iris had nodded. That was her boyfriend for you. Speaking of whom, Ash had made his new move. Use Sunny Day. Tepig had caused the sun's rays to intense like usual, and the sudden difference in warm air had caused the sandstorm to go out of control for Roggenrola. Once the spiraling wind-filled rocks and dirt had dissipated, Ash made his next move. Flame Charge. Tepig had charged towards Roggenrola, who jumped out of the way, but that allowed Ash to see something out of place. It was like a plug had been attached to the back of Roggenrola, so Ash had called off Tepig in order to have a better look, but before he can, the mantle Pokémon ran off in a direction like it was no longer interested in its battle with Ash's Tepig. Something is not right, Ash said as he returned his Fire Pig Pokémon. Yeah, that Roggenrola seemed to be in distress, Iris said as she revealed that she and Scylla had cleaned up the mess and packed things up. Ash nodded before looking into the direction that the wild Roggenrola had gone, perhaps to show them where the trouble was. Despite the fact that the mantle Pokémon had gotten a head start, the gang had somehow caught up and came across a cave opening. Inside was silent, dark and dry, the ideal conditions of most rock-type Pokémon like Roggenrola. But it wasn't of the very moment when they entered as the gang started to hear the hum of machines echo off the walls. They were then shocked to see what inside the heart of the cave, a machine with a beehive-like grid that had various Roggenrola. Hey! What you kids doing, snooping around here? A voice had caught their attention all the way to the control room of the machine, Pokémon poachers. We are here because of what you are going to do to these Roggenrola, Ash yelled while his friend nodded. The poachers just laughed. Thanks brats, we need that laugh and we need the energy of the Roggenrola since we all know plenty of people who will pay a good fund for this gold mine. So stay out of our way. Another poacher had said as Ash scowled before the trainer turned to the stray Roggenrola who was worried about his friends. I am going to have to ask you Roggenrola, but use flash cannon, Ash yelled, and before anyone can ask why, the mantle Pokémon launched a silver beam of energy into the grid part of the machine. Ha! Ha! Yet another one of the poachers laughed. You can break through these reinforced metal. You ready are nothing but a meddling kid who is going to get what this machine can do. That one taunted Ash, who just smirked as Roggenrola had cancelled the steel-type attack, which caused something that the poachers never saw coming. The beam of energy wasn't used to try and destroy the machine but spread among the power source to reverse their polarity, that will cause the machine to destroy itself as the power source was reversing the stream of power. The poachers hurried to try and stop it, but instead, the machine ran out of juice, allowing the Roggenrola to escape. When the poachers tried to do the same, Ash and Pikachu paralyzed them just in time for them to be arrested by the local officer Jenny. Still, once Ash and the gang were about to leave, the first Roggenrola wasn't finished with them. Once the gang had exited the town and arrived at the same location, Roggenrola had appeared again in front of them. Looks like Roggenrola is challenging you to catch it, Iris said to her boyfriend, who nodded a summon Tepig to finish up what they had started earlier that day. Use smog. Tepig had released a poison fog that settled on Roggenrola, who deflected it with sandstorm once more, but Ash saw an opening in that defense, duck while using flame charge. Tepig had moved under the sandstorm and hit Roggenrola with a burn. Sunny day and then ember. Since Tepig had gotten a speed boost from the flame charge, the Fire Pig Pokémon was finally able to disable the sandstorm and increase his fire-type moves against Roggenrola. While still conscious, the mantle Pokémon was still weakened, enough to be caught by Ash's Pokeball. After thanking Tepig for the hard work and returning the fire-type starter Pokémon, Ash looked at Roggenrola's Pokeball with a smile on his face. Glad to have a Pokémon like you on board, Roggenrola. Iris then hugged her girlfriend on the great fight as she dragged and then gently pulled Ash along the path into the sunset, on the way to the next adventure. XXXXX. Today a dense fog had appeared, so Ash and friends were trying to watch their way along the path. Yet, they felt like they hadn't been going in the right way since there weren't anything to tell them that they were doing otherwise. Until they saw a shadow in the distance and saw that it was an Audino. Ash scanned it since he never had the chance to it before. Audino, the hearing Pokémon. Audino has incredibly sensitive hearing, using its ears like radar to pick up even the faintest sounds. Still, Ash noticed that the Audino in front of him had eyelids half from closing, like this one was about to fall asleep. Hello, Ash said to the Audino, who did stop to look at him but then went on like nothing had happened. A very strange sight indeed, but before anything else happened. Hey, the fog is clearing up, Iris pointed out while the air started to get clear, for them to see an officer Jenny in front of them, not happy. Alright kidnappers, you all are under arrest. Ash and his friends were shocked, but before they could say a word in defense. There is no use trying to get out. Solo sis, use psychic. A boy by the side of Officer Jenny had made himself known along with a strange Pokémon with him that was around, green Pokémon surrounded by a darker green, gel-like substance. Its inner body had dark, oval eyes and a red diamond-shaped mouth. On the upper left side of its head was a curly, yellow growth. It then used psychic energies to levitate them into the air so they couldn't run, but Ash wasn't intending on running. Pikachu, stop them with Thunder Wave. Ash said, and when Pikachu had spread his electricity that caused paralysis among them, he managed to catch Iris in his arms while Sylin landed rather hard on the ground to his right. Then Ash gently placed Iris back on her feet while wandered past them and towards a police car to use its radio. Is this the Officer Jenny from Castelia City? Ash asked on the intercom. Yes it is, and, Ash, is that you? A voice had boomed from the speaker which made Ash smile. It really is you. So what can I do for you? You can tell Yous if there is an Officer Jenny stationed at this location and that she tried to arrest me and friends for merely getting lost and talking to a wild Adino. Ash said, also that she had been requiting her own tiny sidekicks. I assure you that my younger cousin has no sidekicks, and even if she did, then she really is in for some trouble for trying to arrest you on such silly reasons. The Officer Jenny at Castelia City said, and by the time that the thunder wave had worn off, the Officer Jenny at the current location had stolen the intercom from Ash and tried to clear things up, which involved some heavy scolding and arguments. I am sorry for our actions earlier. The Officer Jenny bowed for forgiveness as well as her sidekicks, who also said they were sorry. When we saw you talking to the Adino, we thought you were the one stealing it. We are no thieves, still you can tell us why that Adino had been sleepwalking. Ash said, and the trio had shook their heads. We weren't under the impression that Adino had been sleepwalking, but they had been disappearing from their owners, never to return. Officer Jenny reported while the kids started to introduce themselves after apologizing for their actions. My name is Doyle and this is my partner, Solosis. The boy addressed himself and his cellular-looking Pokémon. Ash then scanned it with his Pokédex. Solosis, the cell Pokémon. A membrane filled with fluid surrounds Solosis's body, which allows it to live anywhere. It defeats its enemies using its formidable psychic-type powers. Then he turned to the girl by him. Her name is Christy. Yes, and this Gothita. Say hi. The girl addressed her own partner, who waved hello at them. Ash then moved his Pokédex to scan this small Pokémon. Gothita, the fixation Pokémon. Gothita watches Pokémon and trainers with an intense stare. Its bow-like feelers amplify its psychic powers. That had caused the group to remember their incident with a Gothitelle, the fully evolved form of Gothita. That is all right. My name is Ash Ketchum and this is Pikachu. Ash pointed to himself and Pikachu. She is Iris and that Axu is her partner. Iris and Axu nodded, and he is Sylin. A pleasure to meet you. Sylin bowed. Then the two kids explained that each of their families once had an Adino before they went up and disappeared. So the gang offered to help them as Officer Jenny went back to town only to hear that more Adino had disappeared as well. At least that proved that Ash and his friends weren't the guilty ones. These Adino are the only ones left and nothing seems to stop them from wandering off and disappearing. Officer Jenny had said, with everyone in a yard with two Adino looking scared as they could be the next ones anytime now. So we are going to follow them and track where they go once they start moving on their own. Everyone nodded and waited for it to happen. It did after a while, and the Adino started to get this sleepy expression like before both of them started to move out of town. They had followed those two Adino until the Pokémon had used a ladder to climb to the top of a cliffside as well as lifting the ladder out of reach. Iris had tried to follow them and bring the ladder back down, but the cliffside was too smooth and she fell. Thankfully, Ash was able to catch her in his arms, not that Iris was not enjoying that. They were lifted off the ground by Solosis using Psychic. Yet the Adino were out of sight. Great, we lost them. Doyle whined while Christy started to scold him for being a winner, which caused an argument between the two kids until... Enough. Ash boomed to scare the two children out of yelling and arguing. Now then, Officer Jenny, from this spot in this direction. Ash pointed into the direction of the Adino. Is there anything worth noting? The police officer shook her head, just a bridge across a ravine along with a dense forest. There is something else, but no one has been therein. Officer Jenny was about to continue when Ash said. Maybe that is what the real culprits want us to think, and they have fooled you all for so long. They are good and we are going to stop them. Ash said as he took out his Roggenrola. I need you to listen into any unusual sound waves coming from that direction. Ash directed his rock type, and pretty soon, the mantle Pokémon had indeed picked up something coming from that said direction. Soon, they had indeed came across a bridge, but as they were about on the other side, the bridge had collapsed on them. They only managed to evade their fall when Gothita had levitated them out. Doyle felt a little jealous when everyone had praised Christy and her psychic-type Pokémon. Pretty soon, they had reached a wind farm, where they harvest power from the air currents. Sillin had remarked, and it could have been said for the place with metal rusting, paint peeling, dirt and plant life all over, it was falling apart. Yes, Sillin, but it hasn't been touched in years since it was abandoned. Officer Jenny had explained, yet Ash smirked. Oh, and if that is true, then look up there. Ash pointed a loudspeaker on of the broken down windmills. That is not rusted or even has a trace of dirt on it. Someone was here, and I bet that is how they were able to send this inaudible sound waves that were convincing the Adino to come here. Ash had theorized so they had snuck inside to see a cage of Adino, still in their trance, while some people in a strange but familiar uniform were laughing at their success. Nice that we had gotten our hands on a special sound wave that only Adino can hear, and that we can bend those sound waves to tell the Adino to come here, where they can be freed from the slavery of those liars who say that they are raising them. One of them said that was making their secret audience to growl, but when they were going to barge in. Just how free are they when they are being taken against their will and placed in a cage? Ash had just walked in casually, which alerted the thieves. Team Plasma. How did you find this place? Another of them demanded while Ash didn't answer, just went over a machine that was giving off those sound waves. You were just too loud, and while you may have fooled everyone in town, I have doing this ever since I became a trainer. Ash turned to taunt them before raising his arm above the control panel, so I am putting you out of business. Team Plasma was shocked to see that Ash had destroyed the control panel with just his fist that had caused the power to go out and the sound waves to die. The Adino were now freed from the effects. Then they saw who had done this to them, and the Adino had launched their attacks to break open the cage as well as the rest of the building. This caused Team Plasma to flee on their jetpacks. That was so cool, Ash. Iris jumped from behind the door and kissed Ash on the lips, and thanks to you, the Adino are really free. Ash did blush in embarrassment from all the affection that Iris was showing to him, but everyone looking were just smiling with the exception of the kids who were gross out from the kissing. But seriously, who were they? Officer Jenny asked before the mood turned sour. They call themselves Team Plasma, and that their goal to free every Pokémon who are enslaved by us humans in this world. But as you have seen, their actions never speak for their words. Ash said, and Officer Jenny nodded with a scowl. You better let your relatives and anyone else who deserves to hear this once we get back to the town, tell them that there is a criminal organization out to steal Pokémon from their trainers, especially the ones who live with them perfectly. Officer Jenny nodded and placed that very report all across Unova, and to the other Officer Jennies had agreed to keep an eye out and try to find Team Plasma to put them out of business for good. All Ash could do is worry about how they were going to run into that same organization again, and so far, Ash's intuition had never let him down before. XXXXX. I can't wait to meet Professor Juniper again. Pikachu. Ash excitedly said, the last time was when I just arrived. And now so much time had passed. I would love to meet the regional professor, maybe she can share some info on dragon types with me. Iris was very excited too, as she was told that the regional professor has a great knowledge on their respective regions. They had just were told by some locals that they were nearing a research facility that studies fossils and the theory about how to restore them back into Pokémon form. Better yet, Professor Juniper was even staying there to overlook the work herself. There, the reunion was very sweet along with a new face that Ash and Iris had missed in Striaton City, Professor Fennel of the Mysteries Behind Dreams with her trusty partners, Munna and Misharna. When Ash scanned them with his Pokédex, it said, Munna, the Dream Eater Pokémon. Munna can eat the dreams of people and Pokémon alike, and then project those dreams by emitting dream mist from its body. Munna was a pink, nearly spherical, quadruped Pokémon of indefinable basis. It has 4 tiny tapered limbs and a tapered snout that largely obscures its sizable mouth. It has shiny, oval, red eyes with 2 discernible upper eyelashes. Between its eyes is an oval spot in a darker shade of pink, from which Munna can expel dream mist that makes up dreams shared by Pokémon. Purple, 5-petal flower markings with dark pink centers ornament much of its body. It is able to constantly float in the air. Misharna, the drowsing Pokémon and the evolved form of Munna. The mist from its forehead takes the form of things present in the dreams it has eaten. Misharna was rounded, bipedal Pokémon that has a taper-like trunk. Its body was light purple, while its head is a pale pink. It had oval, red eyes with 3 eyelashes and dark pink ovals on its forehead and cheeks. The tips of its 4 stubby limbs were dark pink. Dream mist seeps out of the mark on its forehead. This mist had various colors depending on what kind of dreams Misharna has eaten, yet it was most often a dark pink. And this is a plume fossil. Right now, Juniper was showing the gang what fossils they are using for this breakthrough. Ash and Syllan were amazed while Iris had no idea what the big deal was about. Looks more like a rock to me, she said bluntly. This caused the 2 trainers and professor to nearly fall in disbelief while Juniper barely managed to catch the fossil. Well, I guess that different people have different opinions on things after all, Professor Juniper said while Ash laughed sheepishly for the behavior of his girlfriend. She did see that she nearly brought the excitement down and was about to apologize when a machine sprung to life, opening up to let out a special tray. Juniper placed the plume fossil on the tray and it was placed inside the machine. Attention, it is dawn on the breakthrough of the century. Restoring a Pokémon from ancient times into our modern era, she announced as the fossil was now at the heart of the machine. Ready on your side, Dr. Fennel? Juniper turned to the Dreams professor at the control pad for this restoration machine. Ready, Professor Juniper, Fennel said as she watched the big screen get filled with numbers and digits. Oh, what a wonder we are about to preform. Can't you just see the Pokémon about to come back to life? Fennel was always the one with big dreams and a big voice to speak them out loud. Iris had no way of seeing her point while her boyfriend and Pikachu just sweat dropped at the scene. Then the screen shone a full pie chart. Genetic analysis complete. Dr. Fennel proclaimed, now for the final step. Come out, Misharna. Fennel then summoned her drowsing Pokémon that she had shown earlier before. We need your power in order for this miracle to happen, Fennel told Misharna, who went into its hibernation form, which caused dream mist to emerge from its forehead, but not much before Fennel had attached a tube to it. Is it for Misharna's dream mist? Ash asked Juniper, who nodded as another pie chart on the big screen became full of the purple color. Charging complete. Engaging. Fennel yelled as she pressed the button to start the machine, which glowed the same purple color. Then the machine opened to release plumes of smoke before everyone heard the voice of a bird-like Pokémon. Archen. Everyone was amazed and on edge as they heard that voice again, proof that the restoration process was a success. Then the smoke cloud cleared to reveal a small, bipedal creature with mixed reptilian and avian traits. Its large, red head was covered in discernible scales, and its neck had blue and red feathers. Its body was covered in untidy, sallow feathers, and it had blue, clawed wings that cannot be used for flight. It had short, thin legs, and a twig-like tail that bears a diamond-shaped blue feather. Finally, it had wide white eyes with black pupils and no irises. It then noticed that the surroundings were nothing like what it remembered, so it thought that it was being held captive and tried to escape. But everyone tried to stop it, yet Arken blew them away with a mighty gust of wind. I didn't know that Arken can use dragon breath. Iris yelled as Arken tried to jump out of the destroyed window as a result of its dragon-type attack, but then two sturdy arms grasped a hold on it. Calm down, Arken. Ash said as he endured the constant pecking and scratching of Arken. Then Arken got tired from all that and actually settled down. There you go, Arken, you are with friends. The world had changed since your original time, and that is why we have brought you into it. We want to teach you how the world was different and how to live in it. All we ask in return is to learn all we can about the wonders that you can do. Arken didn't know what to think since it was tired and yet in silent excitement to Ash's words. Then the restored Pokémon fell asleep to it all. Welcome to our era, Arken. Ash said as he gave the sleeping Pokémon to the professors, who retrieved a makeshift bed for it while the trainer scanned it with his Pokédex. Arken, the first bird Pokémon. Said to be an ancestor of bird Pokémon, they were unable to fly and moved about by hopping from one branch to another. Iris then tended to the minor damages to Ash done in by Arken, but meanwhile, in an unknown location. Two shadows watched as to what is going on with disgust, detestable on how they forced that poor Pokémon to return to this repulsive world only to be their SLV and test subject. One of them muttered. True, and we will have to do something about this for ourselves. The other replied while the two just looked on. Syllan had just prepared a bowl of Pokémon food. This will be worth the wait. When he said that, he was shushed by both Ash and Iris. He then saw that Arken was still asleep. Oh. It is sleeping time. Syllan then left the food out for Arken once it finally awakes. Ash then felt something and turned to Iris. Lily, can you check on Arken? I think it is about to awake. Ash said while Juniper smiled at how the boy from the port now had a cute girlfriend. Iris then got a closer look at Arken, who did indeed awake, only to see a stranger that yet had a familiar scent on her. Lily, brace for attack. Ash said suddenly, and Arken did attack Iris, but she still took it until Arken had stopped shaking and tumbling about, to settled in Iris's arms. She still didn't know what was going on, but then Ash placed his hand on her shoulder. Come on. Let's go outside so Arken can get some fresh air. Iris nodded. Out on the courtyard in front of the research facility, Iris had set Arken down on the ground where it tried to fly with the help of Ash's contact-type training and the aid of his tranquils with Iris's Emolga's flying abilities as well. It took a while, but Arken was now able to glide in the air at least. Ash then saw something that verified Arken's gender to be female. Trust me, you don't want to know unless you want to become a parent or doctor. If so, look it up. Then she started to look for food. Arken then climbed up a nearby tree holding some fruit, so she tried it only to spit it out in distaste. Obviously, Arken didn't like the modern fruit, so Syllan tried to use some of his own food specifically for flying-type Pokémon, but she spit it out as well. When everyone was at a standstill on how to feed Arken, the first bird Pokémon then saw something that caught her attention and hurried out of Iris's arms into Ash's. So is it these seeds, the ones you like? Ash said as he showed a palm with seeds that had sprouts growing out of them as the trainer threw them into the ground in front of him and Arken. Speaking of which, the flying and rock type had cried loudly at the seeds, and the sprouts had grown at an alarming rate. So much, that after a few more cries, it was an actual groove under an hour. Then tropical fruit had started to bloom and Arken raced for them, to gobble them up. Wow! So that is what Arken likes to eat. Fennel and Juniper said in unison before both turned to Ash, who moved around to join the others. But how did you know, Ash? Juniper asked the trainer, who smiled. I noticed that once Arken was brought back, a couple of seeds had flown out the machine. I thought that since they were in the fossil, Arken must have ate them. It was risky, but you were at a wall. Ash said, and the professor smiled how Ash still manages to solve problems that easily. Then, after eating herself full, Arken started to glow in a bright blue color. That was the sigh of a Pokémon evolving. Once the light had died down, in the place of the flightless small Arken was a large, flying creature that bears similarities to both birds and reptiles. Its featherless, scaly head is red with a green stripe running along the top. Its mouth is filled with sharp teeth. Its eyes are white with black pupils and no irises. Its body is covered with frayed-looking, yellowish feathers with blue feathers designed for flight on its arms and legs, enabling all four of its limbs to act as wings. All of these wings bear sharp claws. It has a ring of smaller green feathers on the ankles. Ash had scanned this new Pokémon with his Pokédex. Archeops, the first bird Pokémon. They are intelligent and will cooperate to catch prey. From the ground, they use a running start to take flight. The Pokémon now called Archeops tried to fly, and after a few seconds of struggle with her new body, was able to keep in midair. All those lessons were a success. Amazing, Arcan learned how to fly once they evolve into Archeops. Fennel was blushing with excitement at the marvel of what was in front of their eyes. But this was not to be, as Ash then felt something as well as his Tranquil, who told Archeops and Emolga to make a nose dive, and for good reason, as that last moment move had allowed both Pokémon to avoid both a flamethrower and a shadow ball. "We are under attack!" Ash yelled as two teen plasma grunts had appeared with a Woobat and Lampent by their side. "You sure are, and for good of the world is that we will destroy that machine of yours so you can't force more Pokémon into this world." One the grunt said, while Ash groaned as he was getting tired of having to deal with this hypocrisy even to today. As if to hear Ash's frustration, Archeops then summoned a storm of sharpened rocks at the two grunts, who were shocked at the action. "But we are your friends, Archeops. We came to free you. And how do you know that this Pokémon was an Archeops? I thought that only the Pokémon officials knew about that. It isn't common knowledge to even criminals like you." Ash pointed out, and it was revealed that the two grunts had been listening onto them in order to seize Archeops. "Now let's show them what we can do, Archeops." Ash yelled towards the three airborne flying types. Tranquil, use Air Cutter. Emolga, use Hidden Power. Ash commanded his wild pigeon Pokémon to unleash a powerful gust of wind, while Iris told her own flying type to use her special ball of energy at the grunt's Pokémon. When the Woobat and Lampent cancelled the moves with Own, Archeops used rocks she conquered up to gain an upper hand. After a while of throwing attacks there and back, the two grunts realized they were being outnumbered and outmatched while they were at it, so they fled on their jetpacks, shouting that they will be back. Then something amazing had happened to lighten up the sour moment. A flock of Archeops that somehow made it through the passing of time had appeared. Everyone was enjoyed to see that such rare Pokémon were happy with the world, yet something had happened with the first Archeops. She didn't want to go with the flock. She wanted to stay with Ash and Iris, since the former trainer's scent was enough to calm her down and feel like a child in the company of her parents. Yet, since Archeops was female, she wanted to be with Iris above Ash. Iris didn't even need to fight, since Archeops had let herself get caught inside one of Iris's Pokeballs. After saying goodbye to the flock as they searched for a place so they will feel best at home and where time cannot ravage them even further, while one of their own was happy with her trainer. XXXXX. Not much further to Nimbasa now. Ash said as his friends water on a waterway there. Plenty of fishermen were in sight. It was clear sight that there was a fishing competition around here, but before they could think harder on it, they heard a familiar voice. "Out of the way! Out of the way! Out of the way!" They all turned to see. No, it was Bianca, and she crashed Ash and Pikachu into the river on the sidelines. Once the two got fished out, they were drying Ash's clothes with a portable heater. "You know, Bianca, it will never hurt to be more careful," Ash said in his new calm tone, while Bianca bowed repeatedly. "I am so sorry. I was just trying to set up for the tournament." Everyone gasped, which made Bianca worry. "Oh no. Don't tell me that I missed it." Syllan then smiled. "Why no, we were headed there too. Why not join us?" he said, and Bianca smiled with glee and nodded. Yet she also was in such a good mood because she saw Ash's well-chiseled chest while he was drying his clothes. Once they arrived, there was a humble fishing store with a dock across the street with an added R, specifically for battling the water Pokémon, since the boundaries are nets, and there were floating step stools for any non-water Pokémon. Inside, they were told the rules for the contest were that participants will fish for water-type Pokémon and the one with the heaviest catch will be the winner and the prize will be a golden super rod, an item that supposedly is the fisherman's ultimate tool. With it there isn't any water Pokémon that can't be fished out with it. Ash was skeptical since he had heard of super rod but not a golden one. The caretaker's sweat dropped in nervousness before asking him to still try it out since there is still a long line from behind. Bianca was about to random choose a fishing rod when Syllan intervened and checked which rod was the best for a beginner. He managed to find one while Ash and Iris had found one as well. As for Syllan, he said that he had brought his own fishing rod as proof that he was a fishing connoisseur. Once they arrived at the docks, things were very slow with Syllan catching one after a while. It was a nasty-looking fish-like Pokémon that had blue theme along with a green, ovoid body, tapering off in the rear to a trapezoidal tail fin. A thick black stripe covers the top of their body from mouth to tail and a white, dorsal fin with 4 protrusions resembling spikes. Its lower jaw juts ahead of their upper jaw, with a small indent near the edges of their mouth. Finally, it had 3 black dots on both sides of their body, behind their pectoral fins. Ash scanned it. Basculin, the hostile Pokémon. Basculin can be very violent and red and blue Basculin do not get along well, frequently resulting in battles. Syllan nodded as he threw it on to the battle area and with the help of his Pansage, Syllan was able to catch it with one of the special Pokeballs issued by the hosts for the competition. When he returned it, one of them merely placed the ball into a box by her side. "Aren't you going to weight it?" Syllan asked in confusion. She nodded. "Of course, remember that when the competition ends we will announce who is the winner," one of the contest hosts said, and Syllan nodded while still not sure about the method of determining the winner. Meanwhile, Iris had gotten bored of waiting for a Pokémon bite, so she dove into the river to catch one oversized Basculin until she was reminded that she needed to use a fishing rod to catch her Pokémon. Ash heard it and invited Iris over while he was still fishing. Once she arrived, Iris then placed her head on one of Ash's shoulder while purring. "You know, when I wanted a pillow, I should have went to you, Ash." The said trainer smiled. "You are such a flatter babe," Ash said, kissing Iris on the head, which made her purr even more. The moment was disturbed when Bianca had gotten a catch and was about to improperly reel it in until Syllan had corrected her actions, and out came was a Pokémon that was similar to one that Trip had used at the Battle Club, only the color scheme was pink and blue. Still, once it was in the air, the Pokémon had saw Ash and fell on him while trying to squeeze him to death. "Ash!" Iris cried and tried to loosen that hold of the Pokémon on her boyfriend. "Who is that Pokémon?" Bianca took out her Pokédex, who was pink in color compared to Ash's silver one. "Frillish, the floating Pokémon. Frillish numbs its opponents with its poison as it binds its victim with its thin, veil-like tentacles. That will example why this Frillish was trying to squeeze the life out of Ash." "Hey Iris!" Ash yelled to his girlfriend, "Can you tickle Frillish just at where the tentacles meets her head?" Iris was confused but did it anyways, and it caused the Frillish to laugh and loosen the hold, just enough for Ash to spin and launch the floating Pokémon into the battle area. Iris then made sure that Frillish didn't inject any poison while she was binding Ash. That still had made a scene for the fishing hosts to see, and then they stared to try and pack up the Pokeballs, not even going to return them back to the river. Yet there was something that they have overlooked in their haste to escape with the ball. Ash had actually caught Frillish on the request of Bianca, since the floating Pokémon did what to attach to him. Yet when went inside the house to register, he saw no one there and then noticed something about the ball used to catch Frillish. Inside of paint in the shape of a fish, it was merely a sticker. These were regular Pokeballs disguised as ones designed for only fishing, and that meant trouble as Ash made his way over the counter just to see that the fishing hosts were Team Plasma. They were shocked to see a boy that had a poncho and a Pikachu who had been foiling their plans. But before they could even escape with the Pokeballs, Ash caused them to drop the boxes containing the ball when he tackled them. Team Plasma then tried to lose Ash after unleashing a flamethrower from a Simisear. Ash had to let them go in order to put out the fire. Afterwards, the entire event was exposed as a fraud and the Pokeballs were given back to the fisherman. Meanwhile, Scylla checked out the prize, to see it was merely a regular fishing rod dipped in gold paint. Still, despite the fact that it wasn't a real contest and there was no real prize, Ash still enjoyed a good day of fishing with Iris as well as catching a new Pokémon while Scylla kept his basculin. They even spent some time with their friend Bianca, so they said their goodbyes while they continued on their way to Nimbasa City. XXXXX. It was now a very lovely day and Ash had sent back his Garchomp after some last-minute training so that he could call the mock Pokémon back when Ash needed him, so as of this day, Ash's team was basically all Unova with the all-time exception of Pikachu. Yet. Scylla slowed down. A voice erupted in the silence and everyone watched in amusement that a young man with green hair was racing towards something with a raven-haired trainer and a girl with big hair tried to follow closely behind. Once they had stopped racing was when the former had stopped at a movie poster. Ah! The latest in the Wonder Fighter series is out now. Scylla said in an excited tone while Ash and Iris were wondering what the big deal, they hadn't watched movies that often. Then Ash noticed something, a person next to him looked like the female actor on the poster. Hey you are. Ash said before the woman giggled and made a backward somersault while turning reddish-purple into a replica of Iris. Now I know you are. Before Ash could finish his sentence, that same Iris did the somersault once more and this time into a Pokémon that resembled a fox with red and black accents. Its ears are triangular with dark insides, and it has a large tuft of fur tipped with red on top of its head. It has greenish-blue eyes with red eyelids. There are circular, red markings above the eyes that resemble eyebrows. Its muzzle is short and tapered with two small fangs seen in the upper jaw when its mouth is open. Finally, it possesses a ruff of black fur around its neck and 4 short limbs tipped with red. Its tail is short and bushy. They all gasped at the sight while Scylla was shocked, that is a Zorua. Ash scanned it with his Pokédex. Zorua, the tricky fox Pokémon. Zorua hides its true form by changing its shape into people and Pokémon, and loves to surprise people. Ash smiled as he noticed that when in standard form, this Pokémon did look like it loved to have fun and cause mischief. Yet before he could say a word, there you are Zorua. They all turned to see a boy around their age running towards them with a strange Pokémon by his side. Zorua then giggled before taking on the form of Ash's Pikachu. Then the Pikachu caused Ash's to fall so that it could perform a switch without anyone noticing, but that boy was determined to find Zorua. So you have disguised yourself as a Pikachu, huh? He said as he grabbed the real deal rather than Zorua. Excuse me, but that is my Pikachu. Ash said in a deadpan voice and the boy was skeptical. You're sure? The boy asked while Ash took out a full bottle of ketchup that Pikachu saw and raced to dine on it. 2. Yes, I am sure. Ash said as his best buddy enjoyed his favorite food despite being a sauce rather than a meal. The boy was then worried. But then where is my Zorua? He asked and the same strange Pokémon shouted to get its trainer's attention and point towards Iris, specifically her Axu. So you have turned into an Axu, eh? Iris was not happy with that saying. Hey! This Axu is mine. Iris said until a second Axu that had a foxy grin on suddenly appeared from inside her hair. The boy yelled ha before the Axu disappeared again into Iris's hair. Zorua! Cut it out and come out. The boy started to pull at Iris's hair, something she was not enjoying. The boy was then hit square on the head, by Ash. Stop doing that to my girlfriend. Ash yelled the boy, and if this Zorua is your Pokémon then use its Pokeball. Oh right. The boy said and took out a said Pokeball. Zorua, return. He tried to do that but instead, Zorua jumped out of Iris's hair and launched a ball of dark energy that caused a smokescreen. With it, Zorua managed to escape. The boy was downhearted along with his second Pokémon. Ash was on the ground, helping Iris fix her hair with a brush he pulled out of her own pack. Looks like we will have to cancel shooting today. He muttered while everyone was wondering what he meant before the boy realized something and turned to them. Sorry about all the trouble. My name is Luke and I am aspiring to become a famous Pokémon movie director with the help of my team, which includes him. Luke then shifted his attention to his Pokémon, which was similar to a golem with two different shades of blue throughout its appearance. It had a head with a cyan-colored fin on top of its head, and two bewitching, yellow eyes. Around its spherical body were brown straps, which meet at a blue square with a yellow swirl in the center. It has 4 large stones, 2 on its arms and 2 acting as its feet. Meet Golett, he helps with the heavy equipment and with the shooting. Ash then nodded before scanning it. Golett, the automaton Pokémon. It is said that Golett was instructed to protect people and Pokémon by the ancient civilization that created it. Ash then had an idea. Hey Luke, do you know the gender of your Zorua? He asked, and Luke shook his head. Why does it matter? Luke said, and Ash answered. It does, because ever since we first met your Zorua, we had seen it transform into women, so I think that Zorua is female. Ash said, and Luke then realized something. Maybe that is why Zorua only wanted to play the female characters rather than the male ones as well. Once he said that, Luke hurried towards an old movie theater with everyone following closely behind. In there, on the stage, was a woman with massive and free blonde hair and wore a flawless white dress. That is Princess Uria, the lead character in my movie. Luke said as they walked towards the stage until the woman transformed back into Zorua, who growled. Hey Zorua, we were just talking about letting you keep the role as Princess Uria in Luke's movie since there is still a place for someone to fill in. Ash said, and Zorua calmed down enough to have a smile and yip in hope. Please tell me that is why you ran away. Because I do wish to have your talent in my movie, as you are the only one good enough to fill in that role. Luke then said, and Zorua then jumped into his arms, liking him on the face affectionately. Ha, ha. Alright, I get it. That tickles Zorua. Luke said as he laughed at the happiness that Zorua was spreading onto his face. But then his expression turned sour. I still don't know how to make a movie with only one character. Who says that you have 2? Ash then said, to get everyone's attention, after what I have seen, we can't leave until the movie is done. Iris and Syllan then looked at their friend with eyes sparkling with hope and happiness. Really? We are going to make a movie? Iris asked, and Ash nodded, which caused her to squeal and kiss him with happiness. Syllan just smiled, while Luke also did, with possibilities for something related to this relationship in his movie. Okay then. We have a lot of work to do once we find a place to work. Luke then said until. Hey Luke. A voice came from near the entrance. It belonged to a man from inside the room where the film is hot onto the screen above the stage. There is a production room out back where you can work on your movie. Luke smiled. Oh, thank you, Mr. Matthews. Now then, Levany, come out. Luke seemed to be overjoyed, and he even summoned out a Levany like at Castelia City with Berg. Levany, can you make costumes for everyone? Luke asked his Levany. It was obvious that Luke is making his Pokémon fill out roles of a movie. He sure is living out his dream the more everyone knew him. So, while Luke was busy including his new friends into his script, Ash and company were helping out making the props, preparing the scenes, helping out with the costumes and reviewing the scenes. The only problem was that while Ash and Iris were painting, Servine and Emolga were fighting and caused the paint cans to fall on their trainers. Then Luke had finally finished writing the script, so it was time to take a rest. Then it was time to start shooting, so Luke was going to tell them what his movie was in a nutshell. It is called The Legend of the Pokémon Knight. One day, when a brave and famous knight was returning to his village, it was revealed that a power-hungry villain had kidnapped the princess so that he will be given control over what the land has to expand his own empire. As the knight traveled to rescue her, it was revealed that what the villain had captured was simply a girl who volunteered to take the place of the real princess, who had been in hiding after learning about this ahead of time. So now the knight and the real princess will fight the villain who had heard about the deception and resorted to a spell that will require the life of an innocent maiden in order to work and grant control over the land to him. After the fight, the spell was ruined and the villain was thwarted, but not before disappearing from a fall onto of his tower. Ash whistled. Wow. You sure did put a lot of effort into this story, Luke. The said director blushed. Yeah, I wanted to create a story to break the trend of princess getting captured and the hero is always journeying to save her. Luke said in an honest tone while his audience nodded at the sad truth. Anyways, I am glad you like it, so let's get started so we can show it to the rest of the world. Alright. They yelled in enthusiasm as they went to get their props, equipment and costumes. Shooting was actually quite easy despite being their first time. Ash was surprisingly a good actor, able to remember his many lines very good as the main character. Scylla also was very skilled at being the overlord that was the main villain. Iris was a little shaky at first due to her nervous of being filmed on her acting, but Ash was always patient enough to help her out. Yet when they were shooting one of their final scenes, they were interrupted by Team Plasma. They claimed to free Pokémon and were about to free Zorua from the slavery of Luke. Yet the director and Ash then managed to shoot them as misguided lackeys lied by the overlord about the knight and the princess. That also included on how the two protagonists had defeated them in another of their epic Pokémon fights. Yet when they had that scene of the overlord's defeat and disappearance, Ash took Iris in the costume of the princess and kissed her with passion that she accepted. Luke secretly included a little romance between the traveling knight and princess as they approached the lair of the overlord, which was panned to reach the peak by that same scene. Then it was time to place it all together into one slot of film and run it for the audience in the theater. They were a little nervous since they had to make some last-minute changes and that this was their very first movie. Once the movie ended, the audience was silent and not moving, that was sending them over the edge, but then a kid started to clap and the others followed afterwards. The movie was a big success. After how the first audience loved the characters, the almost real acting, all the plot twists, epic fight scenes and a beautiful storyline, did the theater started to overfill with customers. Pretty soon, the tickets were sold out and the seats were filled to the brim with viewers that still enjoyed the film. Then the sun began to go down, so it was time for the gang to go on to Nimbasa City, but not before talking Luke, who thanked them for helping him with his very first film that was a blockbuster hit. So Luke, will you enter the Nimbasa battle tournament? Mr. Matthews asked Luke, and that also got Ash's attention as well. It will help you with your Pokémon experience and better train them. Luke thought hard on it and then smiled. Yes. I will do it. He said with enthusiasm before. Why we join it too? It could help us and have fun at the same time. Ash then said with excitement in his voice that Scylla and Iris smiled before nodding. Will you really? Luke asked with hope and his friends nodded. Thanks guys. It will be fun with you in the tournament as well. After all that fun and training, Ash felt all ready for some battles with other trainers and then his fourth gym battle. Still, he will soon wish it hadn't spoken so soon. The Kanto trainer and his Pikachu still will have a long way to go in order to get there. They will just have to wait and see for themselves. They will have an unfriendly surprise while they were at it. End of Chapter 8.